Hey, what's up everyone? So in this course, I'll be showing you how you can create a complete e-commerce web app using the MERN stack. So on the front end, we will be making use of React and Redux toolkit. And then on the back end, we will be making use of Node.js and MongoDB. So it's also worth noticing that this video is a comparison of my e-commerce series or shopping cart series here on YouTube, and I thought some of you would like it as a single video, so I compiled it into one. But we will be working on a complete e-commerce, starting from shopping cart, authentication, Stripe payment. We will also have an admin dashboard and uploading images to Cloudinary. So you will learn a lot of stuff in this particular course. So in the next part, let's see a demo of the application that we will be working on. So enjoy, and also if you like the source code, it will be available on my Patreon. That is one of the best way that you can support my content. So I'll leave a link at the description section below. So in this section, I will show you the demo of the application that we will work on this entire course, which is a complete e-commerce site with payment and dashboard and so on. So let's see. So this is the home page where we'll see a list of products and we can be able to add them to cart. So we will work on a complete shopping cart. We can increase quantity, decrease quantity. We can continue shopping. We can add multiple products to cart, and everything will be calculated down here. We can remove something from cart or even clear the cart. So once we are comfortable with our cart, we can actually go ahead and check out. So once we click checkout, we will be making use of Stripe for payment. So here it's loading, and you can see the products that are in cart and the subtotal. You can even change the amount here if you have shipping charges. So if I click next there, Stripe will automatically calculate the subtotal right here. So right now I don't have a Stripe webhook started, so this order will not be saved in the database, so I will just ignore it for now, but I'll show you how to do everything within the course. So we will have Stripe payment. So I'll go back, and another thing is that we will have an admin dashboard. So orders have increased, earnings have increased, users are 0%, no change. And we have latest transactions here. This is in 5 hours, a day, a month, etc. We have a graph for the last 7 days earning, showing how it's performing each day. Then we will have rich data tables for products, orders, and users. So this is for products. We will be able to create a new product right here, perform image uploads using Cloudinary. So this will be interesting. So we can upload an image here like this. This is iPhone name. Let me use a random name, a random price, random description, and submit. So this will save data both in MongoDB and the image in Cloudinary. So when I go back to online shop, now we have 4 products. This is what we just created. We can actually add it to cart like that. This is it here. We can remove it. We can go back to our dashboard, products, and we can actually be able to also see it here and be able to even delete it. So I can delete it as well. So I'll give it some time to process, and product is deleted. We no longer have it. We will be able to view a single product right here. You can have even more description about it. We have an entire page for that. You can have reviews and so on. I just made it simple for the video. You can even add it to cart from here. If I go back here, this product is already in cart, but if I add it again, we just increase its quantity. Now at the admin dashboard, products again, we'll be able to even edit the product in this model pop-up. So maybe this is black. I will submit, and you'll see that that product is edited. Now here is black. We can be able to even sort and filter. So we can sort by name, we can sort by description. When I click on this, these three dots, I can be able to unsort, filter, or even hide columns and so on. So we'll be using material UI table, which already has these functionalities, which is really awesome. So we have orders. We will be able to see if orders are dispatched, pending, or delivered. We will be able to view them to see the specific items and shipping address and so on. And then we will have users. For users, we'll be able to view a user or delete a user. And for view, we will be able to even edit a user, which is really awesome. We will have an auth system using JWT for auth. So if I log out, you can see we can be able to log in right here or even register as a user. We'll have some data validation. Name is not allowed to be empty, and we cannot even check out if we are not logged in. So right here, you'll see log in to check out. We log in first so that we check out. So this is a very comprehensive course, because we will cover shopping cart, we will cover authentication, we will cover Stripe, we will cover image uploads, we will cover so much more. So if you like the content in this video, please remember to leave a thumbs up and also subscribe. If you want to have the source code, I will leave a link to my Patreon account. That is where the entire source code is. And yeah, that is one of the best way in which you can support my content. Otherwise, in the next part, let's start working on our shopping cart. So in this episode, we are going to get started with React Router, and we will use React Router to register our different routes in our application. But before we do that, we'll need to have a code editor. My preferred code editor is Visual Studio Code. So if you want to have the same experience as me, you can download Visual Studio Code at code.visualstudio.com. And I also have a complete course on Visual Studio Code, and I'll pin that course at the top here. Okay, so you can always check that one out if you want. Another thing is that we will need to have Node.js installed in our machine. So Node.js will help us to work with what we call NPM, Node Package Manager, which will help us to install React Router and also to install React in our machine. So I recommend going with the recommended version right here because it's the most stable version. So make sure you install Node.js in your machine. Another thing I want to mention, I'll be expecting you to have some basics working with React, but even if you don't have any basics working with React, I'll make this video to be easy to follow in a step-by-step manner so that you can be able to get started with React. Now, the next step is to obviously install React in your application. So what I did, I created a folder right here called online shop, and then when I open this folder, I created two other folders, one for front end, one for back end. We won't be working with a lot of back end. We'll only create a basic route to serve our products, but most of the time we'll be working with the front end here. So click on the front end, and when I enter into front end, you can see already I have some files here, and this is where I created my React app. So if you want to create a React app, you need to go at the path right here, and you can type cmd in Windows, and this will open the terminal for us. And from this terminal, we can run a command that will install React in this particular directory. Now, first of all, you need to make sure that you have Node installed in your machine. So run node and then -v to check the Node version. So if you don't get a version right here, then you'll know Node is not installed in your machine, and you need to install Node in your machine. And then if Node is installed in your machine, you can be able now to run this command: npx create -react -app, and then space, and then a period. And when you hit enter, then React will be installed in this particular directory. So I have React installed in this particular directory, therefore I won't run this command. But for you, make sure you do create a React app this way. Now the next step is to install React Router DOM. So if I come right here and I am at reactrouter.com, here we have a complete documentation of React Router, and this is how we simply install React Router DOM in our application. npm install React Router DOM. So you'll just need to run that command right here. npm install, so I is short form for install, and then React hyphen router hyphen DOM. And when you hit enter, then React Router DOM will be installed in your application. So I'll wait for this to complete, and then we will move on from here. So now React Router DOM is installed in our application. And now I want to open our entire online shop application in Visual Studio Code. So I'll go back one step using CD and two dots. I hit enter, and now we are in online shop directory, and now I can use this command code space and a period. And if you have Visual Studio Code installed in your machine, then this online shop folder or directory will be opened in Visual Studio Code. So I'll hit enter, and this will open that particular folder in Visual Studio Code. So our online shop have now opened on Visual Studio Code, and you can see we have both the backend folder, which is empty, and the frontend folder, which have our React app. And when we open this package.json file at dependencies, you should be able to see that we have React Router DOM installed in our application. We also have React and React DOM installed in our application. Now, first things first, we need to clear up some files because we won't be using them. I'll select the setup test, I'll select report web vitals, I'll select the logo, I'll select index.css, I'll select app.test.js, and that is it. I'll delete these files because we won't be using them. So I'll hit shift delete to permanently delete them. And now they are gone. And then I'll go into index.js file, and we need to also do some cleanup. So we deleted report web vitals, we deleted index.css, and we deleted report web vitals, and I'll also remove the comments. And now this is much simpler like that. I'll save that file, and then I'll go to app.js. And then in app.js, we'll also need to do some cleanup. So here I'll basically remove everything that is between our div with a class name of app. So I remove everything there, and then we removed the logo, so I remove the logo, and now this is much simpler like that. I'll save that file, and then I need to go to public folder right here. And React is usually a single page application, and by that it means we only have one index.html file. And from here, what I usually like to do is to change the favicon, and you can add some meta tag for your application. But in this case, I'm just going to change the name right here for our title, and I'll call it online shop, just like that. Maybe I can remove the spacing, just like that. I will save that file, and then I close it. Now we need to register our different routes using React Router DOM. We have it installed already in our application. So before we start working with React Router, we will need to create our different components for our routes. So we will have a home route for our home screen, and we will also have our cart route for the cart screen. So in our SRC here, I'll just create a new folder and call it components. Components. Yeah, I guess that is correct. And then right here, I'll just create two components. One is home.jsx, and I hit enter. Now I am using an extension called Simple React Snippets. So you can click this icon if you want to install this particular extension, and it's loading right here. It's called Simple React Snippets. Let me check for it. This one. So this one will help us to easily work with React in our application. So in our home, I can be able to use some shortcuts to work with React. So right here, to create a React functional component, I can just say SFC, stateless functional component. I hit enter, and now you can see the way you have a cursor here, and I can be able to say home. And then in our return right here, I can be able to say maybe a H2, and I call this one home, just like that. And then I'll come back right here, and I will add a new file, and this file will now be for our cat. And then .jsx, I say SFC to create a stateless functional component. I call it cat. Then right here, I can just add a H2, and then I say cat. I think we can also add a component for our navbar. So I'll come back here and add a new file, and I'll call it navbar. So in this particular episode, we won't style our navbar. We'll do it on a later episode. But for now, let's just add a simple component right here for our navbar. And then right here, I can just say h2, and I say navbar. So we have our three components here, and this is enough to get started with React router DOM or React router. So I'll come to app.js file, and I'll import some components from React router DOM, and these components will help us to register our different routes. So right here I'll say import. I use curly brackets to destructure these components from React router DOM library. First of all, we'll be using a browser router, and then we'll be making use of route, and then we'll be making use of switch, and then we'll be making use of redirect. So redirect, we won't use it right now. We'll use it when we want to redirect a user to a not found page, but we can just import it right there. And all this will be coming from our React router DOM library. So right here, I can just say from React router DOM. Okay, cool. So we can come to our app right here. The first thing that we need to do is to wrap everything using the browser router component. So right here, we can just say browser router, and we will wrap everything now from here on inside this browser router. Now in here, we can include a navbar at the very top. So we will have a navbar. So why we are including it here is because we need to have our navbar in each screen. Okay, so I have just said navbar and clicked enter, and it is auto imported right there. Now right here, I'll need now to register our different routes, but I'll wrap our routes in a switch component. So I'll call switch, and a switch component will allow us to load each route at a time, and we need to start with the most specific routes going down to the most general routes. So right here, I will say route. Now I can use the route component from React router DOM, and we will have a path. The path here, we can start with our cat, and then we load the cat component. So right here we have a prop called component, and we can be able to load our cat component. So when I click this, our cat component will be auto imported right there. And then we need to close this route just like that. Now with this, you can see we are starting with the most specific route or path, and I'll show you what I mean by that. Let's just duplicate this at the bottom here, and we can register our home. So right here, I can register our home route just like this. Right here, I'll need to call home, and then I click this to auto import it. So right now I'm registering only two routes, the cart and the home, and The other routes that we will have is only one, which is the not found route, and we'll work with that one later on. For now, let's just see how this one is working out. So I'll explain to you why we wrapped this with a switch, but let's just run this application and see what we have at the moment. So to run this application, I'll just go at the very top. I know you can't see it, but you'll see we have terminal. So I'll click terminal and then new terminal right here. So when I click the new terminal, it will open our online shop directory at our terminal. And what I'll do from here is to enter into our front end folder. Okay, so from our online shop here, I'll need to say cd front end. So now we are inside our front end application, and now we can run this application by saying npm start. I hit enter, and this will start our application and open it on the browser if we don't have any issues. So let's see what will happen. So now our app has opened on the browser, and you can see now at our home, which is just a slash here. We don't have any path. It's just the localhost 3000. We are able to load the navbar and also the home component. So navbar will be available in all our screens, and then our home will be loaded when we are at home, and cart will be loaded when here we are at this path stroke cart. And now when I load that, now we have the navbar and we have the cart. Okay, so now why did we use a switch? So switch is helping us to specify which path to load, and the order here matters because the first path to match is the one that will be taken. Now for you to understand, if I take this at the top here and save that file, if we try to load our cart, we won't be able to, because this home will match the first path right here, which is just a slash, and it will be loaded and then the rest will be ignored. So when using a switch component, always make sure you start with the most specific path and then you end up with the most general path. Now let's take a look at this. I'll come back right here. Now you can see we are at our cart path, but we can't load the cart component. We are loading the home component, and that is because this first slash here will match our home component first, and that component will be loaded and then the cart will be ignored. So when using switch, always make sure you start with the most specific path and then you end up with the most general path. And that is the same case when let's say you want to have a specific product from our cart to be loaded separately, and therefore we have like an ID for that particular product. So now this is most specific, this is most general. So always start with the most specific path. Now an alternative of switch is using the exact plop on a particular path. So if I remove switch right here, let me save that, and then I come right here. Let's try to load our cart. When we try to load our cart, right now you can see we are loading our cart and also we are loading our home. So this is not the behavior that we would want to have. So an alternative is to come right here and add an exact plop, and this will load only when this path is exactly this one. If we have anything else, then home will be loaded. Now when I save that and then come right here, now you can see we are only loading the cart and not the home. And when we go to home, we load that. You can see now we are loading the home and we are not loading the cart. So you can either work with exact here or you can stick with switch. Personally, I prefer switch, and it helps me to organize my path from the most specific one to less specific. So this marks the end of this particular episode. In the next episode, we will style our navbar component. So I'll see you in the next one. In this episode, I want us to start working on our navbar component. So I'll just open the navbar component from my Visual Studio Code, and for our navbar, we'll only have a logo and a cart icon. So right here I wrap everything with the nav element. So I'll redirect this, include the nav element, and I'll also give it a class name of navbar. So right here I'll say nav hyphen bar, and then in between our navbar we will have a h2 for our logo. So it's just a simple text logo, and I'll say online shop, and then at the bottom here is where we will have our cart icon. So right here I'll just include a div with a class of navbar. So let's grab the SVG icon from Bootstrap icons. I'll just come at Google here and search for Bootstrap icons, and then I'll click here, and so right here I'll search for bag, and I want to use this handbag field as our cart icon. So I'll select this, and then I'll copy this SVG using that icon, and I'll paste it right here. Now if I save, I have prettier, which is a code formatter. It will auto format my code, and right here I want to change this class to class name. Since in JSX we don't use class, we use class name, and then I'll manually edit the width and the height right here. So instead of 16, I want this to be big. I'll have 35 and this one to be 35. And then we want to display how many items we will be having at our cart. So right here I'll just add a span with a class of bag quantity, and then inside our span we can have another span which will now have the actual quantity. For now we'll just have a placeholder. Let's say we have 3 items in our cart, but later on we'll be able to dynamically display this number depending on how many products we will be having in our cart. Now earlier on in the last episode we added React Router DOM in our application, and now we can be able to direct our logo here to a specific route, which is our home route, and then our navbar here to the cart route. So what we need to do is to import a component from React Router DOM called link. So right here I'll import link from React Router DOM, and this is a component. We can wrap it on our heading here. So right here I'll say link, and I wrap our heading with this link component, and it will have a plop right here which will direct us to a specific path. So right here you can say link to, and we have our home route as just a slash. Now we will do the same for our nav bag. So right here I will add a link component, and we will say to, and we registered our cart route. So when we click on this navbar icon, we'll be redirected to our cart. So I'll highlight everything that we have here for our navbar and bring it at the top here. So this is it for the JSX for our navbar. Now we'll need to style everything using CSS. So first of all, let's see what we have. I'll come to our online shop, and you can see we have our heading and we have this icon. Now when we click on the icon here, we will be redirected to the cart component. When we click on the online shop here, we are redirected to the home component. So that is nice, but let's style this using CSS. So I'll be doing all the CSS in our app.css file, and you can see we already have some CSS here. I'll just highlight everything and remove it, okay? And we'll start from scratch. Now, the first thing that I want us to do is to grab a nice font for our application. So I'll just go to Google Fonts. I'll search for Google Fonts. Go to Google Fonts. And then from here, I'll search for Nunito. So this is the font that we will be using. You can use a different font if you want. So I'll select Nunito there, and from our list here I'll select the 200 style, and then I'll select the regular 400, and I'll also select a bold, which is 700, and I'll come to import here because I want to import on a CSS file. Select whatever is between our style tags and copy that, and then I'll come back to our app.css and paste that particular link. Now we have our font imported here, and then the first thing that we can do right here is to select all the elements. And what I like to do is to remove the padding for all the elements and set this to 0, to remove all the margin and set this to 0, and then we will also set the box sizing to border box. So normally it's usually content box, but when we set it to border box, when we set a width of a particular element and add padding and border, that padding and border will be included in the width of the element, so it won't increase its width. Now right here we can start now working on our Navbar. Now when we look at the way we have arranged our elements here in our Navbar, we have two child elements. We have this link and we have this link. So we can be able to use Flexbox to display these two links side by side, and also create some spacing between them. So the first thing that we will do is to obviously select that Navbar class. So I'll say Navbar, and then we will give it a height of about 70px, and we can also give it a background right here of black. And now we can be able to say display of flex, and then we can justify the content to be space between, and we align the items to be at the center. Now if you have never used Flexbox before, this display of flex will simply create what we call a flex container. And then in our flex container, since this is the parent here, we will have two flex items. This will be the first flex item, and this will be the second flex item. So by default, the flex direction will be in arrow, meaning that this will be side by side in arrow. So if we check at this and come right here, I think I need to refresh or save this file. So I messed up a class name here. This is supposed to be SS. I need to save that. So let's see what we have. Now you can see we already have a very simple navbar. We have this online shop on this side and this cat icon on this side. So we need to style the individual components there, and also to create a spacing at the end here. So let's see how we can do that. So what I'll do, I'll simply add a padding to our navbar here, and top and bottom I'll give it to be 0px, or rather 0, and then left and right I'll give it 4M. And then now right here I'll start by selecting the H2. I'll say Navbar H2, and for the H2 all we will do is to increase its font size to 40px. And then for the nav bag, nav hyphen bag, so this is a class name. What I want with this is to have the 3 here and our bag here to be side by side, and so I want to just push these 3 at the center. So if we look at our nav bag, you can see inside our nav bag, which is this div, we have an SVG and then we have a span tag. So this SVG and the span tag here will be our flex items when we add a display of flex to this. So we can say at our app.css display of flex, and we align the items at the center, and that will make them to be at the center. Now we need to style these 3 to look like a small icon with a number in there, and we gave it a class of bag quantity. So if I come here, you can see we gave this span a class name of bag quantity. So we can select that class name dot bag hyphen quantity, and I'll add some stylings here. I'll add a display of flex, and I'll center whatever we have in our bag quantity, which is our number. So this particular span with a number. So right here we can add align items of center, justify content of center, and I'll give it a height and a width. So a height of about 25px and a width of 25px, so they are both equal. And then we will give it a background color, or rather a background of yellow, and then we want it to be a circular. So with circular we'll just add a border radius of 50%. So let's see what we have with this. Now you can see we have this icon there. It should be circular, so our border radius is not working. So this is supposed to be border radius. I will save that, and there we go. Now we have a circle and a 3 there. We can make our 3 to be bold and increase its font size. So right here I can say a font size of about I'll actually decrease the font size for our 3. So I'll set the font size of 14px, and we make it to be bold. So font weight of 700. And then the color for our text will be black. So color black. And lastly here we can give our bag quantity a margin left. So right here I'll say a margin left of 5px, and that will create some spacing between our bag here and our icon there. Now you can see the way our links look like. When we added our link component around them, an A tag was automatically added to them. So if we inspect this, you'll see that we have an anchor link. So we come to elements here. Now you'll see we have an anchor link wrapping them, and the href is the path that we included. So we need to remove the stylings for the anchor link. And what I'll do, I'll come to app.css. I'll do that just after our navbar here. So I'll select our navbar, and then I'll select all the anchor link in our navbar. And all we will do for this is to remove the text decoration. So I'll set this to none, and then I'll give here color to be white. Now when you come back, Let's refresh. Nothing is actually happening. So this is Navbar, not Navbag. So I'll save that. Then let's see. Now there we go. So now we have a decent navbar for our online shop, where we have just a logo here to go to home, and we have a nice icon with a count of how many items we have at our cart to go to our cart. So you can see we are at cart. When you click this, now we are at home. So that is it for this episode, and in the next episode we will see how we can add a not found component and direct a user to that not found component whenever they enter an invalid route. So I'll see you in the next one. In the last episode we were able to add a simple but decent navbar for our online shop here. And in this episode, I want us to add a not found route, which will redirect our user to a not found component whenever they enter an invalid route. Okay, so earlier we had added two routes right here, and we will add another route for our not found component. But first of all, we need to create a not found component. So in our components folder here, I'll simply add a new file, and I'll call it not found.jsx. And then right here I'll create a status functional component. I'll call it not found, and we can enter some content in here. I'll simply add a div with a class name of not found. So I'll say not hyphen found. Okay, Emmet is failing me. Let me add the div like this, and then right here add a class name of not found, and then inside right here we can have just a h2, and I'll say for, and then I can have a paragraph, and I will say page not found. So I'll save that file, and then we can style our not found component using CSS. So in our app.js, after our navbar, I can add a comment here for our not found. So let's select the not found class, and then I'll add a display of flex. I want to just center everything, and then I'll change the flex direction to column. The default is row, and then I'll align items to center, and I'll justify content to center. And then we can change the color to a gray color. So right here I'll say color to be RGB, and then right here I'll say 68, 68, 68. And I'll add a min height for our not found component. So I need to include a semicolon there, and then min height of 80 VH, which is 80% of our viewport height. So with this, let's see what we have. Okay, actually we can't like see our not found component. We need to register a route for that. So let's come to app.js, and we duplicate our cart route here, and then we include a not hyphen found route, and the component that will be displayed when we go to that path is our not found component. So not found, it's not being suggested. Let's manually import it here. I'll say import not found from components, stroke not found. So we can load it just right there. Now at our React Router DOM tutorial or episode, I told you we should start with the most specific paths and end up with the most general path. So our home here is always the most general path because it's just a slash, and then the rest are a bit specific. So we should add our not found page above our home but not below it. Now let's see if we can load that component right here. I'll say stroke not hyphen found, enter, and there we go. We are successfully loading that particular component. So let's add some more styling for our heading and our paragraph. So at our app.css, let's start with the heading not found h2, and I'll simply increase the font size for this to 55px, and then the not found paragraph, I'll increase its font size to 20px, and then I will save that, and there we go. And another thing I have realized, we added Nunito as our font family, but we are not making use of it. So at our all here, I'll change the font family for everything to Nunito, and I'll add a fallback of sans serif. Yeah, and there we go. Now the font have changed. Now what we want, if we enter an invalid path here, we should be redirected to this particular page not found, page not found. So for example, right now if I add a path that is not registered at our routes, let's see where it will take us. It is taking us to the home. So we don't want it to take us to home, we want it to take us to the not found component. So how we can do that is, we had imported this redirect, and this redirect will allow us to redirect the user to the not found component. So after our home here, we should include our redirect component. So I'll say redirect, and then we have a prop which is the to prop, and we'll say stroke not hyphen found, and then we close this like that. So this is redirecting us to this path not found, and this path is loading our not found component. But when we do this, it will not still work. There is one thing that we are missing, and let's see, and I'll tell you what is it. So we are at a long path here, it's not registered. We try to access it, we are still being redirected at our home, because home will match this first path right there. Okay, so what we need to do is to include the exact prop at our home. So we had talked about the exact prop, and you can use the exact prop and the switch component at the same time, so this won't create any issue. So now only when this path is exactly a slash is when it will take us to the home, else we'll be taken to the not found component. So let's see what we have, and there we go. So if we enter an invalid path, we load it, we are taken to the not found component. When you go to just a slash is when we are taken to the home component. So this is working, and our not found component and redirect is working okay. So if I hit that, we are being taken here. So that is it for this particular episode, and in the next episode we will start working with Node.js so that we can create a very simple API that will serve our products, and we can access those products from the front end. So after the Node.js is when we will start working with Redux toolkit. So I'll see you in the next one. So in the last episode, we were able to add a not found route and we redirect a user to a not found route if they try to access a route that is not registered right here. Now, in this episode, I want us to start working with Node.js and we'll create a very simple Node.js API to serve our products. And the reason we are creating this API is so that I can show you how you can perform async actions using Redux toolkit. But before we proceed, you may also need to add an exact prop to other routes so that everything else works well. So at our cart here, you may also need to add an exact prop right there. And then we have been working with CSS, but I failed to mention that this is how we import CSS files in our React applications. So this is our CSS file and we simply import it just like this. Now with that said, let's just get started with Node.js. Now the first thing that you'll need is to have Node.js installed in your machine. So I am assuming you have it already installed because we have been working with React, but I wanted to make sure that you know that you'll need to have Node.js installed in your machine in order to create a Node.js application. Now the other thing that I will do, I'll just come right here and I will add another terminal using this plus icon. And then from here, you can see we are on our online shop directory. So we need to get into our backend directory. So right here, I can just say cd backend, and then I hit enter. And now we are inside our backend. Now we need to initialize a package.json file in our backend folder so that we can be able to use npm to install various packages for our Node.js application. And to do that, you can say npm init, and then you supply a yes flag right here using double hyphen, and then yes. And when I hit enter, now a package.json file will be created for us. Now you can see at our backend folder, we have this package.json file. And we can now be able to install various dependencies in our backend folder right here, which will be our Node.js application. So right here, I want to install various packages. I'll say npm I. We will install Express, which is a Node.js framework for creating APIs. And then we will install NodeMon, and this will help us to run our Node.js application. And then we will install course, and this will allow us to access our routes in Node.js from a different domain, and that will be from React application. So install Express, NodeMon, and course, and then I'll hit enter. Now, as this installs, we can start working on our backend folder right here. So I'll click on backend and then I'll add a new file and I'll call this file index.js, and this will be the root of our application. Now, right here, we will be able to import Express from Node modules. So right here, there will be a Node module that will be added when our packages are installed, and we'll be able to do like this: const express is equals to require, and then we enter express here. Now right here we are just importing express from express, okay? And this is how we do it in Node.js. You can also use the ES module like we do in React, but I won't get into that. And if you want to learn more about that, you can always check out my complete MERN stack tutorial here on YouTube. So in this case, we'll just be using require. And then we'll be able to import course. So I can say const course, will be equal to require, and then right here I'll enter course. And then with this I can be able to create an express application by doing like this. I can say const app will be equal to express, and then I invoke this express like that. And now this app will be an object, and it will contain various methods which we can use to create our route. So now at the bottom here, let me minimize this. So right here we'll be able to use this app to call different methods from express. And the first thing that we will do is to configure JSON. So I can say app.use, and then I invoke this, and I'll be able to say express.json, and I invoke that. Now whenever we use app.use method here, we are simply configuring what we call a middleware function, and express.json here is now a middleware function. And what middlewares do in Node.js is to simply increase the functionality or expand the functionality of our application. And you can learn more about middleware on my complete MERN stack tutorial. So right here we can also configure another middleware function, which is our course. So right here you can say app.use, and then I say I just call course right here, and this now will allow us to access our Node.js API from our React application. And then now right here we can create a simple route to handle a GET request. We can say app.get, and then we call this method, and the first parameter will be the path for this route, which is just a slash there. And then we can have like a callback function here, and this will have access to request and response. So request is whatever is coming in from the front end, and response is whatever will be giving back from this particular API. So we can call this as an arrow function, and from in here we can send something to the front end. We can say res.send, and I'll simply add a message here: welcome to our online shop API, just like that. And then the last thing that we need to do right here is to configure our port. So right here I can say app.listen, and here we will have a port. I'll listen to port 5000, and then optionally we can log a message to the console. So I can say console.log, and right here we can say server running on port 5000. Now I can see all our dependencies have been installed, and we can be able to run our application using NodeMon. So I'll place NodeMon there and hit enter. And then I'll need to save our file here. I will save that. And now right here you can see server running on port 5000, which is this message. Now a better configuration for our port will be like this. We'll create a constant, call it port, and then we set it to be equal to process.env.port, and then we include all 5000. Now what this means is that this 5,000, or rather this 5,000 may not be available whenever we deploy our application to a certain server or hosting environment. And this will read a port from an environment variable from our hosting server, and therefore if 5,000 is not available, a port number will be automatically be assigned to this particular variable, else this will be used. So in this particular application, we won't set an environment variable for our port, therefore we'll be using this one. But if you want to deploy your Node.js application, you'll need to do something like this. And now right here, instead of using 5,000, we can simply say port, and then right here I can use some backticks like this, and I can read the value of the port using a dollar sign, curly brackets here, and then I read the value of port. And when I save that file, you'll see that we will still have server running on port 5000. Now to test out this particular route, we can go to the browser, and then from here I can call localhost 5000. I hit enter, and now we are getting this message: welcome to our online shop API. Now what we will be doing is to return an array of fake products. So I can just duplicate these, and then right here we'll have app.get stroke products, and right here we can be able to return an array of fake products. So I can have an array, and for now we won't do it. I just want to show you an example. So we'll have something like this, rest.send, and then we return an array containing our fake products. And now when we come to our browser here and do localhost 5000 stroke products, we should get back that particular array. Now this we will do on our next episode, because I also want to show you how we can handle images using cloudinary, and then we'll create our array of fake products, and then we'll return them right here. After that, we'll start working with Redux toolkit. So I'll see you in the next episode. Hey, what's up guys? So in the last episode, we were able to create a very simple Node.js application, and in this episode, I want us to create an array of fake products so that we can be able to send those products to our front end. So at our backend here, I'll simply add a new file called products.js. I hit enter, and then in here I'll create a constant called products, and I'll set it to be equal to an array. And right here I'll have an array of objects. So the first object will be our first product. We'll have an ID. I'll give this an ID of 1, and then we'll have the name of the product. Let's have iPhone 12 Pro, and I wrap this with the quotes here because it's a string. Let's have a description, and I'll say 6.1 inch display, and then I'll have a price, and for the price we can say 999. So this is just a dummy product, not like a real thing, just a dummy product to work with. And then right here we'll have an image, okay, and I'll show you how we will add an image later on, but for now let's just duplicate this 2 more times. I'll just have 3 products to work with, So I'll include commas there. This will have an ID of 2. This can be just the iPhone 12. This can have a display of 5.4, and the price can be 699, and we'll add an image later on, and then an ID is 3. Name, let's have Galaxy S, and then the display, let this be 6.5-inch display, and the price 399. And then the image, we'll add it later on. And then at the bottom here, we can export our array of fake products. So I can say module.exports, and I set this to be equal to products. And now we can import these products in our index.js file. So if you want to learn more about module exports, check out my MERN stack tutorial here on YouTube, and I'll leave a link at the description section below. So right here we can just say const products will be equal to require, and then I'll say products. And then right here, instead of returning an array of numbers, I'll say rest.send products. I save that file, and now when I come to the browser and refresh, you can see now it's giving us an array of our fake products, but we need to include the image. And for the image, I have this repository right here on my GitHub. So if you want to use the same image as the one that I'm using, I'll leave a link to this particular directory or repository at the description section below, and then you can download these files. So you can click on a file like this, and then you can download from this button. Okay, and once you download the 3 files, you'll need now to import them or upload them on what we call Cloudinary. So Cloudinary is a very awesome platform for working with images and also video files. Okay, so it is cloudinary.com. I'll also leave a link to cloudinary.com at the description section below. And what you need to do is to create an account. So you'll need to sign up. You'll have a button on the side here, and then once you sign up, you'll definitely need to sign in. When you sign in, you'll be redirected to the dashboard. Okay, and at the dashboard, you'll be able to see the account details, the cloud name, your API key, your API secret, your API environment variable, and more right here. Now in this particular video, we won't be exploring Cloudinary in depth. We'll just upload the files here, and then we will use them on our Node.js, and that will be it. But there is more into Cloudinary than what we will do in this particular video. So when you scroll at the side here, you'll be able to see quick links to various documentations. You can work with React, Node.js, and all these other languages here. Now let's click React here and see an example. So this will give you a documentation of how you can use React with Cloudinary, and you'll have an explanation of how you can set up React. We have an example of using Cloudinary. You can see how you can transform images, and then right here we have how you can upload images and videos, transform them, and more. So if I come to React image and video upload, you can see we have a widget where you can drag and drop images on your React apps and more. So this is worth checking out if you want to work really well with images and videos in your React application or even other languages. If you want to serve this from a backend, we have backend SDKs here. We have Node.js here. So you can check out this documentation and learn more about cloudinary, and maybe in future I can come up with a complete tutorial on how to use cloudinary in React and also how to use it in Node.js. But for now, I just want us to like upload our 3 images on cloudinary, and then we get links to those images so that we can use them in our fake array of products. So at media library, this is where you'll have all your media. You can like create a new folder using this button. So right here you can say online shop, and then you save, and then you can open that particular folder, and you can drag and drop the 3 images right here. Okay, so I won't do it because I already have a folder with those images. So I'll just come back to media library, and my online shop here already have the 3 images. Now once you upload, what you need to do is to copy the link. So I'll copy the URL for iPhone 12 here. So I'll copy that link, and then from our array of fake products, iPhone 12 here, I'll paste that link right there. Okay, and then I'll come back, copy for Galaxy S, paste it here, and then I'll come here, copy for iPhone 12 Pro, and paste it at our iPhone 12 Pro. So this is just a simple dummy product. Will have access to this URL from our front end now and be able to load these images. But remember, this is just a dummy backend right here for us to be able to use asynchronous actions in Redux toolkit. So when creating a complete backend using Cloudinary, you'll need to check out this documentation so that you can create awesome APIs for your images and also videos. Now with this, we'll be able to access our API from the front end, and we'll be able to continue from there. So in the next episode, we'll see how we can set up Redux toolkit in our application. Hey, what's up everyone? So in this episode, we are going to start taking a look at Redux toolkit, and this course is all about Redux toolkit. I'm here to help you understand how you can use Redux toolkit to create a complete application and be able to handle the state using Redux toolkit. And from the definition here, we can see Redux Toolkit is the official, opinionated, batteries included toolset for efficient Redux development, and it is now considered as the standard way of creating Redux applications. So in the last episode, we were able to complete our simple backend API, and right here now I want us to set up the Redux store, and then in the next episode we will be able to use async bank to fetch data from our backend API. So let's just dive into Redux Toolkit, and I'll take you through a step-by-step guide on how we can be able to use Redux Toolkit in our applications. So I'll just click Get Started. And what I want to show you from here is that you can install Redux Toolkit together with Create React App. And that is because we have a template that you can install together with a React application. And this is the command that you need to run. npx create React App, my app, this is the name of the application, and then you include a double hyphen template and then Redux. And this will install a React app pre-configured with Redux toolkit, and you won't have to go through the pain of configuring each step of Redux toolkit. But in this video, I want to show you how we can set up Redux toolkit from the scratch, so that even if you use this method to create a React app together with a Redux toolkit app, then you'll be able to understand everything that is going on behind the hood. So I'll just come at quick start here, and this is how we are going to do this. We will install Redux toolkit like this: npm install at redux.js stroke toolkit, and we will also install React Redux. And React Redux will help us to bind React library and Redux library together, or rather it will help our React app to take note of the Redux store. So just copy this command right here, and then you can come to your code and open a terminal. Make sure you are inside the front end and paste it here. And also I want you to add Axios, so include a space and add Axios right here. So we will use Axios to perform HTTP request in our next episode, but I want you to install all of them right now so that I don't forget to tell you to install Axios when we get to the next episode. Okay, so now hit enter and install these three libraries: Redux.js Toolkit, React Redux, and Axios. I have already done so. If I open package.json file, you can see I have Axios, I have React Redux, and I have Redux Toolkit. Now let me show you how you can set up a store using Redux Toolkit. So I'll open index.js file, and we can be able to import something from Redux Toolkit called configure store. So right here I'll say import, I will destructure configure store, and this will come from at redux.js stroke toolkit. And then we can be able to import a provider component from React Redux. So right here I'll import the provider component, and this will come from React Redux. Let me just close this terminal, but make sure you install those libraries. And now we can use this configure store to configure a Redux store. So right here we will say const store is equal to configure store. We invoke this, and right here we can pass an object, and right here we can be able to combine different reducers. So right here we can pass a reducer and an empty object. So let me terminate the string here. There we go. Now this will expect us to combine different reducers for our store here. But let's first make our app here aware of the store, and we can do that using the provider component from React Redux. So right here we can say provider, and I wrap our app with the provider, and then I pass the store here as a prop. So I'll say store is equals to store. And if you have never used Redux before, the store here will act as a central place for our application state, and we can be able to access that state from any other component. So let's create a very simple reducer that we can be able to pass right here to begin with. Now, in Redux Toolkit, we will be working with files we call slices, and a slice is let's say a piece of logic containing action and reducers to handle state of a particular feature in our application. So we will have a single file for a particular feature, and we will have all the action creators and reducers in that particular file. So we won't have separate files for reducers, separate file for actions, all types. Okay, so in Redux toolkit we'll be working with single files for all the reducers and actions and types for a particular feature. So what we will do, we'll come at SRC and we will create a new folder called features. And this is a new folder structure that you can adapt when using Redux toolkit. And then right here in features, I'll add a new file and I'll call it productsrise.js. And now from productsrise, we can be able to import create_rise from Redux toolkit. So right here, I'll say import id structure create_rise, and this will come from Redux toolkit. And now right here, we can create our first slice, and I'll say const product slice will be equal to create slice, and we invoke this as a function, and in here we can pass objects. And as I told you before, a slice is logic containing reducers and actions, so we won't have different files for actions and reducers. So what we will have here is a name for our slice here, and we'll set the name here to be products. And then the next thing that we will have is initial state. So we can create an initial state right here. I'll say const initial state will be equal to, I'll set it to be an object, and in our state for our products we can have items, which will be an empty array, and also we will have status, and later on you'll see what we will use status for. Now we have the initial state as items, empty array, status, null. And now right here we will have initial state, and the next thing that we can have in our create slice is the reducers. So right here it's reducers, but right now we won't have any reducers in here, so I'll pass an empty object. And now we can export a reducer from this product slice like this. We can say export default. I say product slice and I tap dot reducer. So this is how we export a reducer from a slice, because product slice here will contain reducer and it will also contain actions, and later on you'll see how that will come along. But right now I don't want to bug you with too many details. I just want us to have a reducer here which will have an initial state of items and status. Now let's receive this reducer in our index.js file and add it right here. So I'll import it right here. I'll say import, let's say products. I'll select products right here so that it gives us this path, but I'll change the name here to reducer, since the default export for our products slice is our reducer. So now we are getting our products reducer from our product slice file, and we can be able to say right here, let products be our products reducer, and now I can save that file. Now let me give you a quick overview. Right here we are importing configure store from Redux toolkit, and then we are creating a store just like this. We are calling configure store, and in here we are passing an object with our reducers, and right here we can be able to combine different reducers. So configure store here allows us to do two things. One, it will combine our different reducers. The second thing, it will automatically configure our Redux DevTools, which is a browser extension, and we'll use that extension to check out what we have in our state. And then in Redux Toolkit, we will be working with what we call slices. And a single slice will contain logic of a feature, and that logic will have both reducers and it will also have actions. So we won't have separate files for reducers and actions. We'll be working with the one file for reducers and actions. And this is how we create a slice. We just import create slice from Redux Toolkit, and then we call it like this. And then we pass in an object and we include different properties. We need a name, we need initial state, we need reducers, and this is how we can export the reducer from our product slice. Later on, we will see how we can export actions from a particular slice. So now let me come to the browser here at our application, and I want us to test this application using the Redux DevTools. And as I told you before, when we create a store using Redux Toolkit, it will automatically configure our Redux DevTools. When I click on state here, you will see that we already now have some default state for our products, and in our products what we have is items, which is an empty array, and status, which is null, and that is what we just included in our products right here as the initial state. So this is how we simply create a Redux store in Redux Toolkit, and in the next episode we will see how we can fetch data using async bank in our product slice. So I'll see you in the next one. So in the last episode, we were able to set up our Redux store, and in this episode, I want us to try and fetch our data from our backend API using create async bank. And to do that, we need to have our backend running. So open your terminal and then cd into backend and run your backend using nodemon, and make sure it's saying server running on port 5000. And from now on, I'll be needing you to have your backend running so that we can be able to fetch data from that backend API and make use of it on our front end. So let's just get started with create async bank. I'll minimize this, and what you need to do is to import create async bank from Redux Toolkit. So right here, I'll simply import create async bank, and then right here we can create an action creator that will make use of create async bank. So right here, I'll say export const products fetch. So this is the name that I'm giving to this action creator, and we'll set this to be equal to create async bank. We call create async bank like this, and it will accept 3 parameters. The first parameter is an action type. The second one is payload creator, which will be simply a function, and the last one is usually the options. But in this case, we'll just use the first parameter and the second parameter. So the first parameter is an action type. How I like to create the action type is by using the name of our slice and the products fetch right here, which is our action creator. So the first thing is product, which is the name of our slice, stroke the name of our action creator, which is products fetch. Now this is the first parameter, which is an action type, and then the second parameter is a function that will create our payload. It's called a payload creator. So right here I can just have a function, and from this function we can be able to fetch the data using Axios. In the last episode I told you to install Axios, and we can be able to import it just like this. So I'll import Axios from Axios, and now right here I can be able to use axios.get, and right here I'm supposed to pass in the endpoint. So what I will do, I'll go to my app and I'll copy this particular link. I'll come back and paste it here, and I'll change 3000 to 5000 since our server is running on localhost 5000, and for us to hit the endpoint we need to add stroke products. And now this will be an async action. It will take some time to process, so we can await it. So I'll say await, and whenever we use await we need to wrap our function here with async. So right here I'll say async await. Whatever we'll get here is a response, and we can store that response in a constant. So I'll say const response will be equal to await access.get, and then we get our products. Now, as I told you, this is a payload creator, so we need to return something from this particular function, and what we will return is response.data. So I'll say response.data. Now, to safely load the data, what I like to do is to include a question mark right there. So this won't throw an error in case we don't have any property called data in our response. And this is all we need to do to fetch the data from our endpoint. So we have this type as the first parameter, and this async call as our second parameter. And this will now generate three other action types automatically. So we'll have products stroke products fetch stroke pending, we'll have stroke fulfilled, we'll have stroke rejected, and we can be able to handle those actions and update our state at our reducers. So in create slice right here, we had added the name of the slice, we had added initial state, which is this, and we had added reducers. Now to handle the action types, which will be generated right here, we will need to add another property right here called extra reducers. So I'll add extra reducers right here. I use a full colon and an object. Now the difference between reducers here and extra reducers here is that these reducers will generate action creator and handle the state for those action creators in here. But this one will not generate action creators. It will only handle the action types. So use extra reducers whenever you have an action creator already defined outside our create slice. So we have our action creator right here, so we don't need to create another one, and therefore we will handle the types in here. And if you want to generate an action creator plus handle the state for that action creator, that is when you will use reducers, and we'll see that one later on when we get to handling the state for our cart. But for now we are interested to handle the types for our products fetch. So how you can handle the types or how you can access them is using a square bracket and then the name of our action creator right there, and we say dot pending. So this will be automatically be generated for us, and we can access it like this. And then right here we'll use a full colon, and we will have a function here which have access to the state, and that state is this one, and it will also have access to action. And we can do something like this, and we can update the state right here. So if we have pending, what we would like to do is to update the status. And Redux toolkit is awesome because right here we can update the state like this. We can say state dot status, and we set this to be pending. Now look, this is like mutating the state, and in our old Redux way of doing things, we are not supposed to do this. We are like supposed to spread the state and then update the status property. But now in Redux toolkit we can do this. It's like we are mutating the state, but in real sense we are not mutating the state because Redux toolkit is using a library called IMA. So you can check this one out. It's using a library called IMA to update the state in an immutable way. So take note of that. And then we'll have two more, fulfilled and rejected. So right here I will duplicate this 2 more time, and I'll use a comma here, and I'll use a comma here. So right here we can have fulfilled, and we can be able to update our status to success whenever we have fulfilled. So I can say success, and now whatever was returned right here when it's successful is an array of our products from the backend, and we can be able to update the items, the state of our items, using those products. And I told you this is a payload creator, therefore we'll have the data in our payload and we can access it like this. We can say state dot items will be equal to action dot payload, and that will be it. Now let me remove this comment. I think it's just making my code messy, but just make a note of that. Okay, now right here we'll have rejected, so I'll say rejected. So if our process right here fails, a rejected will be automatically be created for us, and we can handle it right here. So we can say if it's rejected, then the status here will be rejected, rejected, just like that. And this is how we actually fetch data using create async dunk. Now let's go to index.js because we need to dispatch this particular action creator. So right here we can be able to say something like store.dispatch, and then we call that particular action creator, which is products fetch. So I'll click this and it will be auto imported right there, but I also need to call it like this. Now this will dispatch our action creator, and create async dunk will do its thing to fetch the data, return the data in our action as payload, and we'll be able to handle it right here. Now let's see what we have in our Redux DevTools. So I'll go to the application. I'll just refresh just to make sure that our app is running and have been refreshed, and then I'll click on Redux DevTools. And now from Redux DevTools, you can see we have the status here changing from pending to success, which is nice. So when we have pending, you can display a loader or a spinner, and once you are done, you can display maybe a success, or you can just map through the data and show them on the screen. So right here we have our items, array of items, which is coming from our backend. And when we click on the first option here, you can see initially the status changed from null to pending, and then from here it changed from pending to success. So we are successfully fetching the data using create async dunk, which is awesome. Now when I come to action here, you can see this is what was generated for us: products stroke products fetch stroke fulfilled. And when we come to this, we can see products stroke products fetch stroke pending. Now let's see if we can get a rejected. What I will do, I'll simply try to access an invalid endpoint. So I'll add an S, save that file, and then I'll come back here and we will refresh this. And now let me click Redux DevTools, and now look, instead of success we have rejected, and in our state our items are empty, so we are not getting anything, but the status is rejected because an error occurred when trying to fetch the data. So this is so cool. So we see we are getting pending, fulfilled, and rejected. I'll remove that and save. Now I want to show you another thing. What if you want to like pass an ID right here to fetch a specific product? Maybe you want to fetch the product using an ID. So right here we can accept several parameters, and for this let me just come back right here and go to the documentation of create async dunk. So if you want this documentation, I'll leave a link at the description section below. Now when I scroll right here, you can see this is the explanation of how you can use it, but I'm interested with parameters. So you can see we have the first parameter is type, we have pending, fulfilled, and rejected, which will be generated to the additional Redux action. And then we have the second parameter is payload creator, and this payload creator will accept the first parameter as an argument, which you can use to like fetch a specific product. So you can pass an ID, and if you want to pass more, you need to pass them in an object, because this accepts a single value. So what I mean right here, you can be able to pass an ID, and I can default this to null since we don't have an ID, and you can now be able to use that ID to fetch a specific product right here. Okay, and this is usually a single value for the argument. So if you have more argument, maybe you want to post something to the backend, let's say a to-do which have a name and an ID and more, you'll need to pass it as an object. So you'll need to do something like this. Whenever you are dispatching that particular action creator, you'll pass the properties as an object. And then what I'm interested in is the second parameter. So this is the first parameter, and the second parameter is thank API. And this thank API have access to dispatch in case you want to dispatch something from our function here, and it have access to get state in case you want to use the state from the store, and it have extras, it have request ID, it have signal, and it have rejected with value. Now this is what I want to show you, rejected with value. And this rejected with value, you can use it to customize your error at our call. So what I'll do, I'll come right here and click on handling thank errors, and when I click on that, you will see that you can accept the user data as the first parameter, and then we have rejected with values being destructured from our thank API. So instead of having thank API, we can destructure rejected with value right here. So I'll highlight this and paste it like that, and we can be able to customize this particular call here. We can wrap it with a try, and I'll highlight this, move it right there, and now right here we can have catch, and we have access to the error object, and right here we can be able to use this rejected with value to return some payload data when an error occurs. So let me show you. We can return like this. I will just copy that actually. So in case we have an error here, we can be able to customize our error using rejected with value, and we can pass an error message, maybe an error that is coming from our backend API like this, error.response.data, and we can be able to access that error in our action payload. So right here you can say maybe let state dot let me just access the items. This is an example, or rather we can just add a property for the error. Let me add the error like that and set it to, let me set it to null to start with, and then right here we can have state.error, and we can update it using action.payload. Now let me just explain this. If we have an error, you can be able to customize it like this, and you can pass your own response right here, and you can be able to add it to state or do something with it. Okay, let's include an error here. We access an endpoint that does not exist. I save that, I come back right here, and error is not defined, so this is supposed to be error.response.data. I save that, I come back, I refresh this, and now when we try to check our Redux DevTools, you'll see that at our products we have rejected, and now we can be able to update our error using the payload. And this error is returning like a HTML code because we didn't properly handle the error from our backend. So right here you can pass a message just as an illustration. An error occurred, I save that, and let me refresh. Now you can see whatever we are getting at our error here is an error occurred. So the reason I'm showing you this is in case you want to customize the error which you are getting, and you want to add it to the payload and maybe do something with it, maybe update the state or anything. So in my case, I won't need to be doing this, so I'll just remove everything that we have added recently. And I also wanted to show you how you can pass like data right here and use it to fetch your data, or maybe to create a resource at our backend. So this is the simplified version of our code, and I just wanted to show you that extra step. Now this is it. That is all about the create async dunk. Maybe there is more from the documentation and you can always check it out, but I think that is good enough. And I want to show you something cool. Okay, if I come to Redux toolkit right here, now this is like the home page. I click on get started. You'll notice that to get the documentation of create async dunk is a bit tricky from here. Okay, so that means that async dunk is somehow being placed behind the hood, and the recent way of fetching data in Redux toolkit is RTK Query. Okay, so this is now like a new way for fetching data in Redux toolkit. And now when I click on RTK Query or Redux toolkit query and scroll right here, you'll see that we have create async dunk right here. RTK Query is built on top of Redux Toolkit core, and it leverages the APIs like create slice and create async dunk. So RTK Query is built on top of create slice and on top of create async dunk. And when you click on create async dunk right here is when you get to that particular documentation. And therefore, what I'll do is that in the next video, I'll have to show you how to use RTK query to fetch data from an API, because now this is now like the new way of doing it, and I think it's necessary that I include it in this particular course. I know most of you wanted to know about the create async dunk. You can still use it, but you should gradually now transition to RTK query if you are using Redux toolkit. And you can see it have some caching solutions and some cool other stuff that we'll be able to see in the next episode. So in the next episode, I'll show you how you can use RTK query to fetch data in our Redux application. So that is it for this video. I know it was a bit long, but thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. So in the last episode, we were able to fetch data from our backend API using create async dunk. And in this episode, I want us to do the same using RTK query. And RTK query is now considered as an advanced way of fetching data from an API in Redux toolkit. So to get started, you need to have your backend running, and then inside our features folder, we'll add a new file called productsapi.js. So right here I'll say productsapi.js. And what we'll do in this file, we'll simply register an API service to fetch data from our backend API. So at the top here, we'll import two things, that is create API and fetch base query from Redux toolkit query. So right here, I'll say import, I'll destructure create API, and also I'll destructure fetch base query, and this will be coming from at Redux toolkit stroke query and then stroke react. And now we can be able to use this create API to create an API service. So right here, I'll export const products API, and I'll set this to be equal to create API. I invoke this, and right here I'll pass an object, and in here we'll have three things. The first one will be reducer path, and I'll set the reducer path to be products API. Right here we are like simply giving our API service a name. And then the second thing, we will set up our base URL. So right here we'll have base query, and how we set up our base URL, we will use fetch base query. So right here I'll say fetch base query, and then I invoke this, I pass an object, and we'll set the base URL to be whatever we have here. So our base URL will be http localhost 5000. So this is the base URL. I will copy this, and this is supposed to be only be products without double S, only one S. So if you'll be using create async bank, please make sure you have the correct endpoint right there. Now I'll come to this other file, and I'll include the quotes and pass http localhost 5000 as our base URL. And then the third thing we'll have right here is endpoints, and we can be able to set different endpoints of which will have access to our base URL. So right here I'll use a function which is an arrow function, and right here we'll have access to an object called builder, and right here we can register an endpoint. I'll call this one get all products, and then we'll make use of our builder to access the query method. So I'll say builder.query, and I'll invoke this, and now in here I can say query. I use a full colon, I pass in an arrow function, and right here I'll pass the endpoint. So our endpoint will be products, just like that. Okay, now what will happen is that these products will be magically be added to our base URL. So at the end of the day, we'll be making a request to http localhost 5000 stroke products. Okay, and then these get all products will be used to create a custom hook automatically, and we can be able to export that hook like this. I can say export const. So right here we'll be able to destructure our hook from products API. So right here I can have products API, and now right here if I try to say use, you'll see we have a cool suggestion. You will see we have use get all products query. So if I click this, you'll see this custom hook was automatically created from get all products, and what was added is use and query at the end. And we can be able to use this custom hook to now call our API service from our components, which is really cool. Okay, and another thing that we will need to do now is to include our product API reducer in our store. So what I will do, I'll go into index.js file, and from this file we will import our products API. So right here I'll say import, I will destructure products API right here from features products API. And now I can use this product API to access the name of our API service. I'll access this reducer path, and also I'll be able to access the reducer itself. So right here we'll add our products API reducer, and we'll do it like this. We'll use square brackets to access the reducer path. So I'll say products API, and then I'll say dot reducer path, and this will get the name of our reducer path right here. It will simply get our products API. So that is what we'll have there, and we will set this to be products API, and then we say dot reducer. And then one more thing that we can do is to configure a custom middleware. And how you can configure custom middleware is that inside this object we have this reducer as our first property, and we can have another property right here called middleware. So I'll say middleware, and I'll set this to be an arrow function which will have access to get default middleware, and then this can be an arrow function, and we can make use of this get default middleware to add our products API, a custom middleware. So this is how you can do it. We'll say get default middleware, we call this, and I'll call a method right here dot concat, and then I'll pass in our products API dot middleware, just like that. So we are supposed to remove this. I don't know why this was added, so if yours was added, please make sure you get rid of that. And let me just give you a very quick overview of what we have done so far. We are creating a new API service which will help us to fetch data from our backend API. And to do that, we are importing two things from Redux toolkit query, and that is create API and fetch a base query. Now we use create API to create our products API, and this create API is accepting the properties. We have the reducer path, and now you can see we are accessing this reducer path and using it to add our reducer at our store right here. And then we have a base query, and at base query is where we are adding a base URL. Now with the help of fetch base query, we are being able to add a base URL, and then right here we can register endpoints, and our first endpoint right here is get all products. So you can have multiple right here if they are accessing the same base URL. So maybe you can have get product by ID and so on, but right here we are getting all the products, and we have access to builder.query, and then right here we are making a query to products, and magically these products will be added to our base URL. So we'll be basically making a query to http localhost 5000 stroke products. Okay, and now this get all products will automatically be used to generate a custom hook. Use get all products query, and we can export it like this, and we'll now be able to make use of this hook to call our API service right here. Okay, and now in our index.js we are adding our products API reducer to the state, and we are also adding a custom middleware from products API.middleware, and this will add more functionality to our API service, such as caching, and we have more. So I'll leave a link at the description section below to the documentation so that you can read more. Now the next step that remains is to call our hook and be able to fetch the data from our products API service. So how we can call the hook is to come to home right here, which is our component, and just at the top of the return we can be able to say use get all products query. I'll just call like that, and it will be auto imported, and then right here I can invoke it, and whatever we'll get from this particular call is our data. So right here you can say const, and we'll be able to destructure our data from this particular call. Now the cool thing is that we not only get the data, but we'll also have access to error and is loading, and we can now be able to use those to either display an error if in case there is an error, or display a spinner in case we are still fetching the data. Okay, so right here we will also have access to the error, and we'll also have access to is loading, which is really nice. And with this we now don't need to do something like this. We don't need to manually determine the state of our status. This will now happen automatically when using RTK query. So we need to test this one out. I'll just go to my application here, and I will refresh just to make sure that everything is refreshed. We are getting an error. When using a middleware builder function, an array of middleware must be returned. So I'll come back to index.js file, and actually we are not returning anything. So we need to add a return keyword right here. So we need to include return, and if you don't want to include the return keyword, you can make this one shorter like this. You can remove the brackets, remove the return keyword, and return everything directly just like this. So this should still work where we are directly returning our middleware without those brackets. So let me now come back and refresh. Now I'll go to our Redux DevTools, and now you can see at our div we have our products API, we have the queries, and our query here is get all products. And when I expand this, you can see the status here is changed from pending to fulfilled. We have the data, and also we have a timestamp. So this is really cool because we are now being able to like get our data. And if I come to state, you can see we have our products API right here, and this is the name we added at our reducer path. So if I expand this, we have the queries, and for the queries we have get all products, and you can see right here we have undefined because we are not passing any arguments to our call or our use state, so this is undefined. And now we have the status, we have the endpoint, so this is actually working, and we have the data right here. So if I come to actions, this is the action type right here, and this is cool. We are actually getting our data from our backend API. So if you want to get a single product, you can do something like this. At our home, you can be able to pass an argument right here, maybe an ID, and you'll be able to receive that argument in our products API right here. So you'll be able to receive the ID, and then right here you can be able to use template literals to like merge products stroke ID right there, and then this will be automatically be added to our base URL, and then you'll be able to get a single product. So you can be able to do that, but in this case we want to get all our products, so we can ignore that. So this is how you can fetch data using RTK query, and I think it's a bit simplified. When you get used to this syntax, it is actually really cool, and you'll be able to have custom hooks which you can call them directly like this. And now you'll have your data in here. You'll have the error in case of an error, and you'll have is loading to display a spinner. And now in the next episode, we will map through this data and list our products on our UI. So I hope this video was helpful, and if you are not yet subscribed to the channel, please support me, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. So in the last two episodes, we were able to fetch our data using RTK query and also create a sync dunk. And in this episode, I want us to map through our data and display the data on the UI. Now, in case you decide to use the create async bank to fetch your data from the API, you can get your data from the state just like this. You can import use selector hook from React Redux, and you can use this use selector hook to get your data from the state. So right here, you can call use selector and you invoke it like this. You will have access to the state, and you can return state dot products, and then you can destructure your data or items from state dot products. So right here we can say const I destructure items, and also I destructure status from our state dot products. So in case you decide to use create async dunk, this is how you can get your items from the state, and also you can get the status and check whether the status is pending, fulfilled, or rejected. But in this case, I'll just stick to the RTK query way of fetching the data, and therefore I'll just remove this. I just showed you this for those who like to use create async bank and get their products from the state. Now right here we already have our data, and what I will do, I'll remove this h2 and I will add a div with a class name of home hyphen container, and then from in here, first of all, I'll make use of is loading and error to check whether the data is still loading or whether we have an error. So right here, I will include curly brackets, and I can be able to say is loading. So this will be either true or false. And if the data is loading, then you would like to display a spinner, but in this case, I'll just display a message and I'll say loading. Okay. So I'll say loading. I just want to keep this one simple. Else the data is not loading. So if the data is not loading, we can check for an error. We can say, is there an error? If there is an error, then I'll display a message, an error card, and you can be able to use the error from this particular API. So what you can do is to just include curly brackets, and then you can say error.data. But in this case, we didn't have proper error handling at our backend API, and therefore I want to depend on this. I'll just display a message, an error card, and let me bring this on a new line. If we don't have an error, then we can try and display our data. So right here, I will include a React fragment like this, and from in here we can be able to map through our data. First of all, I'll save this file, and Prettier will auto format the code for me. And in our React fragment right here, I will include a heading first, and we'll simply say new arrivals, just like that. And then after the heading, I'll include a div with a class name of products, and from in here we can map through our data. I'll include curly brackets and I'll say data dot map, and to safely like load the map method, I usually like to include a question mark here, so that in case we don't have the data, then this would throw an error. Okay, so I'll do like this, and I'll call our map method. We will get a product at a time, and we will be able to display this product on the UI. So right here I'll include a div with a class name of product. I'll say dot product. I hit enter, and this should be product, not products. And we should have a key for this div. So I'll say let key be equal to product.id, and then right here we'll display the heading for our product. Let me say h3, and we will have product.name. After the heading, we will be able to display an image. So right here, let me have img, and the source here will be our link from Cloudinary. So I'll say slc will be product.image, and the alt text right here, so I'll say alt will be product.name, and for the img we don't need to have this closing tag, so I'll remove this and self-close this one. Let's display a div here with a class name of details. I'll say details, and from the details I'll display a span right here, span, and right here we can display a brief product description, which we had at product.desk, and then I'll display another span with a class name of price. So right here I'll say I'll say span dot price, and right here I'll include a money sign and load our price from product dot price. And after our div here, we will have a button to add our product to cart. So right here I'll have a button and I'll say add to cart, just like that. So let me save this. So what we are doing, we are simply mapping through our data. We'll get each product at a time and we'll be able to display the product on our UI. So we'll have a div with the class name of product. We will display the name of the product. We'll display the image. We'll display some details about the product, the description and the price, and then we'll display a button. And you can include this in a separate component, but I just want to keep this simple, and therefore I'll do it like this. Okay, so this is cool. When the data is loading, we'll display a message. When we have an error, we'll say an error occurred, and then if we don't have is loading or an error, we will try and map through our data like this. So let's see what we have on our UI. And now look, we have our product being displayed on the UI. We have the heading, which is new arrival. We have the first product, and actually we can't load the name for each product, so something must be wrong. This is supposed to be product.name. So I save that and let's refresh. And when I refresh, you saw that the loading was being displayed, and then we are able to see our products. So we have the heading, the product there, the details, and add to cart. So this is cool, and this is all we will do in this episode. So in the next episode, we will design our products UI using CSS, and then after that we will try and implement this functionality of adding a product to our cart. So that's it for this video, and I'll see you in the next one. So in the last episode, we were able to map through our products and we displayed them on the UI. Now in this episode, we'll be making use of CSS to style our products. So the first thing that I'll do, I'll remove this products API that was auto imported here. We don't need it in this particular component, so I will remove that and save that file. And then I'll come to app.css. Earlier we added the styling for our navbar and also the not found component, and now let's add the styling for our home component. And what we can do, I can be able to split the screen using this icon like this, and then I can come to home right here and minimize that, and therefore with this display I'll be able to see the class names and select them on our CSS here. So right here I'll select our home container class. I'll say .home hyphen container, just like that, and I'll add a padding top and bottom of 2 rem and left and right of 4 rem. And then right here we can select the heading, which is new arrivals, and we can do it like this. I can say .home hyphen container and then h2, and I'll set the font size for these to be 40px, and I'll also set a font weight for these to be 400, and then I'll set the text alignment to center, so we want to center that heading. Okay, with this I think the heading should be at the center, and there we go. Now let's style our products right here and display them side by side. So what I will do, I'll select this products class right there. So right here I'll say dot products, and we will simply add a display of flex, and we will also add justify content of space between, and also I'll say flex wrap, to be wrapped so that they can move to the next line in case the space is small. And I'll set some margin top, so margin hyphen top of about 2 rem, so that we can have some spacing between our heading here and the products, which is nice. So I will save that, and then when I come right here, now you can see our products are side by side. And now we can style individual product. So right here I'll select a product and we'll add the stylings here. So this product is this particular class name, which is our product. So with this we can give it a width of about 250px, and then we can give it a max width for responsiveness of 100%, and then I'll give it a height of 400px. And with this, let's see what we have. So not much have changed, and we need to style the images themselves so that they are not too big. So right here I'll select the image itself using .product and then img, and we'll simply add a width right here of 80%, and then I'll add margin top so that we have some spacing between the image and the name of the product. So I'll say 1 rem, and then I'll add margin left and right. So I'll say margin left of auto and margin right of auto, and this will basically center our image inside our product card. So I'll save that, and there we go, much better. So they are nicely spaced, and yeah, I'm liking the progress. Let's go back to the product itself and add some more stylings. So what I'll do, I'll come back right here, and I want to equally distribute our different items inside our products. So what I want to do is to make this product a flex container, so that this will be an individual item, this will be an individual item, this will be an individual item, and this will be an item, and then we can distribute the space between them nicely. Okay, so in our product here, I will add a display of flex, and then I will add a flex direction of column, and then I will add justify content to be space between, and this way now we have equal spacing for our different flex items, and look at that, much way better. Okay, I will set some margin top and bottom. So I'll say margin top and bottom will be 1 rem, and I'll set left and right to be auto, and then I will add the padding to this of 1 rem, and then right here I will add a box shadow for our product so that it's more visible, and I'll say negative 5px, and then negative 5px, and then 10px, and the color will be RGBA, and I'll set this to be 255, 255, 255, and then I'll give it an opacity of 0.5, and then the second value for our box shadow will be 2px, 2px, and then this 5px, and the color will be RGBA, and I'll give this one to be 94, and then 104, and 121, and the opacity will be 0.3. So if I save this, this is darker than this one, and we'll have a nice drop shadow for our product. And we can also add a border radius so that we don't have sharp corners. So I'll add a border radius of 15px. I will save that, and when I come back right here, I will refresh. The box shadow is not added. I'll inspect this,
let's select product, and it's not being added right here. Why? Invalid property value. Oh yeah, I see it. We shouldn't have commas right here. We shouldn't have commas for this. So this is 2px, 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 5px, and the color. So I'll save that and hopefully it works. And there we go. So now we have a box shadow for our products. Now I want us to like select each of these. I'll select this one, I'll select this one, and the button, and we'll style each one of them separately. Okay, so let's do that real quick. Right here I'll select the h3, I'll say product and then h3, and I'll add the font size of 25px and font weight of 400. That is the heading. Let's select our details class right here. So how we can do that is to select the product, and then we select .details, and right here I will add a display of flex, and I'll say justify content to be space between, and also I'll align the items to the center, so that will create some spacing between them. Yeah, this is cool. So we have that description and we have the price. We can select the price and make it bold. So I'll say dot product and then dot details and then dot price. And for the price, we'll simply increase its font size to 20px, and we'll add a font weight of 700, so it will be bold. I will save that, and that will do it. Let's just continue and select the button. So I'll say dot product and then button, and then we can style a nice button for our product. So I'll give this a width of 100%. I'll give it a height of about 40px. I'll add a border radius to it so that we don't have sharp corners of 5px. Let's give it some margin top. So I'll give margin top of 2rem, and then we can change the font weight to 400. And finally right here, let's remove the border. So I'll say border none, and also I will remove the outline. So I'll say outline none, and we have an issue with border. The spelling is wrong. So border none, outline none, and I'll change the cursor to pointer, and then we need to give it a background color. Okay, so right here I'll give it a background color of hash 4B70E2, which is a bluish color. And when I save that, let's see what we have. So this is bold, and then we have a nice button. We can change the text color here to white, and also we can add some letter spacing. So right here I'll change the color to white, and I will set the letter spacing to about 1.15px. I will save that, and let's see. Good. Now I think we have a nice button for our product. So this is all I will do in this video. We are done with styling this page. I think it looks nice and it's good to continue with. Now in the next episode, I think this is what now you have been waiting for: adding a product to cart. And that is what we are going to cover in the next episode. So that is it for this video, and I will see you in the next one. So in the last episode, we were able to style our products using CSS, and in this episode, I want us to add functionality to our button here and be able to add a product to cart. So I think this is one of the episodes that most of you have been waiting for, and now it's finally here. So let's just dive right in. I'll open my Visual Studio Code right here, and what we will do, we'll add a new file in our features folder right here called cat slice. So I'll say cat slice.js, and we can import create slice from Redux toolkit. So right here I'll say import id structure create slice, and these will come from Redux toolkit. Now we can create our cat slice right here. I can say const cat slice will be equal to create slice. I invoke this, pass an object. The first property will give our slice a name, and we will simply call it cat. And then the second property will be initial state. So let's create an object here for our initial state. I'll say const initial state will be equal to an object. Right here we will have cat items, and initially this will be an empty array, and then we will have cat total quantity, and initially this will be 0. So this will be giving us the total number of products that we have in our cart. And then right here we'll have cart total amount, and we'll set this to 0 to begin with, and this will simply give us the subtotal, like the total price of our products. Okay, now the second property here is initial state, and then the third property is reducers. So I'll add reducers and I'll pass an object in here. Now, when we were working on our product slice, you saw that we had reducers and also we had extra reducers. And I told you we use extra reducers when we have action creator out here and we want to handle the state for that particular action creator in our reducers. So we do that in extra reducers. But we use reducers right here to generate an action creator plus handle the state for that particular action creator in our cart slice. So when we use reducers here, we don't have any action creator defined yet. We will be able to generate an action creator right here and handle the state for that particular action creator. So right here we can create a function. I can say add to cart, and I'll call this as a function. It will have access to the state and also it will have access to action. And then right here I can include curly brackets, and in here we'll be able to update the state for this add to cart, which will be automatically be made our action creator. So we are generating an action creator and handling the state at the same time, and that is the power of Redux toolkit, because I told you earlier that we won't be having separate files for actions and for reducers. So right here we'll be able to add an item to our cart items like this. We will be able to say state dot cart items, and then we can call an array method dot push, and we can pass in our product like this, and therefore we'll be simply adding a product to cart like this, which is actually really easy. But now our product will be coming from action dot payload. So right here, instead of passing the product, I'll say action dot payload. Now this is our product, which will be coming from our action creator. So now you might be asking yourself, how can we export this add to cart as an action creator? So at the bottom here we can say export const, and we will destructure add to cart from cart slice dot actions. So now this will be our action creator, and we'll be able to receive our product in our payload and access the product like this and push it to our cart items. So this is a simple implementation of adding a product to cart, but this will have some issues, but we will solve them later on. So I want you to like get the general idea, and then we'll progress further from there. Now let's export our cart size reducer, and how we can do that is to say export default cart size dot reducer, and we can add our reducer to our Redux store in our index.js. So right here we should add cart property, and we will add cart size like that, but I want to rename this to reducer because from our cart size the default export is our reducer. So I'll add reducer there, and right here I'll change this to reducer. So basically we are adding our cart size reducer to our Redux store so that we can be able to access that particular piece of state. Now we have our cart size right here, which is very basic. And the cool thing is that this add to cart will be automatically be made our action creator, and we can be able to dispatch it from our components. So let's go to the home component, and we want to dispatch that particular action creator and pass our product to our action.payload. So right here at the button, we'll simply add an onClick event, and I'll call a helper method. So I'll do it like this. I'll create an arrow function, and I'll return handle add to cart. I invoke this, and I'll pass our product in here. So this product is the one that we are receiving from our map method, and we can pass it like this. So we don't have handle add to cart, so we can create it at the top here. Just before our return statement, we can say const handle add to cart. I make it to be an arrow function. Right here we'll be able to receive our product, and we can do something in here, and basically we'll do a dispatch of our action creator, which is right here, add to cart. Okay, so how we can dispatch that particular action creator? We can make use of a hook from React Redux library called use dispatch. So at the top here I can import use dispatch, and this will come from React Redux library, and we need to initialize this use dispatch right here. So I can say const dispatch will be equal to use dispatch, and I invoke it like that, and now I can use this dispatch to dispatch our action creator in here. So in here I'll say dispatch, I will invoke this, and in here I'll pass in our action creator, which is add to cart, and it will be auto imported right there from our cart size, and we should call this add to cart and pass in our product. That makes sense, right? So we are simply dispatching our add to cart, we are passing in the product. That product will be added to our action.payload, and therefore this will be basically be our product. So this is the simplest implementation for adding a product to cart, although it's not complete, but we can test it out as I explain to you which issues we have. So I'll go to our app, I'll inspect the element here, and then I'll come right here and go to Redux so that we can access Redux DevTools from here. You can either click the icon here, or you can do it like this. So I think this is having a much bigger view, and it's much nicer. So I'll come to state, and from our state you can see we have cart, and now in our cart we have the initial state, cart items, which is an empty array, cart total quantity, which is 0, cart total amount, which is 0. And now let's try to see if this button is working. I'll click add to cart, and iPhone 12 is now added to our cart. So you can see we are pushing that iPhone 12 to cart items. So our simplest implementation is working. If I click iPhone 12 Pro, that is working. But now the issue that we have is that when I click iPhone 12 here again, it will be duplicated. Like the first one is iPhone 12, this one is also iPhone 12, and we don't want this behavior. What we want is, if we click on iPhone 12 again, we have a property that will increment its quantity. So we can have cut quantity, and when we click on iPhone 12 again, we increment that quantity by 1, so that we have 2 cut quantity for iPhone 12. So we need to come back here to our cut size, and what we will do, we will create a constant, and I'll call this one temp product, and then I'll set this to be equal to action.payload, and I'll spread the property for action.payload, and this is the product that we are receiving from our action creator when we click add to cart. But what I want to do is to add a new property to this called cart quantity, and initially I'll set this one to be 1. Okay, so the idea is to have a cart quantity which we can use to increment its count here by 1 whenever we already have a product in the cart. So right here, instead of passing action.payload, we will pass temp product, just like that. But still, this is not yet solving our issue. We need to figure out a way of knowing that we have a product in the cart, and therefore we increase the quantity. Else, if we don't have the product in the cart, then that is when we will run this code. Okay, so what we will do is that right here I will use an array method called findIndex on our cart items, and then we'll perform a check to check whether a product that we are trying to add to cart already exists in our cart items. So right here we will say state dot cart items, and then I'll call dot find index. I invoke this. We'll get an item at a time, and then we can be able to return something. So right here I'll say is item dot id equal to action dot payload dot id. I'll save that to auto format. Now what is happening here is that we are using find index, which is an array method, to check whether we already have the item that we are trying to add to cart in our cart items. So we will look through the cart items and compare item.id with action.payload.id. If this is true, then that means that we have an item in our cart, and whatever will be returned now is the position of that item. So right here we can store that position in a constant. I can say const item index will be equal to our code here. So I'll save that so that it auto formats, and now this is what we have. So if we already have the item in our cart, this item index will be 0 or a number greater than 0, else it will be -1. Okay, so if the item does not exist right here, then item index will be -1. So we can be able to use this item index to determine whether to push the product to cart or to increment the cart quantity. So right here I'll say if item index is greater or equal to 0, that means we already have that item in our cart items. What we will do, we will increment the cart quantity by 1. So we will access that item, and we'll access it like this. We will say state dot cart items, and then I use square brackets. I enter the index of that item, So we'll get that particular item. I access the cart quantity property and I increment it by 1. So I'll say plus is equals 1. So this will add 1 to our cart quantity. So this is for the case when we already have an item in our cart. Else, we will do this. We will simply push the item to our cart items and also add this property to our product. So I will save that file, and believe me not, this is all we need to actually add a product to cart in the right way. So I'll test this one out. I'll come back to the browser. I will refresh so that we begin this flash, and in our state we have the cart, and currently cart items is empty. So iPhone 12 add to cart, it's added to cart, but also when we check at it, it have now this cart quantity which is 1. So now we already have iPhone 12 in our cart. Now let's try to add it again. I add to cart, and look, this cart quantity is being incremented by 1 and we are not duplicating our iPhone 12. If I add it again, amazing. If we come to Galaxy S, now this is a new product, it does not exist in our cart, therefore it should be added as a new cart item. So I'll click add to cart, and awesome, now this is a new item, Galaxy S, the count is 1, I add, count is 2. And this is all we did. We used find index to determine whether we already have that particular item in the cart, and if this is greater or equal to 0, that means that we have the item in the cart, and therefore what we need to do is to increment cart quantity for that particular item. Else we don't have the item in the cart and we add it as a new item. So that is it for this video. We have successfully added our product to cart items, and in the next video we will take a look at how we can add some cool pop-ups for our actions, and we'll be using React Toastify for that, so that when we click add to cart we can get a nice pop-up telling us that we have added a product to cart. So thank you guys for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please support my channel by hitting that subscribe button and sharing with your friends, and I'll see you in the next one. So in the last episode we were able to add a product to our cart items, which is basically adding a product to cart. And in this episode I want us to do 3 things. The first one will be adding some toast messages, so that when we perform an action then we get a nice pop-up message. And then the second one will be adding local storage for persistency, so that when we refresh the page we don't lose our cart items. And the last one will be to redirect the user to our cart when we click this button. So let's start with adding React Toastify. So I'll come right here, and the first thing that you need to do is to install React Toastify. So open a new terminal and then cd into front end and run this command, npm I react-toastify, and that will install React Toastify in your front end application. And then after that, let me minimize this. You'll go to your app.js, and we will import a component from React Toastify called toast container. So right here you can import toast container, and this will come from React Toastify, just like that. And then we will add this toast container component just after our browser router right here. So right here I'll say toast container, and when we do this, this will allow us to use an object called toast from React Toastify to add some toast messages. So still at this file, we need to import React.js CSS file. So for persistency, this is why we have app.css. So I'll import that file right here. I'll say import React.js, and then I will say stroke dist stroke React.js. So this will enable us to have those nice stylings for our toast messages. So save that file app.js, and then now you can go to cart-slice.js, and I want us to add a toast message when we add a new product to cart, and also when we increase the quantity of a certain product. So right here we will import toast, and this will come from React.js, just like that. And now we can be able to use this toast to toast some message. So I'll come to our if statement here. So what we can do, we can say toast.info, and the first parameter for this will be a message. So we can say increased product quantity, and the second parameter is options. So we can change the position for our toast message. Right here I want to position it to at bottom left, so I can say position, I say full colon bottom left, and you can see there are other options. So I'll say bottom left, and that is all we need to do for adding a toast message for that. And I can copy this and I can paste it right here. Now .info will be a blue message, and for adding a new product I can make this to be a green message by saying toast.success, and then right here I can say added a new product to cart. And then bottom left I will save that file and make sure that React.js is installed before trying to test it out. So I'll go to my application. Let me refresh to make sure that everything is refreshed. And now let me try to add iPhone 12 to cart. So I'll say add to cart, and look, added a new product to cart. If I try to click iPhone 12 again, look, increase product quantity, and you can see these have some blue colors. Now this is so awesome, right? And I think we can also display the name of the product that we are trying to add to cart in our toast message. Let's try it out. I have not tried it yet, but I think it's possible. So I'll come back to our cart size, and what I will do is that for this string, instead of displaying this way, I think I can use backticks like these, and then maybe I can say iPhone 12 added to cart, right? So right here, how I can do it to dynamically display the name is to use the money sign and curly brackets here, and then I can say action.payload.name. So right here I can say action.payload.name, and hopefully this will display the name of our product. So let's try this one out. I'll come back here. Let me refresh just to make sure that now everything is refreshed. And let's try to add iPhone 12 to cart. Add, look, iPhone 12. Okay, we missed add, but iPhone 12 is there. iPhone 12 added to cart, which is much better customization. And if we add this one, Galaxy S added to cart, that is awesome. We can display the name of the product that we are trying to add to cart. So right here it will be iPhone 12 added to cart. Awesome. We can do the same for this one. So we can say increased, instead of product we give the name of that product. I'll change these to backticks to start with. So these will be backticks, and then right here we'll include cart quantity, and then right here we will add the name of that product dynamically. So I'll include a money sign, curly brackets, and now to access the product we need to do it like this. Okay, so right here we will say state dot cart items, and then we include the item index right there. So there we will get the product, but now we want to access the name property dot name. I will save that, and now this will be a much better implementation. Let's test that one out. So let me refresh. Now when I add iPhone 12 to cart, iPhone 12 added to cart. Nice. And you can be able to close like that. Let's add it again. Now it's already in our cart. Let's add it again. Increased iPhone 12 cart quantity. Awesome. So this is working and I am happy with it. Now the next thing that we will do is to implement the local storage so that when we refresh we don't lose our cart items right here. Okay, let me show you something. When you come right here at these arrows and click it, you can go to application, and at our application you will see storage, and at storage you will see local storage, and this is where you can check what you have at the local storage. So the first thing that you'll have is the domain name of the application that you are in, and then you'll see what is in your local storage. So we store items in our local storage in form of key and value pair, and this is how we can do it. So we'll go to our app, and just after updating the state, we can be able to add our cart items to the local storage like this. So I'll highlight this and make sure that I am at the end here after we have updated the state. So right here, to add an item to local storage, we have access to a global object called local storage, and then this global object have a method called set item, and these will accept two parameters. The first one is the key for our item. So I'll include the key as cart items. Okay, and then the second parameter will be our value. So what we want to include in our cart items is our array of cart items. So what I will do right here, I will use json.stringify so that I convert our JavaScript value into JSON string. So right here I'll say json.stringify. I invoke this, and then I'll pass in our cart item. So I'll say state dot cart items, and this will add our cart items to the local storage, and this will be the key. So let's test this one out. Okay, so I'll come back right here. So now let's see if we will have our cart items being added to our local storage. I will add iPhone 12, and there we go. Now our cart items is added at our local storage, and when I click on it, we can be able to see the values right here. And let's try to add it again. Now you can see we didn't duplicate the value here, but the quantity for our item changed to 2. So this is nice and this is working, but still we need to get these items from the local storage and include them in our application state. And how we can do that, it is at our initial state. So right here I will perform a check to check whether we have the items at the local storage, and we can get the items like this. We have access to the global object, which is local storage, and then we will have a method called get item, and right here we are supposed to pass in the key for our item. Right here it will be cart items, that is the key. So I want to perform a check, so I'll use a question mark here. If the items exist at the local storage, then we want to include them in our state. So right here we'll say JSON dot pass. So now we change the JSON string to JavaScript code, and then in here we will read the value of our items from the local storage. So basically we will do like this. So I'll say local storage dot get item, and then I include the key for our item, which is cat items. So this is for the case when we have these cat items in our local storage. So if we don't have it, we want to set our default state as an empty array. So right here I'll use full colon and I'll use an empty array like that. Let me save that. So what is happening here, we are simply checking whether we have cat items in our local storage. If we have it, then we add the cat items as our default state, else we add it as an empty array. So that is all we need to do. Let's test this one out. So when I come right here, we have the items in our local storage. When I come to Redux, we don't have them here. So now when I refresh, we should have them here. So I refresh, I go to state, I check our cart, and now look at our cart items. We have one product which is coming from our local storage, and the cart quantity is 2. So we are not now losing that piece of state when we refresh the page, which is a good user experience. Okay, now the last thing is to redirect the user to our cart when they click this button, right? So let's do that. That is actually super simple. We need to go to the home component, and we will import a hook from React router called use history. So right here I'll say import use history, and this will come from React router. Now let's initialize this use history right here. I'll say const history will be equal to use history, and I invoke that. Now we can be able to use this history right here. So when we add a product cart, we can be able to say history, and we have a method called push. I invoke it, and right here we can pass the route that we will push the user to, and I'll simply say stroke cart, and that is all we need to do to redirect the user to the cart. So let's test the application now with all the implementations that we have done. Okay, I refresh, and the thing is we are not losing the piece of state. Our local storage is okay. Let's add to cart. We should get 3 things. We should be able to increase the cart quantity, we should be able to get a message, and we should be redirected to our cart. So I'll add to cart, we are redirected to cart, we get a toast message, and hopefully we are also increasing the cart quantity, and it's now 3. So we have met the goal for this video, and now from now on we will be working on our cart right here. So that is it for this video. If you find it useful, please leave a thumbs up, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey, what's up everyone? So in the last episode we were able to add React Toastify in our application, and also we were able to implement local storage for persistency, and also we were able to redirect the user to our cart whenever they click that add to cart button. So in this episode I want us to start working on our cart, and I have the live version of the cart right here, and this is the layout plus the design that we'll be trying to achieve in this video and in the next video. So in this particular video, what we will do, we will just write the markup for this cart using JSX, and then in the next video is when we will actually get to style our cart using CSS. So let's just get started with the markup. So what I'll do, I'll just open my cart.jsx component, and we'll start working on our cart right here. So I'll just remove this, and right here we will have a div with a class of cart container. So I'll add cart container, And then inside this div, we will start by adding a h2. So right here I'll add a h2, and we'll simply say shopping cart, just like that. And then after this, we will do a conditional rendering for our cart. So we'll check whether our cart is empty. If it's empty, then we'll tell the user that the cart is currently empty. Else, we'll be able to display our cart items and everything else. So let me show you what I mean. So if I come to the live version and remove all our products here, we don't have any product and we display the cart is currently empty. But if we have a product, then we show that we have our items in the cart and we display the subtotals and everything else in the cart. So what we will do, we need to access the state for our cart items, and how we can do that is by using a React Redux hook called useSelector. So right here I will import useSelector, and this will come from React Redux. And then right here we can access the state for our cart. I'll say const cart will be equal to useSelector. We will have access to the state, and we can be able to return state dot cart. Now we have our cart state right here, and now right here we'll be able to perform a check. But before you perform a check, this should be return, and we should include this right here. And when I save, Pretty will auto format my code. So now right here we can be able to perform a check. So I'll include curly brackets and I'll say cart dot cart items dot length. So this dot length property here will tell us whether we have an item in the cart or not. So if this is equal to 0, then that means that we don't have any item in the cart, and therefore we'll display a p tag telling the user that your cart is currently empty. Else we'll be able to loop through our cart items and display them on the UI. So right here I will add a div with a class name of cart empty. So I'll say cart hyphen empty, and then inside this div we'll have a p tag and we'll say your cart is currently empty. And also we'll display an arrow right here that will redirect a user back to our home screen so that they can start shopping. So right here what I will do, I'll simply add another div with a class name of start hyphen shopping, and to take our users to the home route, we will use a component from React Router DOM called link. So let's import that component. So we will say import link, and this will come from React Router DOM, just like that. And now right here we can be able to use this link component to direct the user to the home screen. So right here you can say link, it will access a plop 2, and we'll set this to be equal to the home route, and then I can close it like this. And now in here we can be able to display an arrow and a message. So let me start with a span. Right here we will say start shopping, like that. But also I want to include an arrow icon. So let me get this arrow icon from Bootstrap icons. So I'll come back to the browser, open a new tab, and search for Bootstrap icon, Bootstrap icons. So I'll search for arrow right here, and I want an arrow pointing to the left, this one, arrow left. So you can choose any other, but I'll go with this one. So I'll select that, I copy the SVG and I'll paste it right here. So I'll save to auto format this with prettier, but since we have an error here, it won't auto format. So right here you need to include some JSX. I'll just include empty React fragments. So that will do it. Now we have auto formatted these, and the width here I'll manually change it to 20, the height to 20, and we need to include class name right here, since in React we don't have class, we have class name. And then fill rule should be in camel casing, so I remove that and make it to be in camel casing. So that SVG is fine. So this is for the case when we don't have any items in our cart. We display this message, your cart is currently empty, and a link. When we have something in the cart, then we'll be able to display our cart items. So right here we will work on our cart items. So let me just wrap our cart items with a div, and then in here the first thing that we'll have is our titles. So you can see we have product, price, quantity, and total. So first we will add these. So let's do that. So right here we can say dot titles, and the first one will be dot product title. Actually we'll make it to be a heading, so h3 dot product hyphen title, and we will say product. And then the second one will be h3 dot price, and we will say price. And then right here I'll say h3 dot quantity, and we will say quantity. And then right here finally we will have total, so I'll say h3 dot total, and I will say total. So we have the titles for our cart right there as the first div, and then the second div is when we'll actually get to map through our cart items and display them on the UI. So right here we'll say dot cart hyphen items, and now we can be able to map through our cart items. So I'll include curly brackets, and I'll say cart dot cart items, and then I'll include a question mark, and then I'll say dot map. So this is just to safely load our map method. So if we don't have cart items, then this map won't throw an error. So when we call our dot map method right here, we'll get a cart item at a time, and we will be able to display this cart item on the UI. So I'll do like this, and now right here I can be able to include a div with a class name of cart hyphen item. So simply we are returning this JSX content right here, okay, by including these brackets. Okay, so for this div we need to have a key. So right here we can set the key to be equal to cart item dot id. That is the key, and then now in here we can be able to display the contents of our cart item. So for our cart item we will have the product, and then we'll have the price, and then we'll have the quantity, and we'll have the total. So we can separate them in divs so that when we use CSS grid in the next episode, we'll be able to arrange them nicely like this. So let's start with the product. I'll include a div with a class name of cart hyphen product, and for our product we'll have an image. So I'll say img, hit enter. The s I'll say here will be I use curly brackets, will be cart item dot image. The alt will be cart item dot name. So cart item dot name. So that is our image, and then we'll have some description for our cart. Let's see what we have. So we will separate the image and our description here. So I'll wrap everything here with a div, and then we'll have the name, we'll have a description and a button to remove our product from cart. Let's do that. So I'll just include a div, and inside the div we'll have a h3. Right here we'll display the name of our product. So I'll say cart item dot name, and then after that we'll have a p tag, and we'll give the description for our product. So I'll say cart item dot desk, and then right here we will have a button, and we'll simply say remove. Now that is our cart product right there. Okay, now after that we want to display the price. So right here I'll add a div with a class name of cart product price. So I'll say cart hyphen product hyphen price. I hit enter. Right here we'll include a money sign, and then we will load our price by saying cart item dot price, like that. So that is done. We want to add now the cart quantity. So right here I'll say dot cart hyphen product hyphen quantity. The reason I'm including long class names is so that they won't contradict with the products that we have at our home. Okay, that's why I'm including a cart there, and then the rest of the class name. So right here we have cart product hyphen quantity, and for this one this will be a bit special because we want to have a minus button, the quantity there, and the plus button. Okay, so we'll have several elements for these. So I will add a button right here, and this will simply be a minus to decrease or remove a product from the cart. And then the next one, I will use a div with a class name of count, and then right here we will display cart item dot cart quantity. So that will give us the cart quantity for this specific product. And then right here we will have another button, and we will include a plus to increase the cart quantity. So yeah, I think this is it for our cart product quantity. Now let's go to the total. So right here I'll add a div with a class name of cart hyphen product hyphen total hyphen price, and then we will simply include a money sign and load the total price. So the total price for this particular product, it will be the cart quantity we multiply by the price. So right here the total price for this product will be cart item dot price, and then we multiply by the quantity. So I multiply there by cart item dot cart quantity, and that is it for the price. I will save that to auto format, and so far so good. And now we have listed our cart items like these. These are our cart items. So remember we started with the title here, then we gave our cart items, and now after our cart items we have more elements we need to add, because when I come here we have this button, clear cart, and also we have the subtotals right here. So we also need to add the markup for this. So after listing our cart items, you can select like this and you'll see where this ends at. We want to include the rest, and I'll simply say dot cart hyphen summary. So this will be a div with a class name of cart summary. And then right here we'll start by adding a button to clear our cart, and I'll give this button a class name of clear cart. So I'll say button dot clear hyphen cart. I hit enter and there we go, and I'll simply say clear space cart. After the button, I'll add a div with a class name of cart hyphen checkout. So I didn't have a better class name, but that will simply represent the entire of this section. So the first thing that we have in that section is the subtotal. So if I check the subtotal, is this one. We will wrap it with a div, and then we'll have the span for this one and a span for the price here. Okay, let's do that. So right here I'll add a div with a class name of subtotal, and then inside this div we will have a span that will have our subtotal, and then after that we'll have a price. So I'll add a span again, and I'll give this one a class name of amount so that we'll be able to select it and make it bold, and we'll load the amount right here. I include a money sign, and right here we can load the cart total amount. So I'll show you how we'll calculate the cart total amount. It's a bit tricky, it's not straightforward as this one, and yeah, we'll get to see that later on in this course. Okay, so we have that. Now the next thing that we have is let's see, we have this message, taxes and shipping calculated at checkout. So we will add a p tag, then we'll add a button, and we will include this link. Let's do that. So right here I will have a p tag, and we will say taxes and shipping calculated at checkout. You can also say free shipping if you want. It's up to the owner of the online shop. Okay, so taxes and shipping calculated at checkout, and then right here we'll have a button that will simply say checkout. We'll spell this button nicely using CSS later on, and then lastly we'll have something like this right here. So I'll just copy this one up to that point. I copied that, and after our checkout I will include it here. Okay, let me save to auto format. Now right here class name will be let's call it continue shopping so that it makes sense. Continue shopping, then we'll have a link that will take us to the home screen, and right here we'll say continue shopping. And believe me not, that is the markup, and I hope you have understand how we have come up with it. But let's see what we have on the UI and see if we are loading our cart items. So I'll come to our application now, and here we are. So we have the title, which is shopping cart. We have our titles here: product, price, quantity, total. We'll arrange these ones using CSS, and then we have the product itself, and then we have the name of the product, iPhone 12, description, we have a remove button, and a price. We have our cart quantity, decrease and increase here, and then yeah, this is fine. And then at the very bottom we have create cart, we have subtotal, we have our p tag, our checkout, and continue shopping. So if I can remove everything from the cart, and now the only way to remove everything from the cart is to clear the local storage. So I'll inspect this, and then I'll go to the local storage in our application here, and I'll clear the local storage. This is the only way right now for clearing our cart. If we come to cart, we still have them, but when we refresh, then our state will be empty for our cart items. So yeah, now you see we have your cart is currently empty, start shopping. So our markup is okay, and when we try to add iPhone 12, it's being added to our cart. Awesome. So now in the next episode we will style our cart using CSS, so don't miss that one out because it will be a fun one. We'll work with CSS grid, we'll work with flexbox and some other CSS properties to come up with this design. And that is it for this video. So if you like it, leave a thumbs up, and also subscribe if you haven't already. Please support my channel, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey, what's up everyone? So in the last episode we were able to write the JSX for our cart, and we were able to display our cart items on the UI. Now in this episode I want us to make our cart look beautiful using CSS. So I'll just dive right into my VS Code, and I'll open up .css because this is where we are including all our CSS for our simple online shop here. And then I'll minimize these, and I can split the editor right here so that I can be able to view the cart right here, and also my CSS. So you'll be able to see the different elements that we will be selecting using our CSS. So right here I'll just add a comment, and I'll say cart, and then I'll start by selecting the cart container right here. So I'll say .cart hyphen container, and all we will do for this is to add some padding. Top and bottom will be 2 rem, left and right will be 4 rem, and then let's select our h2 here. So we'll say .cart container h2, and we'll give this a font weight of 400. We'll increase its font size to 30 px, and we'll align it to the center using text align of center. I'll save that file, and we can preview that small change to make sure that it's working. So we have some padding now, and this is at the center. Now let's work on our titles here. So right here I'll select the titles, I'll say cart container, and then .titles. What I'll do here, I'll add some margin for the titles, and margin top will be 2 rem, margin right will be 0, margin bottom will be 1 rem, and then left will be 0. So that is the margin for the titles. And right here I want to select the h3 for the titles, so I'll say cart containers dot titles, and then I'll say h3. So this is not supposed to be a comma here. And for the h3 for our titles, I'll decrease the font size actually for this to 14px, and then we will change the font weight to 400, and we'll transform the text to uppercase. So I'll say text transform to uppercase, just like that. So the titles are right here. We'll get back to this later on when the cart is empty, but right now we are styling our titles and the h3s right there. Okay, so let's see what we have just to make sure it's working. And now we have transformed our titles, and now we need to arrange them nicely using CSS grid. But for that, we'll also do the same for our cart item. Okay, so what we will do, we will select the cart item and the titles. So right here I'll say dot cart hyphen item. I'll use a comma, and then I'll select the titles. I'll say dot cart container and then dot titles, and we'll add the stylings for both of them. So we want to make the cart titles here to be a grid container as well as our cart item right here. And our cart item will include the product, it will include the price, the quantity, and also the total price. So let's do that right now. So we'll make them to be grid containers using display of grid, and then we will align the items to the center, and we can place some grid template columns. So right here I'll say grid template columns. So the first column will be big because it holds our product. So for this one we will say 3 fr, meaning fraction, and then the second one will be 1 fr, the third one 1 fr, the fourth one 1 fr. So basically this will be a bigger column than the rest. Okay, so that is what that means. And then we can give some column gap of about 0.5 rem, so that if there's too much content, then there will be some spacing between our columns. So let's see if there is a change. And now look what we have. For this product, we have the image, and then we have the details right at the bottom right here. And this is the product, the price is this one, the quantity is this one, and the total is this one. So you can see we have like nicely arranged them using CSS grid. We make them a grid container, and then we use grid template columns. This is big, this is 1 fr, 1 fr, 1 fr. Let's start styling our cart item. Right here I'll select dot cart item, and I'll give it a border to the top. So I'll say border top of 1 px solid. So this will simply create a line, and then I give it a color RGB. I'll say 187, 187, and 187. So that is a gray color right there for the border. And then I'll add some padding top and bottom of 1 rem, so that if we have more than one product, then we'll have some nice spacing between our product or cart items. Okay, and then now right here I'll select the product title and give it some padding left. Okay, so let me show you. I'll select this and give it some padding left so that it's nicely positioned. So right here I'll say dot cart container, and then I'll say dot titles, and then I'll say dot product hyphen title. So this class name is this one right here. And for this I'll simply give it a padding hyphen left of about 0.5 rem. Okay, and then I'll select the total right here. So I'll say dot cart container dot titles, and then I'll say dot total. And for the total I'll add padding to the right of 0.5 rem, and I'll justify it to the right. So I'll say justify self, and I'll say right. So this will push it to the right. And since CSS is case sensitive, I should change this to small cap, the quantity there. Now I want to select the cart product right here and add some styling to it. So if we check at it right now, um, you can see we have the image here and we have the details right here. So I want them to be side by side, therefore I'll select it individually and style it. Now you can see we added a line here and we pushed this total to the left, and the product is now having some spacing right there, and this is actually starting to come along. Let's select the product and it will look much better. So right here I'll say dot cart item, and then I'll say dot cart hyphen product, and all we'll do, we'll add a display of flex. So you can see you can use a flex box inside CSS grid, okay, because right here you have display of grid and right here display of flex, so there is no issue with that. Now this will make them to be side by side, because a display of flex by default will make the flex direction to be in a row. So we have the image here and now the details of our product right here. So let's select each of these and style them individually. So I'll start with the image. So I'll say dot cart item and then dot cart product img, and we'll set its width to be about 100 px, and for responsiveness we'll say max hyphen width to be 100%, and then I'll say margin right to be 1 rem, so that we have some spacing between the image and our product details. Now let's select the h3 for our cart product. So I'll say the cart item here and then cart product, and I'll select h3. And for the h3, I'll simply change the font weight. So I'll set the font weight to be 400, and then I can select the button for removing the product from cart. So right here I'll say dot cart item, and then I'll say dot cart product, and I select the button. So for the button, we want it to be very simple. I'll remove the border, I will remove the outline, and then I'll set margin top for this of 0.7 rem, and right here I'll change the cursor to pointer, and then I'll change the background color. Actually what we'll do, we'll just remove the background and we'll change the color for this one to gray, just like that, and we can preview this. So we have styled the image, and then we have styled the h3, this one, and the button. So let's see what we have. Now look, this looks way much better. Okay, so we have the small image, we have the title, we have a brief description, and we have a button. So later on we'll add functionality to this button so that we can be able to remove the product from cart whenever we click it. So I'll select this button and add some hover effect, and then we'll move on to the product quantity right here, so that we can style the buttons, and then we'll move on to the rest. Okay, so, and I'll say dot cart item and dot cart product, we select the button, and I'll add hover effect using the hover pseudo selector, and all we will do is to change the color to black like that, So now when you hover over that button, it changes the color to black, and at least you'll see some change. Okay, now I'll select the cart product quantity. So right here I'll say dot cart hyphen product hyphen quantity, and for this one, where is it? We have it right here, cart product quantity. We have a button, we have the quantity itself, and we have another button. So right now they are in column. If I check at these, and we want them to be side by side, therefore I'll use flexbox. So right here I'll add a display of flex, and then I'll align the items to flex start, and I'll justify the content to center. I'll add a width of about 130px, and then I'll add a max width of 100% for responsiveness, and then I'll add a border around it. So I'll say border to be 0.5px solid, and I'll give this a color of 177, 177, and 177. So this is supposed to be a comma like that, and also we'll add a border radius to remove the sharp corners. So I'll add a border radius of 5px. Let's see what we have. So this is it for our quantity. Now let's select the button and add some styling to the button themselves. So right here I'll say dot cart product quantity. We select the button, and for the button we will remove the border. So I'll set border to none. We will remove the outline, and then we will remove the background, and then I'll add padding to this one of 0.7 rem and 1.5 rem, and I'll change the cursor to pointer, so that will tell us that we are hovering over a button. I'll save that, and now look nice. So our button now are nicely styled. Let's style these account right here. So we'll select it. I'll say dot cart hyphen product quantity, and then dot count, and all we will do for this is to add padding to it, and we'll add padding top and bottom of 0.7 rem, left and right of 0. I'll save that, and now this should be at the center. There we go. So look at our button. We have the count and some button to increase and decrease the count, and we'll add functionality to this one later on. Okay, for now we are just making them to look a bit much better. Let's style this price. So you can see we have title here, but the price is here, so at least we can push it to the end here and make it bold. So I'll come back right here, and we will select it. We will say dot cart hyphen product, this one, product total price hyphen total hyphen price, and for this I'll justify self to the right, and I'll add some padding right of 0.5 rem, and I'll change the font weight to 700, therefore it will be bold. I will save that, and now the price is on this side and it's bold, so it nicely align with our heading there. So we have nicely designed our cart item, and now I think we can move on to cart summary right here and add some styling to it. Let's do that. So right here we can add a comment of cart summary, and then I'll select the cart summary itself. So I'll say, so you are selecting this cart summary, and for the cart summary we have two items in it. So we have the button and we have the checkout right there. I want this button clear cut to be on the left, and then I want this one to be on the right. So what we will do right here, we will simply add a display of flex to make that to be a flex container, and by default flex direction will be in a row, and then we will justify the content to be space between, and for the cart summary we will add a border to the top and also some padding to the top so that we have some nice space. So right here, first of all I'll align the items to be at flex start, and then I'll add a border of 1px solid, and then I'll say RGB 187 187 187. That is the border top, and then I'll add padding to the top. Actually we didn't say border top here, this should be border top, and then I include the semicolon here, and then right here you can add some padding to the top as well of 2 rem. I will save that, and now this should look much better. So we added this border top and some padding to it, and then we now have this clear cut on this side, and we have the checkout right here. Now let's select this clear cut and style it nicely. So we gave it a class of a class name of clear cut. So right here I can say dot cut hyphen summary, and then we say dot clear hyphen cut. So for this one we'll set the width to be 130px, max width to be 100%. I'll set a height for this one to be about 40px, and then we'll add border radius to it of 5px. We will change its font weight to 400, and we'll add some letter spacing to it, so letter spacing of about 1.15px, and then let's add a border around it. So I'll say border, and this will be 0.5. Actually it will be almost the same as this one. So what I'll do, I'll duplicate these, and then I'll move this one to the bottom right here. So I'm just trying to make my work easier right here. I remove the top there, and for px I'll say 0.5px, and then it will be solid. I'll say 177, and this one 177. So we have the border right there. I'll set the color for our text to gray, and then I'll remove the background, I'll remove the outline, And finally, I'll set the cursor to pointer, just like that. So this is our clear cut button right there. There we go. This is much better. Now finally, we are going to style this. So I'll select cut checkout right here. I'll say dot cut hyphen checkout, and we'll add a width to this of about 270 px, and I'll set the max width to 100%. For responsiveness, now let's select the subtotal. So remember, for the subtotal we added two spans, so we can be able to also separate them using flexbox. So right here I can say dot cut checkout, and I select the subtotal, and all we will do for this one is to add a display of flex, and then we justify the content to be spaced between, and we increase the font size for this to 20px. Nice. Now we will select the amount and make it bold. So right here I'll say dot cut checkout, and then dot subtotal, and then dot amount. And for this one we'll change the font weight to 700 so that it's bold, and then we can select the p tag right here. So I'll say dot cut checkout, I'll select the p tag, I'll decrease its font size to 14px, and then we'll set and then we'll decrease its font weight to 200. Default is 400, and then I'll set the margin for this one to be 0.5 frame top and bottom, and then left and right to be 0. And now we can style the button for our checkout right here. So I'll say dot cut checkout button, and I think this will be similar to this one right here. So I think we can copy the style for that and just use it right here. Okay, so I'll go and check for our product add to cart button. Here we have it. So what I will do, I will copy this, and then I'll move to the very bottom and paste it here. So we'll have a width of 100%, height of 40px, border radius of 5px, margin top. So I think we can remove this one. Font weight of 400. We'll have some letter spacing, border none, outline none, pointer, background, and color. So I think this is fine. I'll save this file and preview what we have. Much better. So we had this subtotal, we separated it with flexbox with our price there, and then we have our text right there and our button to check out. Now we can style this one continue shopping, and the styling for continue shopping will be similar to our start shopping styling. So right here we have continue shopping, and then at the top here we had start shopping, right? This one. So we can style both of them at the same time because they'll have the same stylings. I just give them different class names so that they make sense. Okay, so right here I can say dot continue shopping, I use a comma, and then I will say dot start shopping, and we'll give them margin top of 1 rem, and then we'll select the a tags. So whenever we use a link, then a tag is automatically added. So we'll say dot continue shopping, dot start shopping, and then we select a. Also right here we should say dot continue shopping a. Okay, and then right here we'll change the color to gray. We will set text decoration to none, so that we remove the line. We will add a display of flex. So remember, we have an arrow and some text, so we can align them nicely using flex box. So right here you'll say display of flex. Okay, and then we will align the items to the center, just like that. And then let's select the span. So right here we'll say dot continue shopping a span, and then we'll say dot start shopping a span, and all we'll do, we will add some margin left to this one of 0.5 rem. So that will do it. Let's see. There we go. Now we have a nice continue shopping right there for us to work with, and when I click it, we get back right here. Awesome. Now there is one thing that we are not styling, and that is when our cart is empty. So let me inspect this, and when I clear the cart by deleting the local storage, we'll be able to see what we have when our cart is empty. So I'll go to application, and then I'll clear on the local storage. I will refresh to clear the state, and this is what we have when the cart is empty. So we should at least bring this to the center. So right here I'll say dot cart empty, and we'll increase the font size to about 20px. We'll set margin to the top to be 2 rem, and then let's change the color to RGB, and then I'll say 84, 84, 84. And now right here we'll add a display of flex. We'll add the flex direction to be column, and we will align the items to the center. There we go. I think this is all we need, and when we check it, there we have it. Your cart is currently empty. Start shopping. When I click start shopping, then we get our products. When we add a product, Galaxy S, it's added to cart nicely. We have Galaxy S added to cart, and we can see the details right there. Very nice. So we have successfully styled our cart, and I'm happy with the results. So I think this video was a bit long, but thank you for sticking around with me. Now the good thing is that from now on we'll simply add functionalities to our different buttons right here. So we'll be able to remove an item from cart, we'll be able to decrease the quantity, increase the quantity, and then right here we have the total. So we have already calculated the total, and the subtotal here we'll be able to calculate it. We'll be able to clear the cart. So that is all that remains, and I think that is really nice. So let's try to add Galaxy S again. It's added to cart. There are two now. and the price here increases by 2 because there are 2 items, and this is awesome. So in the next video we will see how we can remove a product from cart. So in the last episode, we were able to design our shopping cart using CSS grid, and I am happy with the design here. And in this episode, I want us to implement this functionality of removing an item from our shopping cart. So I'll just dive right into my VS Code and I'll open cartstrace.js, and in this particular file is where I will work on our reducer and also generate an action creator for the same to remove an item from our shopping cart. So earlier we had add to cart right here, and I can click on this to see where it ends. It ends right here, so that I can be able to add another reducer right here for removing an item from our shopping cart. So right here I'll just say remove from cart, and I'll have access to the state, and also I'll have access to the action, and then in here is where we can be able to update our cart items state. So what I will do, I'll use an array method called filter. So I can say state dot cart items, and then I'll use a filter method right here, which is an array method, and we'll be able to get an item each time, or our cart item each time. Let me call it a cart item right here so that it makes more sense, and I'll be able to compare this cart item ID with the action .payload.id, which is the product that we are trying to remove from the cart. So I'll spell that right. So right here I'll be able to say cart item .id not equal to action payload.id. So here we should have two of them. So what this will do is that it will return those items that are not equal to our action.payload.id. Therefore, the item that we'll be trying to remove, which is action.payload.id, will not be included in the array that will be returned from this. So this will return an array, and we can store it in a constant. So I'll say const next cart items will be equal to state.cart_items.filter. Then we perform this check. So those items that are not equal to action.payload.id are the one that will be returned right here, and therefore that means that we will be simply excluding our item that we are trying to remove from our cart. So this will be the next cart items, and we can update the state like this. We can say let state dot cart items be equal to our next cart items, and that will do it, as simple as that. So the next thing that we can do is to export our action creator right here. So we'll destructure it from cartstrace.action, and we'll say remove from cart, and I'll save that file, and we need to dispatch this action creator from our cart. So I'll come to cart, and we need to do it right here. So what we will do, we'll come to the button where we have the remove. So let me look for it. Here it is. This is our remove button, and we will add an onClick event. And for this onClick event, we will call a helper method. We will call it handle remove from cart, and I invoke it, and with this we'll also pass in our cart item. So I'll pass in our cart item. I'll save that file to auto format. We don't have handle remove from cart defined, so let's define it. Just before our return statement, we'll say const handle remove from cart. We'll set it to be an arrow function which will accept our cart item, and we can do something in here which is to dispatch our action creator. Now for us to dispatch our action creator, we need to make use of a React Redux hook called use dispatch. We can initialize that hook right here, so we can say const dispatch will be equal to use dispatch. We invoke that. Now we can be able to use this dispatch to dispatch our action creator right here. So we'll simply say dispatch. I invoke this, and we pass in remove from cart, this one which will be coming from our cart size, so it will be auto imported right there. We invoke this and we pass our cart item right here. That is all. So this cart item will be accepted as our action.payload, and then we'll access the ID. So we'll compare that ID with whatever we have in our cart items and return those items that are not equal to our ID here. And then we update the state, and this should actually remove the item from the cart. I'll come back to the browser, and let's try to remove Galaxy S. I will remove, and it's gone. Awesome. So that worked smoothly. Now we need to add React Toastify and also local storage for persistency, because right now when I refresh, you'll see that Galaxy S will come back because it is available in our local storage, and we need to update our local storage. So let's do those two things. So after we update the state, we can update the local storage, and we'll simply say local storage dot set item. We access the key which is the cart item, and then our data will be JSON dot stringify, and we pass in state dot cart items. So this will replace whatever you have in our local storage with our new array of items. So that is it for the local storage. And then for toast message, I'll just duplicate this one. So I'll use Alt Shift and the bottom arrow, and then I'll use Alt and then bring it at the bottom using the bottom arrow right here. And then I want a red message, so instead of success here, I'll use error, and then we'll have action.payload.name removed from cart. So we'll have removed from cart, and I'll save that file. That is it. Let's test this one out. I'll come back right here. Let me refresh just to make sure that everything is refreshed, and then I'll try and remove Galaxy S. It's gone, and we now have a message Galaxy S removed from cart. And then I refresh. Oh, it's still coming back. So our local storage is not being updated correctly. Yeah, this should be cart items, and I'll save that. This should be cart items, and now we have a new key in our local storage which is cart item. So let me do this. I'll inspect, and then I'll come to application, and then you see now we have cart items and cart item. So this was not replacing this, it was just adding a new one. So I'll select this one and delete it because that's a bug right there. But now we should actually replace this because we have correctly placed our key. So let's try to remove Galaxy S again, or let me refresh just to make sure that everything is refreshed before we try it out. I will remove. Now it's gone. Let's try to refresh this one and see if it will come back, and it doesn't. So now we are correctly updating our local storage and also the state, and we are removing an item from cart. So we can also remove that. iPhone 12 removed from cart, start shopping, and we can add a new item. So this is now coming along, and we have actually removed an item from our cart. And now in the next episode, we'll work on our cart quantity. We'll be able to increase the quantity right here, and we'll be able to also decrease the quantity right here. And technically we have already implemented the increasing of quantity, because if we try to add Galaxy S again, we get increased Galaxy S cart quantity, and now they are 2. So we'll just hook that add to cart action creator to our plus right here, and it will always increase the cart quantity. So that is it for this video, and I will see you in the next one. So far so good with our shopping cart right here. We can be able to remove a product from our cart, we can start shopping, and we can also add a product to our cart. So this is awesome, and in this episode I want us to implement the functionality for our quantity buttons right here, so that we can be able to decrease the quantity and also to increase the quantity. Okay, so let's just dive right in, and I'll open cartsize.js. So in the last episode we added this functionality for removing a product from the cart, and now let's decrease the cart quantity. And right here I will say decrease cart, and then this will have access to the state. It will also have access to action, and we can do something in here. So we'll be doing like a similar thing that we did with our add to cart right here, and we'll get the item index using the find index array method. So let's get the index for our item. I'll say const item index will be equal to state dot cart items, and then dot find index. Right here you'll get a cart item at a time, so cart item, and we will check or compare the ID. So right here I'll say is cart item dot ID equal to action dot payload dot ID. Now this will be the ID of the type of the item that we are decreasing its quantity. So if this is so, then we'll get that item index right here, and after that we can be able to use this item index to access that particular item in our cart items. Okay, so what I will do right here, I'll perform a check. I'll say if state dot cart items, and then I'll access our item which we are trying to decrease its quantity using the item index. And from here what I want us to do is to check whether the quantity is greater than 1. So let me explain to you. So if the quantity here is greater than 1, then we want to decrease its quantity. But if the quantity is 1 and we click this button, then we want to just remove that product from our cart. So the check here will be for our quantity. So we'll say if state.cart items, we access the item, and then right here we'll access the cart quantity, and we'll say if this is greater than 1, then what we want to do is to decrease its quantity. So I'll access the cart quantity again the same way we have done. So I'll say state dot cart items, we access the item using the item index, and then we access the cart quantity, and right here what we will do, we will just decrease the quantity using minus equal 1. So we are decreasing the quantity by 1, and then what we would want to have is a toast message. So maybe I can duplicate this and bring it at the bottom here, and I'll have it as toast.info. So it will be a blue message, and we will say decreased this product cart quantity. So right here I'll say decreased the name of the product cart quantity right here. Just like that. So we are accessing the name using action.payload.name. So this is for the case when the cart quantity is greater than 1. So for the case that it's less than 1, then we want to remove it from our cart. So right here I can say else if I perform another check, if the state dot cart quantity, we access the item index. Okay, I messed up. So if the state dot cart items, we access the item and then we access the cart quantity. If this is equal to 1, then we want to remove the item from our cart. So to remove the item from cart, we'll do a similar thing as we did right here. We will use the filter method and then we'll perform a check. And what will happen is that the cart items which are not equal to action.payload.id will be returned to our new array right here. Okay, and then we will be able to update the state using that new array which does not have our cart item. So we'll be basically be removing the cart item from the cart. So what I will do, I'll just copy the content for this one. I'll copy everything actually, and then I'll come right here where we have an if else. I'll paste it here, and I'll update the local storage after our if else. So I remove that right there. I will save to auto format, and that will be it. Okay, so this is it. This is how we can be able to decrease the cart quantity and also remove the item from cart if the quantity is less than 1. So what I'll do, I'll just export this action creator, decrease cart, and then we'll move to the cart right here, and we'll hook a helper method to our decrease. So let me look for that button where we are decreasing. So it's supposed to be at the top here. So right here we will add an onClick event, and I'll use another function, and what I will return here is handle decrease cart. We'll pass in our cart item just like that, and let's define handle decrease cart. So I'll come right here, I'll say const handle decrease cart. We make it to be another function. We'll receive the cart item, and right here we can dispatch our action creator. So I'll say dispatch, and we'll dispatch decrease cart, which will come from our cart size. It will be auto imported, and we invoke it, and we pass in our cart item. So this cart item will be received in our cart size right here as our action.payload, and we'll be able to get the item index by performing this check, and then we'll be able to access our cart quantity like this and perform a check. If it's greater than 1, then we'll decrease the quantity by 1 and toast a message. Else, if it's equal to 1, then we will filter and remove that item from our cart items and update the state right here. And then right here we'll toast a message, and then finally we will update our local storage. So that is it, and we can test out this application now. I'll come back to the browser. I will refresh to make sure that everything is refreshed. Let's have more than one cart quantity, so I'll come back right here and add iPhone 12 again. So we have 2. Let's try to decrease the quantity. I click and decreased iPhone 12 cart quantity, so it's working. Let's see if it will remove the item from the cart. Now iPhone 12 removed from cart, so this is working and it's awesome. So let me add multiple and try to remove. Now one of them is gone and we remain with one. Now let's implement this one. So we already have the action creator for increasing the quantity, and that is the same action creator as add to cart. So all we need to do is to hook it up to our button. So we will come to where we have our button, and it is here. So we will add an on click event to this, and I'll set this to be equal to some curly brackets. I create an arrow function and I'll call handle increase quantity, and then I invoke these. Or I can say handle increase cart. That is much shorter. And right here we should pass the item, which is our cart item. And let's define this helper method. So right here I'll say const handle increase cart. We set it to be equal to an arrow function which will accept our cart item, and we dispatch an action creator, and the action creator that we are dispatching is the add to cart action creator, and we can pass our cart item right here. Okay, so that cart item will be received by our add to cart action creator. Will get its index. The index will be greater or equal to 0, and when it's greater or equal to 0, we will just increase its quantity and toast a message. So let's test this one out. So I'll come right here, I will refresh, and now we have one quantity right here for iPhone 12. Let's add and increase iPhone 12 Pro cart quantity. We increase, it's increasing, and the price also here is increasing. We decrease the quantity, and also the price is decreasing. So this is working amazing. So far so good. We are able to add an item to cart, we can increase its quantity, and we can decrease its quantity. We can also remove it from cart. So what remains is clear cart and calculating the subtotal. So in the next episode we will see how we can clear our cart. So far we have made a very nice progress with our shopping cart right here, because we can be able to add a product to cart, we can be able to increase the quantity of the product right here, we can be able to decrease the quantity, and also we can remove a product from cart. So this is awesome, and we are almost done with our shopping cart. So what remains is to clear the cart and to calculate the subtotal. So in this episode we are going to clear the cart, which is actually very easy. So this will be a short video, and then the next episode, which will also be our last episode, will be to calculate the subtotal right here, and also to display the correct number of quantity right here. Okay, so we'll do both of them in the next episode. So let's just get started with clearing the cart, and this will involve a few steps. So I'll go to the cart slice and scroll at the bottom here. Just after this one, decrease cart, we will add clear cart. So right here we'll have clear cart, And for this one, we have access to state and action. And then right here, we'll be able to clear our cart by setting an empty array to our cart items. So all we need to do right here is to say state.cart items will be equal to an empty array, just like that. And then we toast a message. So I'll just copy this and paste it after this one. And we'll also set our local storage or update the local storage, and we'll update it like that. So the message here will be cart cleared. So I can just remove these and I will say cart cleared, just like that. And believe me not, this is the reducer plus the action creator for clearing our cart. So we can export the action creator right here, clear cart, and I'll save that file. Let's dispatch it from right here from our cart.jsx component. I'll minimize this so that it stops being destructive. So what we will do, we'll just have a helper method. So actually I can just duplicate this one and we'll say handle clear cart, and we won't receive anything. So I'll remove cart items and I'll also remove cart items here. And what we will dispatch here is clear cart. So right here we will call clear cart, which is coming from our cart size like that. So let's call this handle clear cart at our clear cart button. So I'll look for it right here. We just need to add an onClick event. Right here, we'll say handle clear cart, and we invoke it like that. I save that file, and that is all we need to do to clear our cart. So when we click this button, we'll call this helper method. This helper method will dispatch our clear cart action creator, and then in our clear cart we will empty our items by setting it to an empty array. We'll toast a message and we'll update the local storage. So let's see if this will work. I'll come back to the application, refresh to make sure that everything is refreshed, and I'll add iPhone 12 Pro. I will add iPhone 12. I will add Galaxy S. I'll increase the quantity for this. And yeah, let's clear cart when we have a lot of content in our cart. So clear cart, cart cleared, your cart is currently empty, and start shopping. So that is working, and we are done with this episode. So in the next episode I'll show you how you can calculate the totals, and that is the subtotal. If this series have been helping you, please support my channel by subscribing, liking the video, and also sharing on your social media. I'll be happy for that. So that is it for this video, and I will see you in the next one. Hey, what's up everyone? So finally we have come to the last episode of this course, and in this last episode I want us to calculate the subtotal and show it here, and also calculate the total cart quantity and show it here. And for this we'll be using an array method called reduce. So let's just get right into it. I'll open the cart size.js, and just after our clear cart I'll add get totals right here. So I'll say get totals like this, which will have access to the state, and it will also have access to the action. And then in here is where we'll be able to use our reduce array method. So we will say state dot cart items, and then we'll say dot reduce, and this array method can have two parameters. the first parameter is a callback function. So right here we can have an arrow function like this, and then the second parameter right here will be an initial value. So this initial value can be a number, it can be an object, it can be an array. So in this case we'll use an object, okay? And for this initial value we will have the total, and we'll set this to 0, and we will also have the quantity, and we will set this one to 0. So this is the initial value, which is an object containing two properties, the total, which will be our subtotal, and then the quantity, which will be our total cut quantity, okay? And our callback function here can accept two parameters or more. So in this case we'll just be using 2, and our first parameter here is what we call an accumulator, and we will call it cut total. And then the second value here is our item, which we'll be getting each time from our iteration, okay? So right here we'll get our cut item each time, and then we'll be able to use this cut total and the cut item in here. And to begin with, our cut total right here will be set to be our initial value. So basically our cut total right here will be equal to this object, which have total and quantity, and we can be able to use them right here. So right here we will destructure the price and the cut quantity from the cut item. So we can say const, we destructure the item price, and also we destructure the item cut quantity from our cut item. So right here is set to be equal to cut item like this. So I'll save to auto format, and then we can be able to use this price and the cut quantity to calculate the total price for this specific item, okay? So right here we can say const item total will be equal to the price, which is this one, we multiply by the cut quantity, which is this one. So what have I done? The price we multiply by the cut quantity, like that, okay? So what we are basically doing here, we are taking this price for this item and we are multiplying it with this quantity to get this value. So this total is the one that we will have right here for this specific item, okay? And then we can be able to use this total and our cut total right here dot total to calculate the total cut price, okay? So right here I can be able to say cut total, and I'll say dot total, and we will add our item total right here. So right here I'll say plus is equals item total, and then right here we'll have cut total dot quantity, and we will add this cut quantity for this specific item. So we'll say plus is equals cut quantity like that, and this will give us the total cut quantity. And then right here we can be able to return our cut total. So right here we'll say return cut total, and this will contain now this object which will have the total cut price and the total cut quantity. So our reduce here will simply return our cut total, which will have total and quantity. We can destructure these values and store them in a variable. So right here we can say let I destructure total and also I destructure quantity be equal to state dot cut items dot reduce, and then we'll be able to use this total and the quantity to update the state. But at this point I know some of you are already confused about what is happening. So let me take some time and explain it to you when we already have the code right here. Okay, so this reduce array method will have two parameters. The first parameter is a callback function, and we set it to be an arrow function. And then the second parameter is an initial value, and we set the initial value to be an object containing total and quantity. Now for this callback function right here, it is accepting two parameters right here. The first parameter is cat total, and this cat total is called an accumulator. So this cat total, initially it will hold our values right here, or this particular object, and then we have the cat item, and the cat item will be the item that we will be getting each time in this particular iteration of our cat items. And then right here we are simply destructuring the price and the cat quantity from our cat item. We are calculating the total price for that particular item using price we multiply by cat quantity, and then we are taking the cat total dot total, which is initially 0, and adding the item total. Okay, so for the first iteration we'll have 0 plus item total. So let's say in this case item total is 50. So what we will have is 0 plus 50. So the total here now will become 50. For our second iteration, this cat total will now hold that 50. Okay, and we will get to iterate through our second item. If the total price for our second item is also 50, then we'll take 50 plus 50, and we'll get now the total as 100, and we'll be able to return that 100 in our cat total. Now for the third iteration, we will have 100 as our value here for our cat total dot total, and let's say the total price for our cat item now is 100. So right here we'll have 100 plus 100, and we will have 200. So as you can see, this will proceed on until we get to the last item, and we'll be able to return the total price for that item. And the same will happen to our quantity. So when we have the totals in our cat total, then we will destructure them like this. Okay, so we have our total cat price right here, and also we have our total cat quantity right here, and we can use them to update the state. So after this one, we can be able to update the state right here. When we check at our initial state at the top here, you can see we had cat total quantity and cat total amount, and we can now be able to update the quantity and the amount here using our values from our reduce array method. So let's update that state right here, and we'll simply say state dot cat total quantity. This will be equal to our quantity right here. So I'll simply say quantity, and then state dot cat total amount will be equal to our total right here. So we'll simply say total, and then we need to export get totals as an action creator right here. So I'll destructure get totals from cat trace dot actions, and now we need to figure out a way of dispatching this action creator. So I'll save this file, and we will do two dispatch. One we will do on index.js file right here. So when the application loads, we will dispatch our get totals. So I can just duplicate this, and right here instead of products fetch, I'll say get totals, and this will come from our cat slice. So that will be auto imported right here. Now that is the first dispatch when our application loads, and then the second dispatch we will do inside our cat, and this is necessary because we need to dispatch it again whenever the cart state changes. When we increase a quantity, we dispatch it, get the totals, and we update the state for the totals. So to dispatch that particular action creator from here, we'll make use of a React hook called use effect. At the top here, let's import use effect. I'll say import with the structure use effect from React, and there we go. So inside our component, we can do it after this right here, and we will call our use effect, and then we will invoke it and pass in an arrow function. And now this arrow function will be called when our component right here renders, and right here we will also add what we call dependencies, and I'll use the square brackets, and what we'll add right here is cat, and cat right here is our state. Okay, so this arrow function right here, or our use effect generally, will be called again when our cart state changes, and that includes when we increase the quantity of our cart items, decrease the quantity, remove them from cart. So we can run this use effect again so that we dispatch our get totals again and calculate the totals. So right here we can just dispatch our get totals. So I'll click this one so that it's also auto imported at the top, and we invoke it. So I'll save that file, and now we have dispatched get totals right here, and also in our index.js file right here. Now the next thing that remains is to read our totals from the state. So I'll scroll at the very bottom. Actually, we are already doing it. Okay, this is why we had our subtotal, and we were already reading our cart total amount. So this will get us our cart total amount. Now let's read our cart total quantity and display it on the navbar. So we need to go to the navbar, and instead of displaying this manually, we need to read it from the state. So we need to make use of use selector from React Redux. So right here, let's import use selector, and this will come from React Redux. And right here, just before our return statement, we can read that piece of state. So I'll say const, I'll destructure cart total quantity, and this will come from use selector, and we invoke these. We will have access to our state, and what we return from this is state dot cart. So we are destructuring cart total quantity from our cart state, and then we can make use of this cart total quantity just right here. So I'll just use the curly brackets, and I'll say cart total quantity like that, and that is all we need to do right here. So I'll save that file, and then I have remembered something. When I come right here where we are using the use effect, so this will complain that we have used dispatch here and we haven't included it in our dependencies. So we also need to add dispatch right here, so that to remove that warning. So that is all, and we can test out our application. So I'll come back to the application. Let's refresh, and now look right here, we are getting the total quantity, and we aren't sure if this is correct. So let's test it out by adding one item right here. So I'll click plus, and there we go, we have 4, and now our subtotal is correct. So 3 plus 1 is 4. When we increase this, it's working amazing. When we decrease, everything now is cool. That is removed from cart, and when we decrease this to 1, look, this price is the same as this one, and we have one item. So we have actually completed our shopping cart, because we can add an item to cart, we can remove the item from cart, we can increase the quantity right here, we can calculate the subtotal, we can calculate the quantity right here, and we can clear our cart.
Hey, what's up everyone? So in this video, I'll be showing you how you can create API endpoints to perform user registration and login using Node.js, Express, MongoDB, and JWT. And then in the second part of this video, I'll be showing you how you can consume the registration and the login API using React and Redux toolkit. So if you like the content in this video, please remember to leave a thumbs up and also remember to subscribe to my channel. And let's see the demo of the application next. I'll be showing you how to add authentication to this complete shopping cart, which I had created earlier on a different series. So I already showed you how to do this. But if you're looking forward to just learn about authentication, you don't really need to actually know about how to create this shopping cart, because I'll be giving you access to the source code. But if you wish to learn how to create this amazing shopping cart where you can add an item to cart, you can decrease cart quantity, you can remove an item from cart, then I have a complete series right here on YouTube where you can check out these videos and learn or about creating a complete shopping cart using React and Redux toolkit. Okay, already with over 18,000 views, so it's a pretty good one, and I'll leave a link at the description section below. Otherwise, in this video, we'll start by working on the backend part of the authentication of the auth system that I have implemented here using Node.js, Express, MongoDB, and also JWT. And then in the second part, we will be covering React and Redux toolkit to consume those APIs. So let me show you around this application. That is the authentication part of it. So how it works is that you'll not be able to check out if you are not logged in. So right here where we have checkout, you'll see login to checkout, and once I click that, we are redirected to login. So we have to log in first, and once I try to log in without any details, then we get an error here: email is not allowed to be empty. If we enter an email, then .com, and if I enter a wrong password right here, you'll see invalid email or password. If I enter less characters, we get password length must be at least 6 characters long. So we have some basic validation going on here, and this is coming from the backend, and I'll show you how to set that up. Now if I enter the correct password and login, then we are redirected to the shopping cart, and now we can actually go ahead and check out. But I haven't implemented the checkout yet. So if I get over 100 likes and good viewership on this video, then I might show you how to perform the checkout. That is how to process the payment using Stripe. Okay, so please leave a like, also leave a comment. It's good for algorithm. And then now right here, when I click on logout, you'll see we are back here to log in to checkout. Now we must log in now to proceed. Okay, so this is the auth system that we are going to create in this two-part series. The first part is the backend, which is this particular video, and then the second part is the front end using React and Redux toolkit. So as I have told you, I'll be giving you access to the source code for the shopping cart to get started with. So the source code is actually available on my website. I implemented some features right here where I'll be sharing all the source codes for my courses via my website. So right here we have complete shopping cart, and this is the source code. When you click this button, you'll actually download the source code in form of a zipped file, and that will be our starter code for this particular video. So when you click this download link right here, you'll get a zipped file like this one, and what you can do, you can just extract all. You choose the location where you want to extract it. I'll just extract to the default there, and once it extract, it will open up, and once you click on this, you get both the front end and the back end. So I can go ahead and open these on Visual Studio Code. So right here I'll just type cmd, and this will open the terminal. I can click on code, space and a period. I hit enter, and this will open up Visual Studio Code. And by the way, I'll be assuming that you have some basics working with the React and also Node.js. If you don't, I have a complete series here on YouTube, and I'll leave a link at the description section below. Okay, cool. Now we have these codes, and we need to install the dependencies. So to install the dependencies, I'll open the terminal, new terminal, and from here I can cd into front end, and then I'll say npm I, and that is npm install, and it will install all the dependencies from our package.json file. We need to do the same for the backend, so I'll come new terminal, and then I'll say cd backend, hit enter, and then npm I to install our backend dependencies. And then when we check at the backend, so in this particular video we'll be focusing on the backend, this first part, and then the second part we'll be focusing on the front end. So for now I won't touch the front end. So for the backend, all we have is some images right here for the phone. Actually, I don't think I'm using them, because at our list of products, which was products.js, what we made use of is a link from Cloudinary. So you can still use it, no problem. So you can just like use this one, and maybe in future I'll show you how you can actually like upload products from an admin dashboard. Yeah, just motivate me by liking this video, okay? Yeah, and then we can like create a complete e-commerce site in a step-by-step manner. So this is the list of the products which we see on the UI right here. Okay, these 3 products, these are the data, and how we are sending them to the front end is by this index.js file. It's very simple. We are importing express and cos for close origin resource sharing, because we are on different like domains, backend and front end. And then we have the import for that array of products. We initialize our app, and then for us to like send JSON data, then we have this middleware that we are setting up. We are setting up cos, and then now right here we just have a basic route to test everything up. When you load the route, then you get a welcome message, and then we have now this route for sending that array to the front end. This was very basic, and then we are sending to a port. So very easy. Okay, now let me see what we have. We have this is not yet installed, so the front end completed, and you can just run npm start here to start off the front end. Then you can switch right here to go to the back end and run nodemon. Hit enter to start the back end. So you'll see that now this is starting on localhost 3000, and the backend also started. So let's see what we have. So here we are, and you can see like we have a product, because this product was already saved in local storage, but you can like create the local storage like that when you create the cart. Pretty nice. And yeah, so our app is running, and the next thing that we are going to do is to connect our backend to MongoDB. So now right here I am in MongoDB, so you can go to mongodb.com and create an account. And right here I'm at the organization name. So what I'll do, I'll just like create a new project, and I'll give it a name. I can call it e-commerce right here, because maybe in future we will just continue with the same. So I'll say e-commerce, and then I'll click next, and then for the members I'll just keep and create project. So if you want a step-by-step guide on how to set up MongoDB and so on, I'll leave a link at the description section below. I have a very awesome video for that, but for now I am assuming that you already know some stuff. So yeah, so I'll just go ahead and build a database, and it will be free here, and then create a shared cluster. So I'll go with the default right here, and I'll go ahead and create cluster. And then for security, how would you like to authenticate your connection? I'll go with username and password, and right here I can enter a username, and then a password. So this is like the database user that I'm creating right here. So I'll use a very easy password. I'll create user. Right here we have where would you like to connect from. I'll say add my current IP. Actually, I should have a way of like selecting from everywhere. So I'll show you how to edit this one from the network right here, network access. So I'll go ahead and finish and close. And congratulations, go to database. So here we go, it's creating up the database. But what I can do, I can go to network access, and you will only be able to connect to your cluster from the following IP address. So sometimes the IP address changes, okay, and we can be able to edit right here and allow access from anywhere. This is good for development, allow access from anywhere, and I'll confirm. So I'll leave that process, and then I can go to database access. Okay, that is like the user that we created. I need to go back to, I don't know, Atlas here, and I'll wait for this to complete. The cluster is building, and it will take up to 1 to 3 minutes. So as this builds, we can go ahead and work on our code right here. So the first thing that we will need to do is to install Mongoose. Okay, so right here I'll bring this up, and okay, we already had this terminal which is running our server, and this one which is running our front end right here. So I'll just create another terminal for us to install that dependency. So I'll go ahead right here and cd into backend, and I'll say npm I, npm, that is npm I, and I'll say mongoose, and also I will install the .env package, .env. So this will help us to read environment variables from a .env file. So I'm installing two things, mongoose, this is one name, and .env. If I can bring this way, these two packages. So do the same, I'll hit enter to install them. And as those installs, I can come to the code at the very top, and what I can do, I can import mongoose right here. So I'll say const mongoose will require mongoose. Okay, and then we will configure the .env. So we can actually like import plus configure it like this. I'll say require, I invoke this and pass .env right here, and then at the end here I'll call a method called config. .config, I invoke it. Pretty awesome. So let me minimize this again and actually bring this back so that I can see the files. Okay, cool. So what have I done? I have imported mongoose and configured .env. Now with this mongoose, we can be able to connect to our MongoDB database, which we just created. I think it's still processing, I'm not sure. So it has already like created that cluster. Awesome. So now I want us to connect to that cluster and actually be able to connect to our MongoDB database. So this is how we can do it. So right here, I'll just say mongoose. It's pretty easy. And then I'll call the connect method. And then in here, we should pass a connection string as the first parameter. So let's go and find our connection string. So when you come to connect, right here, click connect, and then connect your application. You'll be able to see this connection string right here, which we are supposed to use the username and the database password right here. And then we will also give our database a name. So what I'll do, I'll copy this, and then I'll come back to the code, and at the root of the backend, so click backend, create a new file. You can say .env, and then right here we can say db_URI. is equals to, I paste that string right here, and then right here I'll enter the password which I used. And actually I can't quite remember what I used. It was a pretty easy one, but I'm not remembering. I think it's that one though. And then now right here we can give our database a name. Let us call it I don't know, ecommerce. E-commerce, that way. So this will be automatically be created for us. So I'll save that file, and if you come to this, I'll close this, you go to browse collections, you'll see that we don't have a database yet, but once we connect to this cluster and give it a name there, when we try to like create resources in the DB, then a database will be automatically be created for us. Okay, so you don't need to worry about that. And MongoDB works with collections. It's not SQL based, it is non-SQL. So we will be working with collections and documents. So collections is acting like a table in an SQL database, and then a document is like a row. So yeah, okay, cool. So now we have this DB URL and we need to read it from our .env file, and this is how we can do it. So right here we previously read a port from a .env file and also gave it a default port. So right here we can just say const URI will be equal to process .env, and then the name of whatever we gave our variable, and we gave it db underscore URI. And then now right here at our connect, we need to pass that URI or our connection string URI, and then a comma. And we have a second option right here, and I'll pass these options, and these I'll just to avoid some duplication errors. So I'll say use a new URL, okay, URL parser. It's using some camel casing, and I'll set this one to true, and then I will include use unified, and then topology, some tough names here, to true. I hope I have spelled them correctly, so let me confirm. Use new URL parser and use unified topology, both to be true. Awesome. Now this is the call for our this connect method. So when this is fulfilled, when this is like true and everything is connected successfully, we can be able to tap to a .then method, and for this .then method, then we can be able to display a message to the console. So we can say console.log, and we will say MongoDB connection successful, MongoDB connection successful. So this is when everything is successful. In case of an error, we can be able to catch the error. So I can say .catch, and we invoke it, we pass an arrow function in here, and we will log an error to the console. So I'll say console.log, I'll say MongoDB connection failed, DB connection failed, and I'll actually also include the error right here. So right here we can be able to have access to the error object, and I can log the error.message to the console, just like that. Pretty nice. So I'll save to auto format, and this is the code. This is the code for connecting to MongoDB. All we need is this connection URL from MongoDB, and that is available in our .env file. So once we save, let's check the terminal and see if we are getting a connection successful message. So I'll close, I won't close anything, but actually you are getting right here MongoDB connection successful. That means that we are successfully connected to our MongoDB. And if we want to verify that, maybe we can use a wrong password right here. I'll remove the two, save, and come here and save this to restart. So it's restarting, server running on port 5000,
Mongo connection failed, bad auth, authentication failed. And this is coming because of that error message that we included right here. Pretty useful to know what is the cause of the failure. And it's bad auth because we included a wrong password. So when I save that, then we will successfully connect to MongoDB. Pretty awesome. Okay, cool. Now that we are connected to our MongoDB database, what I will do, I'll go ahead and create a user model. So I'll click on backend here, create a new folder, and I'll say models. And models are just a way to like shape our MongoDB documents. So I'll say user.js, and right here we need to import mongoose. So I'll say const mongoose will be equal to require mongoose, and then we will first start by creating a schema. So I'll say const schema. So this is the shape of our user or our document. Okay, schema will be equal to new mongoose, and then this has a class called schema, and this will help us to create an object. And then in here I'll call that, and in here we will be able to enter some of the properties of our user. So first of all, we need the name, and we can enter some basic validation. The type of the name will be a string. So we use brackets when we want to enter multiple validations right here. So also we'll make it to be required, and then we will have a main length of 3 characters, and we will also include a max length of that characters. So that is our name, a comma. The next thing that we will have is an email, and for the email type will be string. Type will be string. Actually, it's supposed to start with capital like that, and then it will be required. So right here I'll say required. Actually, it's required to be true, and also this one is required. And then this is not an array, it's an object here. So please fix this. Okay, min length will be 3 again. Max length, I'll set this one to 200 characters. And another thing that we will say is that these should be unique. So you shouldn't create a user with the same email like multiple times. Now we also need a password. So for the password, let me just duplicate this, and right here I'll just change the key to password, and I'll include a comma here. Type string, required true, min length 3, max length. So password can be quite wrong because we'll be hashing the password. I'll set it to 1024 characters. Unique, no, it should not be unique. You can create similar password for multiple accounts. Yeah, so that is the user schema. But now we haven't yet created a model which will help us to create new document. So this is just a schema. This is just like the properties that we should have for the user. And now this is how we will create a model. Right here, down here, we will say const user. So a model is usually in form of like a class, so that we can use it to create objects, and those objects are our documents. So I'll say mongoose dot, we have a method called model. Okay, sorry, model, and I invoke this. The first thing that we should pass is the name of the collection that should appear on our database. So user right here, and it should start with a capital letter. And what these will do is that it will be automatically be in plural form when we like get the database. So it will be users. The name of the collection will be users now. And then now right here we just pass the schema right here, user schema. So I'll just copy that and I'll paste it here. And then now down here we can just export this. So I'll say exports dot user to be equal to user, and we'll be able to use it in any other file, and I'll save. So far so good. And now the next thing that we will do is that we will create our first route, which is for registering the users. So we have successfully created our user model, and I want us to now create our first API route, which will be for registering the users or signing up the users. And for that, we need to install several dependencies right here. The first one will be, so make sure you are inside the backend, then run npm I, and I will install JSON web token, and then I'll click space, and I'll install bcrypt space and joy. So if I minimize this, this is what we need to install: JSON web token, bcrypt for hashing the password, joy for validating incoming data. And then this JSON web token, this is the token that will be sending to the user to tell them that you are now actually logged in. Okay, it is good for validating whether a user is logged in or not. Okay, cool. Hit enter. As this installs, you can come to backend, create a new folder called routes. Inside the routes, create a new file called register.js. And I can see our packages were installed, so I'll just minimize that. And now from here, we can start importing several stuff. The first one will be bcrypt. Let's import everything that we need. So I'll say const bcrypt will be equal to require bcrypt. Okay, and then we will have const joy will be equal to require joy. Joy in small caps. And then we will have const jwt. Actually, we won't use jwt on this file. We will use it on a different file. So let's omit that for now. But we need express, so const express will be equal to require express. And then now down here, we can create our mini app, which is our router. So I'll say const router will be equal to express, and then dot router. We invoke that. Now we can make use of this router to create our API endpoint. So right here, I'll say router dot post. So authentication is usually a post request because we need to save some data to the database. Okay, and we need to receive the data also in the body of the request. So I'll invoke this, and that will be the path, and that is like just like the default path. But when we add this router to our index.js, I'll show you how we will differentiate between login and registration. Now the second parameter is usually a function, so I'll have an arrow function here, and this function have access to request and also response. Cool. Now right here, the first thing that we will do is to validate the incoming data in the body of the request. And the body of the request is what you actually send from the front end from a form. So don't worry much about that. You'll see how these will work together. So right here, I'll create a schema to validate the data that comes from the front end. So I'll say const schema is equals to, I'll make use of joy and then dot object. And this is so similar to how we were validating our user model right here. But now right here, let us just say name. We just have a slight difference because we'll now be using joy, and then dot string. So we need the name to be a string, and then we need the name to be having a minimum of 3 characters, so I'll say .min to be 3, and then we need it to be required, so I'll say .required. So I'll say required like that. And also you can have .max for the max data, so I can say max to be 30 characters. Okay, so as you can see, it's kind of so similar, only now that here we are using a chain of methods for Joy. And if you want to learn more about Joy, I have a very good video on the same, a detailed one, so you can check the link at the description section below. And then now right here I'll say email Joy, this will be a string. I'll invoke that, and notice that this is in small caps, and right here .min of 3, .max of 200, and then .required, and then I'll say .email, so it will validate that this is actually an email that we are getting. And then for the password, I'll say password, and let me just copy this because it will be so similar to this one. I'll paste it here, so we'll have joy.string and then minimum character of 6 for the password, maximum of 200, actually not 200, yeah, 200. This will be in form of text. Now this is the difference between this validation here and this validation right here, because once we get data from the front end, we can actually like manipulate it in code, and before we save it to the database, we also want to do this validation. So right here we'll be getting the password in form of text, okay, like Chaoo something, that is the password. Then once we hash it using bcrypt, that text will change, and that is why we have now this as longer than this one. So it's good to do these two validations. Okay, cool. Now right here we won't say email but just required. Okay, so I'll go ahead and save. Okay, cool. Now this schema will help us to like validate our incoming data, and our incoming data is from our request.body. Okay, so that is the data that we'll be having from the user. And to validate this request.body, we can just say schema.validate. We have a validate method, and I'll invoke that. Then we can pass this request body in here. And what this will do is that it will check our request body, what we have in there, and then it will check what we have right here. If this request body matches whatever we have here, then we won't have an error. If we have an error, then if they don't match and we have an error, then we can like access that error like this. We can destructure error from schema.validate, and then now we can make use of this error to tell the user that something is wrong. Okay, so right here we can say if error exists. If error exists, then we will return immediately, so we won't proceed with processing this code. And what we will say is res.status of 400. So 400 means bad request, like the data that you used is not valid. And then we will use .send to send the message, and what we will say right here is error. So we will use an error from Joy. And again, if you want to learn more about this, I have a video on the same. So we will access the first error in error.details, and then we will say .message. So that will give us the error message. Okay, I'll save to auto format. Now that is the validation part of it. Now we need to check whether a user already exists or not before we actually create them in the database. So we will do that by using the email, and we need to bring in our user model. So this user model will allow us to interact with the database. It has methods that allows us to interact with the database: save a document, retrieve a document, find a document, and so on. Okay, so right here we will call that model, and we will say dot find one. So find one, and this will accept a filter and in form of an object, and our filter will be email. So we'll say email, and let the email be request dot body dot email. So this is an async action, so we'll have to await it and also make this function to be an async function. Okay, now whatever we get from this is our user document. Okay, so right here we can store that in a variable. So I'll say let user be equal to await user.find1, then we pass this email as our filter. And if we get a user, that means that we already have a user created in the database. Okay, so if we already have a user in the database, then we want to tell the user that, oops, you can't create a new account because this account already exists, okay, using that email. So you need to use a different email. So right here we can say if user already exists, then let us return immediately, like this. So I'll just copy that, and we return immediately like this, so that no further processing of the code will happen. Status code is 400 because bad request, email is already in use. So what message we will send is user already exists. So user with the given email already exists. So I'll just use this short form. Cool. Now, so far so good. We have checked if a user exists or not. We have validated the data. Now, the next thing that we will do is to actually create a user document using our model. So how we can create a user document is by using the new keyword and use this model as a constructor, and we should pass the details of our user right here. So the first thing that we should have is a name, which will come from request dot body and then dot name. The second thing that we will have is the email and the password. So I can just duplicate these twice, and then now right here we will have the email. This will be the email. Right here we will have the password, and this one will be the password. And whatever we get back here is an object. So I can say const user, actually not const user, because we already created this as a variable which we can like reuse. So I can say user is equals to new user, then these details. So this is now our object for the user, and this object is now actually the document. So we can simply save this document to the database like this. We can just say await, it's an async action, so we can say await user dot save, and we save that document to the database. It comes with that particular method. But now once we save this user to the database, this password will not be hashed. This will be raw text, okay, but we need to hash that password. So to hash it, we need to make use of bcrypt. And for bcrypt, first of all, we will generate what we call a salt, which is a random string, and we will say await to be equal to bcrypt, and then dot gen or generate salt, and then we invoke this, and we'll make it to have a default of 10 characters. This is await. It is an async action. Once we generate the salt, now we can hash the password like this. So we can say await again, and we will say bcrypt dot, we have a hash method, and we pass the user password right here. So now we can be able to access the password using user dot password. Okay, so we can say user dot password, and right here we will say salt like that. So we pass this salt as the second parameter. The first one is the password, the second one is the parameter, and whatever it will return is a hashed password. And now we can set user.password to be that hashed password like this. We can say that user.password be equal to await bcrypt, and then we hash the password. Okay, so far we have validated the data, we have checked if a user already exists, and then we have created a document. Before we save this document to the database, we need to hash the password so that no one can like access your password and log in. Okay, so this is pretty awesome. And then we await it and save the user. Now once we save the user, what I want us to do is to generate a JSON web token. Okay, and this is how you can generate a JSON web token. First of all, I want to do this on a different file so that we can reuse that function. So inside our backend, I'll create a new folder and I'll call it utils. Inside this folder, I'll create a new file and I'll call it gen web or auth token.js, and then from here I will import JWT. Actually, const JWT will be equal to require JWT. And if you feel like I'm moving too fast, you can like rewatch, or I'll leave a link to a complete guide which is a bit like beginner friendly for creating the backend. Okay, so right here I'll import JSON web token, and right here I'll create now a function which we will use to generate the JSON web token, and this function is now reusable. We can use it on a different file like the login file. So right here I'll say const gen auth token will be equal to an arrow function here which will accept our user, and from here we can be able to generate the token. So for us to generate the token, first of all we need to have a secret key, and we can create it in our .env file. So right here I can say jwt underscore secret underscore key will be equal to a random string. I'll say super secret key, and then some random numbers to make it more unique. And then this JWT secret key, we can bring it in using the process object, which is a group object by the way. So I'll say const secret key will be equal to process dot env and then dot jwt underscore secret underscore key. And I hope I spelled it correctly. So to make sure it's spelled correctly, I can just like copy this one, copy that and paste it here to avoid disappointments. And I think it's actually wrong, so I'll paste that, which is correct. Cool. Now we can make use of this secret key to generate a token. So right here I can say const token will be equal to, we make use of our JWT library here, and it has a method called sign. So jwt.sign, we invoke it, and in here we'll pass an object, and for this object, this is the first parameter. We will pass whichever data that we want this secret key to hold. So we want it to hold our user ID. This will come from user dot underscore ID, and then we want it to have a name, and this will have user dot name, and then we want it to have an email, and this will be user dot email, but it won't have a password. We don't need the password. And then after this one
This is the first parameter. This object is the first parameter. The second parameter is our secret key. So I'll pass the secret key here. And this way we are getting the token. So when we call this function, we want to get this token. So how we can get that token is by saying right here, return token. And then we need to export this. So I'll say module dot exports, and then this will be equal to gen auth token. Now in our register, once we save the user to the database, we can be able to generate the token. So we can say const token will be equal to gen, our function here. So when I click it, it will be auto imported, and then I invoke it and we pass the user. So that function expects us to pass the user right there. And then from the user, we will be able to get the ID, the name, and the email. And actually right here we can say let our user be equal to await user.save. And then now we pass this user right here. Once we generate this token, we send it to the front end. So I'll say res.send. We invoke this and we pass our token. Now, what will happen when you call this route is that it will perform a check of the data that is coming in, and then right here it will return a message, an error message if there is an error. And then now right here we have, it will check if a user already exists using the email. If the user does not exist, we will go ahead and create this object, and this object is our user, and we are making use of the model now. And before we save this user to the database, right here we will go ahead and generate a salt, and then encrypt or hash the password. Okay, and then now after hashing the password, we save the user to the database and we generate a token for this, and now we send that token to the UI or to the client. Now from the client we will receive the token. We'll be able to decode that token and get the user ID, name, and email, and then we can like actually log in the user. Okay, now one last thing that we need to do, we need to export this router. So down here I'll say module dot exports, and we'll set this one to router. And yeah, now the next thing is that I can go to index.js and connect this file to our index.js. Okay, so from here we need to bring in that file. So I can say let const register be equal to require. Now here we will require our route folder, and then we require register, and whatever we will get is our this route. Okay, this router which we export, but we are just renaming it to register. And now we need to also include that as a middleware. Okay, so right here we can say app.use. Whenever you see app.use, know that we are making use of a middleware function. And now right here I'll include a path stroke API and then stroke register, and now comma here, and we pass our register router. And now when we access our localhost 5000 stroke API stroke register, then we will be able to hit this particular endpoint right here. Pretty cool. And I'll go ahead and save. Now we can test this with the Postman before we proceed to login. So right here I am at Postman, and we can use Postman to test our registration API endpoint. So you can just download Postman.
search for download Postman and you can download it. And then now right here I'll add a new tab, and right here you'll see that we have different HTTP methods which we can use, and I'll make use of the post request. And then now right here you can enter our URL, and we are on localhost, so I'll say HTTP and then :, localhost :, 5000, and then stroke API stroke register. So how I know that is because that is what we included right here, stroke API stroke register. Okay, and then on our register endpoint we don't have anything, and we need to include the body of the request. We include raw data, and then right here we select JSON. The reason we are able to use JSON is because we had already I had this setup right here, app.use express.json, so we can receive JSON data. So back to our Postman. Now right here I'll enter JSON data, and for the body of the request we will need to have a name, and for the name I'll just say Chaoo, and then a comma. We'll need to have an email, and for the email I'll say email : right here chaoo@gmail.com, and then we'll need to have a password, and for the password I'll just say chaoo@. Okay, and when we send, what we should get as the response is a JSON token, because that is the end result for this particular API. So the end result is a token. Okay, that is what we should receive. So let's see if we will get a token. I'll click send, and there we go. This is a JSON token. Pretty nice. This is already working. Now we can confirm at the database if we have added this user. So I'll go to the DB. Right now the corrections was nothing, but I can hit refresh here, and there we go. The database is now ecommerce, and then we have a collection of users and one document. So how are these created? Ecommerce, this was from the string right here. This was created from the string. So this ecommerce is the name of the database, and then for the correction, that was gotten from our models. So here we included user, and this is used as the name of the correction, and now in plural form, so it will be users. And then now we have our document. So you can think of corrections as tables, and then documents as rows if you know about SQL. Now the good thing is that we are getting back a JSON web token. So if I copy this and then go to the browser, search for JWT, we can be able to decode that token. Okay, so if I open this, come here, right now we have this, and you can see at the payload we have name as John Doe, but if I replace that with our token, look, it's decoded, and we have now an ID, and this ID, you see it ends with FFFF whatever 8, and at our database that is the same ID that we have right there. So actually our token is having this data, only that it's not having the password. So name Chaoo, email chaoo@gmail.com. so we can be able to get the user data from this token from the front end once we decode it just like this. Pretty nice. Okay, so the thing is, we are already registering a user and also getting logged in by generating a JSON web token. So our implementation is working. Awesome. Now let's test whether our data validation is working. Let's try to register this user again and see if it will tell us that this email is already in use. So I'll go ahead and send, and look, user already exists. If we try to make use of 2 character set name, send,
name length must be at least 3 characters long. So our checks are also working pretty nice. We can be able to receive these errors on the front end and show them to the user. So that is it about registration. Now let's cover login. So now for the login, I'll just add another file at our routes and I'll say login.js. And let me just close some of these. We don't need .env, the model. Also, let me go to register, and I want to copy some of this stuff. Bcrypt, Joy, Express, user, also all of these actually. I'll just copy all of these imports and I'll paste them here. Even the router here, we need it. And then now down here, we can say router dot post. It's also a post request because we need to receive data through the request body. And then right here, this will be an async, and we will have access to request and response. And I'll use another function. Now in here, we first need to do the check for the schema. For login, we'll be receiving an email and a password, and then we will validate the request body and return an error in case of any. So I'll copy all of these again, and then I'll paste them here. But in this case, I'll just remove the name from here. Okay, and that's all for validating the data. And then after validating the data, we need to check if a user exists. So I'll go back to register. We copy this line right here where we are finding the user by email. So I'll just copy that and paste it here. And then we will perform a check right here. So again, I'll copy this line. I'll perform this kind of a check. I'll copy that line and paste it here. But in this case, we are checking whether if the user does not exist. Okay, so this time we were checking if the user exists, then we tell the client or the user who is on the site that the user already exists, else we register that user. Now in this case, we are checking if actually we are checking if the user exists, but in this case right here we will use what is it called, an exclamation mark. So if the user does not exist, then we want to tell the client that that is an invalid email or password, and they should register the user before they try to log in. So right here I'll say invalid, okay, invalid email or password. Okay, and if they actually exist, so this step will be skipped and we will go ahead and log in the user. Now before we log in the user, we need to validate the password. So right here I'll say we will make use of bcrypt. So I'll say await bcrypt, and it has a method called compare, and this method will compare the password that we are getting from request.body.password and the password that already exists in the database, so user.password. So we are already fetching the user right here using the email. So this is the password that is already hashed and it's available in the database, and this is the raw text that we are getting from the client. So bcrypt will do the hard work for us, and then what it will return is a boolean, either true or false, and we can store that boolean right here. So I can say const is valid is equals to await bcrypt.compare, then we compare these two passwords. So right here, if this is not valid, if it returns false, then we want to tell the user that there is an invalid email or password. So we'll do something like this. I'll copy that, paste it here, but now here instead of user we will say is valid.
and then we return invalid email or password again. Okay, cool. Now if all of this is valid, if email is valid, the user exists, and the password is valid, then what we will do, we will generate a token. So to generate a token, we'll just say const token will be equal to, we call our gen auth token function, and we pass in the user. And then all we will do, we will less dot send the token. And then now down here, we export our router. So I'll say module dot exports is equals to router, and I'll save. And this is how we do the login. The first step is to validate the data. The second one is to check if the user exists. The third one is to validate the password. The fourth one is to generate the token. Now I'll go to index.js and let's add that right here. First of all, we will import it. So I will just duplicate that, and right here I'll say routers stroke login, and I'll give this a login variable right here, and then I can be able to add it at our middlewares. I'll duplicate that. Now instead of register, I'll change that to login, and I'll save. And we can test this with Postman and try to log in a user. So I'll go to Postman. We are performing a post request at this route login. We expect only to have email and password, so I'll remove the name, and let's try and log in, and we should get back a JSON token. So I'll send, and we get a token. Awesome. And now right here, if I try to use the wrong password, I add an F, we should get invalid email or password. I'll send invalid email or password. If we enter the correct password but the wrong email, we should get email or the user does not exist, that is. So I will send, actually we get email or password. So you can include that message, or you can say right here that the user does not exist or something. It doesn't matter that much. So that is it. Our login is working. And now in the next video, that is part 2 of this short series, what we will cover is authentication in React and Redux toolkit. So if you enjoyed this particular video, please make sure to subscribe to my channel and leave a thumbs up. It will really help to boost the video. And also I'll provide the source codes to this particular video at the description section below. So I'll see you on the next one.
Hey, what's up everyone? So in this video, we are going to cover authentication using React and Redux toolkit, and we will be consuming backend APIs which we created using Node.js, Express, and MongoDB on the part 1 of this 2 parts series. So if you like the content in this video, please remember to leave a thumbs up and also support my channel by subscribing. Let's see the demo of the application next. So in this video, I'll be showing you how to add authentication to this simple online shop using React and Redux toolkit. So how this will work is that once we add items to our cart, where we can increase item cart quantity or even remove items from cart and calculate the subtotal. So before we check out this particular subtotal, we will have to log in for us to proceed. So right here you will see that we have login to check out. Once I click login to check out, we are redirected to the login route where we have the login form. And now from here we can be able to log in. And if I try to click login without entering any credentials, then we get email is not allowed to be empty. So we have some basic data validation happening here, and this data validation is happening on the backend. But we already covered the backend on the first part of this two-part series. And the backend, we build the login API and the registration API using Express, MongoDB, Node.js, and also JWT. So I'll leave a link to that particular video at the description section below. And also, if you wish to learn how to create this particular simple online shop, I have a complete series here on YouTube where we created the complete shopping cart using React and Redux toolkit. So you can watch through this to create that particular shopping cart. But if you are interested only in the authentication part of it, you don't need to worry about all these videos. All I'll recommend is for you to watch this first part, where I'll also have given you access to the source code for the shopping cart so that you won't have to create it. So all you will do is that you'll start from this part 1 of the authentication, and then you'll create the backend using Node.js, Express, and MongoDB. And then after that, you'll be able to now come to this video and be able to consume those backend APIs using React and Redux toolkit. So I want to be clear. If you don't want to create the shopping cart, you can just start from this part 1 of the authentication part of it. But if you are interested to create this shopping cart and learn more about React and Redux toolkit, then I'll also leave a link at the description section below. Okay, cool. So let's proceed with this demo. Now right here, if I enter the correct email, let's say chaoo@gmail.com, now I can be able to also enter the password. That is the correct password, but if I add another letter to make it the wrong password and try to log in, then I get invalid email or password. But let me use the correct password and then log in. We are logged in, and now right here you can see we have checkout. Now another thing is that I haven't completed this checkout part of it. So if you want me to show you how to process payment using Stripe, then like this video, and if we get more than 100 likes on this particular video and also on the last video, that is part 1 of authentication, then I'll show you how to process payments using Stripe. Also leave a comment because it's good for algorithm, and subscribe to support my content, and also you can check out other content in my channel. Okay, now the other thing is that we are protecting the login and the registration routes such that once we are logged in, we cannot be able to access the login form. So if I try to go to the login route, then we can't. We are redirected to cart. But once we log out, right here we get back to login to checkout, and now we can be able to actually go to the login route. So if I hit enter, now we have this login route. And also we have the registration part of it where we can actually create new accounts. Now the next thing that we are going to do is that we will upgrade our React Router DOM to version 6, since this online shop is using version 5. So when I created this shopping cart, version 6 was not out, and you can see in this second video at this particular series is where we were adding React Router DOM, and this is version 5. So the next thing, we are going to upgrade to version 6. So right here at the code, we already covered the backend in the first part, and now this second part we are covering the front end, but I still need to start all of them. So I'll open the terminal and I'll cd into backend, and then from the backend I'll just run nodemon. Okay, so that will serve our backend, and MongoDB is connected. Now right here, I think I can use this one to add a new terminal, and I'll cd into front end, and from the front end I'll say npm start, and this will start our front end. So it's starting, and there we go. So I'll close this one actually so that we remain with this one. Now, as you can see from this one, we don't have the logging route, we don't have the registration routes. So before we add those routes, let's upgrade to version 6 of React Router DOM. So the first thing is to install version 6. So here is the command: npm install React Router DOM at 6. So I'll just copy this command, copy, then I'll come to front end, and if we check at package.json file here, you will see that React Router DOM here is version 5, so we want to upgrade it. So what I'll do, I'll open a new terminal here and I'll cd into front end, and then I'll paste that command: npm install react-router-dom at 6. Hit enter to install. Now, as that installs, I'll close this package.json file, and then on the front end, I'll open the SRC folder and I will go to app.js. So this is where we were setting up React Router DOM, okay? And therefore, this is where we will start making the changes. So first of all, in version 6, we don't have switch, and also we don't have redirect. So I'll remove those, and what we have is routes. Okay, instead of switch, we will be having routes. So I'll import routes from React Router DOM, and then now down here, instead of switch, we will replace that with routes. And then for each route right here, we will have a path, and instead of component, what we will have is element. So instead of component, we will have element, and instead of component, we will have element. Instead of component, we will have element. So these are the changes that are in version 6. Now, I think I can arrange these routes nicely so that home starts and then the rest follow. Another thing is that instead of calling these home like this, we should call them as components like this. So I include the opening and those closing tags. So we should do this, okay? Now right here, instead of redirect again, I'll say route. So if a route is not found, then this will be the one that will be used. Now I think this is all. Browser router remains like that, the rest remain like that. So first of all, I'll save this, and then I'll go to components, and I'll go to let's say home, and see what we have here. So from home, you can see we are importing use history, but use history is no longer available in version 6. So what I'll make use of is use navigate. So instead of use history, now we have use navigate. It's already suggested. And now right here, instead of use history, we will have use navigate. We invoke it, and now right here we can say const navigate. Okay, and then now when we add an item to cart, we were pushing the user to the cart, but now instead of history.push, we will just call navigate, just like that. Okay, and then I'll save. So let's test this out and see if we have any errors. So I'll come to our cart here, and look, attempted import error, routes is not exported. Let's check at the import. App.js, did I mess the spelling or anything? This should be working actually, since we already upgraded. Let me come to our terminal here for the front end, and then what I'll do, I will just right stop it using Ctrl+C, and I'll start it again, npm start, and see if that error will disappear. Fingers crossed. Yeah, because I don't see any issue with it. So let me close this one and see if we get that error still. So look, the error disappeared because yeah, that was correct. So now let's add this to cart. We are directed to cart. What else? Let's continue shopping. Okay, cool. Everything else is working okay. That is it about upgrading to React Router version 6. And now the next thing that we will do is that we will create our auth slice. And you can think of a slice as a piece of store. So it's like a piece of state in our Redux store. So in our slices here, I'll just create a new file and I'll call this one auth slice.js. And then inside this auth slice, in order to create a slice, we'll need to import the create slice function from Redux toolkit. So right here we will import, we will destructure create slice, and this will come from at Redux toolkit. We can say let our const auth slice be equal to, now we invoke this function create slice, and it will accept an object in here. And now this object accepts several key and value pairs, and the first one is name. So we will give our slice here a name and we will call it auth. And then the other one is initial state. So right here I can say initial state, but we should define this particular object at the top here. So at the top here, I'll say const initial state will be equal to an object, and we pass initial state for our authentication. So the first thing that we will need for our state is a token, and initially we will be reading this token from the local storage, okay, for persistency. So we will be storing this token to the local storage, and when we initially load the state, we will check our local storage and see if there is a token. So right here I'll just say local storage. So this is a built-in JavaScript object which we can use to work with the local storage, and it has a method called getItem, and what we will get from the local storage is a token. So when adding the token to the local storage, we will give it a key called token, and therefore we can use that key to access it. Cool. Now that is the first thing. The second thing, we will want to have a name for the currently logged in user. We will want to have the email of the currently logged in user. We will also need to have the ID of the currently logged in user, and we will be getting these properties from our token. Remember, our token has this data as payload, okay? Another cool thing with Redux toolkit, we can use it to track the status of our different actions that we'll be performing. For example, we will have register here, status, and now this register status will either be pending, fulfilled, or rejected, okay? So we will use this to track whether we have an error when we make a request, and then if we have an error, we can show that error to the user. And again, now we can be able to store the error in another piece of state. So that will be now register error, like that. So what we will do, if the status here is rejected, then we will get the error from our response, and we will store it in register error. Pretty nice. Now we will also do the same for login. So I'll duplicate this, and instead of register, I'll control D once, and then I'll say login to edit twice. And now right here I can include a comma like that. And one last thing is that I'll track whether the user is already loaded or not. So I'll also have loaded as false to be the initial state. Okay, cool. Back to this. We have said const auth slice to be equal to create slice, and we have passed the name here to be auth, and then now we are passing this object as the initial state right here. Okay. Now another thing that we will be having here is our reducers. And now another cool thing with Redux Toolkit, we will be creating a reducer, and at the same time an action creator will be automatically be generated for us by Redux Toolkit. So we'll see how that will work out. Okay. And then for async actions, like we will be having action creators that are fetching data from the backend or posting data to the backend. In that case, we will handle their state in what we call extra reducers. So for this one, we don't have any like HTTP request, but when we have HTTP request, action creator that have HTTP request, then we will make use of extra reducers right here. Okay, to handle this their state. So we will see how these two will work out as well. For now, I just want us to have that general structure, and we actually add our auth slice to the store. So now I'll save this, and down here we can export our auth slice as a reducer here. So we can say export default, and right here we'll say auth slice and then dot reducer. So we are exporting a reducer from this auth slice. So now this will be like our auth reducer. Okay, and I'll save that. Now we can add our auth reducer to our Redux store. So if I come to index.js, this is where we configured the store, and with Redux Toolkit is so easy to configure the store. We just call this function or import this function from Redux Toolkit. We also import provider from React Redux so that we can bind React and Redux together. And then now right here we are importing different reducers, products reducer, cart reducer, and when configuring the store, we are adding them to the store as reducers. Okay, pretty easy. And for now, you don't need to worry about this. You can like just ignore it. But if you wish to know more about it, you can check my complete shopping cart series. It's just another way of working with reducers. And then now down here, we are now calling our provider component, and we are passing the store. And now our app will be aware of our Redux store. So now let's just add right here our auth reducer. So I'll say let auth be our auth, and now right here you'll see auth slice, and when I click, it's auto imported. But remember, this auth slice is simply our reducer, and that is why I have been renaming them to auth reducer. So I can just rename it to auth reducer as well, auth reducer, and then now right here auth reducer, and I'll save. And actually I think we have an error here, so I need to include a comma and save. Cool. Now let's make sure that this is working. How can we do that? What we will do, we'll go to maybe one of the components. It can be even home, and from home we can make use of the use selector hook to access the state. So right here I can just actually duplicate this, and from here what we will return is state.auth. Okay, state.auth. And now from here, instead of destructuring items and doing all this stuff, I'll just remove them and I'll say auth. Okay, and I can log this auth to the console. I can say console.log of auth, and what we should get now is our initial state. So we should see something like this at the console. At least we should see it. Okay, so at our app, I'll inspect and then go to the console, and we don't see anything. Let me refresh, and once we refresh, you'll see we have it. Okay, we have the email is empty, login error is empty, we have token is null, and yeah, our configuration is working. So that is working. Cool, I'm happy with that. Now the next thing that we will do is to create an action creator that will help us to register a user. So now how we will do that is just at the top of our slice here, we will use what we call create async thank function. So right here, I'll import create async thank first. So create async thank, and then right here, I'll just say export, and then we will have const register user. Now this will be our action creator now, okay, for registering a user. And then we will make use of create async thank. So right here, I'll invoke that. And now the first parameter for this one will be the action type. And this is how I can add the action type. I'll use the name of the slice here. So I'll say auth, and then stroke the name of our action creator, which is now register user. I'll actually copy that and paste it here. Cool. So that is the first parameter. Now the second parameter is just a function. So I'll use an arrow function. And for this function, we can be able to accept two things. The first thing is the data that we will pass to register user when we dispatch it from a component, okay? So in this case, I'll call that data values. And then now another thing is that we have what we call a thank API as the second parameter. Now, one thing that we want from this thank API is what we call reject with value. And this reject with value will allow us to add the error message to this register error piece of state here, okay? So you'll see how this will work out. Now in here, I will use what we call the try and the catch block. So try, and then now here we will have catch, and for the catch will be simply for handling the error, and we can handle the error in there. Now in our try, this is where I want us to perform our HTTP request, and that is a call to the backend, and we will make use of Axios. So first of all, we need to import Axios right here. So I'll say import Axios from Axios, and then now right here I can make a post request. Remember, registration is a post request. Axios dot post, and whatever we will pass as the first parameter is our API endpoint, okay? And that API endpoint is HTTP, and then full colon 5000, and then forward slash I think API, and then forward slash I think register. But I want this to be like common for most requests. So what I can do at our slices here, I'll add another file, and I'll call this file API.js, and then in here I'll just export const URL, and I'll set it to be equal to our API endpoint that we are passing in here. So I'll just copy this one up to API. Actually, I'll copy that and I'll paste it here. And this is actually wrong because we should be having localhost right here, localhost, like that, okay? And I'll save that. And now inside our auth slice, we should be able to import that and make use of it here. So right here, I'll just remove this, and I'll make use of backticks, and then I'll make use of the money sign here to read our URL in a string. So I'll say URL. When I click on this one, it will be auto imported right there. And then now right here, we just need to append our register. So I'll say register. Okay. Okay, let's see. So it will be HTTP, and then localhost 5000 stroke API, and then now we will be having stroke register, and that is our API endpoint. Cool. Let me save to auto format a bit here. Now this is our first parameter, the API endpoint when it comes to Axios, and the second parameter should be our values. It should be these values right here. Okay, so we can pass an object to specify the values. For the values, we'll be having the name, and the name will come from values dot name, and then we will have email. This will come from values dot email, and then we will have the password.
password, and this will come from values.password. That makes sense? Cool. So simply our post method here accept the endpoint and then the values. Cool. And this is an async action. So we will await it. And once it's fulfilled, what we will get back is a token. Remember? So right here we will get back a token, and we can actually like set it to be equal to await access.post and then that. And since we have used await here, we should make the entire of this function to be an async function by simply saying async right here. I'll save to auto format, and there we go. Pretty nice. Okay, now remember I told you that we will be storing this token at the local storage when we were setting up this one. So we can store it at the local storage right here. So we can say local storage dot, we have a method called set item, and now the key will be token and the value will be token dot data. So by the way, our token is actually available in token dot data, and now we can use this key to read that token from the local storage. Pretty nice. Now another thing that we need to do now down here is to return token dot data, and then now these will be automatically be added to our action payload. Now for the error, first of all, it's a good idea to like log it to the console. So we can log to the console error dot response dot data. When our action is rejected, for us to add that error to the state, we will make use of reject with value, and then now our action.payload will be having that error. So now right here I'll say return reject with value, and I'll invoke it, and I'll pass our error.response.data. I'll copy that and paste it in here. So now we have created this particular action creator that performs a HTTP request to the backend. We register a user, we get back a token, and now this token should be available in our action.payload when handling the state. And also in case of an error, we are adding the error to action.payload so that we can also add it to state. So now let's come here to extra reducers. So right here, what we will do, instead of passing this object, I'll pass a function like this, and this will be an arrow function. And right here, we'll have access to the builder. And this is an object provided by our Redux toolkit. And now using this object, we have a method. So builder.addCase. And for the first case is we will handle our register status. And then we will have dot pending. Okay. And that is the first parameter for this addCase method. And then now the second parameter is an arrow function or a callback function. So we'll have a callback function, and this callback function have access to state, and also it have access to action. And now at action.payload is where I was telling you our token will be added. And for the state, we can just update this state right here. It has access to this initial state. Cool. We can just like terminate this with a semicolon. Now we can duplicate it 2 more times. We will have register status dot fulfilled, yeah, and then we will have rejected. So these are automatically being dispatched for us, these actions. Okay, and then when it's pending, it's the moment that it's making a request to the backend. When it's fulfilled is when we have actually like gotten a response from the backend. When it's rejected is when we have an error. Okay, so let's start with pending. And all we will do for pending is that we will update the register status to pending. So right here we can just return, and I return what we are returning will be our state. Okay, so right here what I return is I spread the state, and I'll use a comma, and now I can update register status right here to pending, just like that. and then that is for pending. For fulfilled, so what we will do is that we'll perform a simple check to see whether we have action.period. So right here I'll say if action.period exists. So action.period is having our token. Okay, if action.period exists, then we will be able to decode that token and then update the state. Else we will just return the state. So return the state. So I'm doing this just to avoid error in case the token does not exist. So now right here we will return again. We are supposed to return the state right here. So I'll spread the state like that, and then we are supposed to update our token to be action.period like that, and then we will update the name. We will as well update the email and the ID. But for us to do all that, we need to decode our token. Our token is available in action.period. The moment we returned token.data, that is added to action.period when that particular action is fulfilled. So right here, before we proceed to return, we should decode the token using JWT decode. So we actually need to install that package, the JWT decode. So open up your terminal here and use the one that you are not running anything, and I'll say npm I, and what I will install is JWT-decode for decoding our JWT token. So I'll hit enter to install that, and then at the very top I can be able to import JWT decode from JWT decode. So right here I'll say import, and I'll say JWT decode, and this should come from JWT decode. There we go. So it's installed successfully. And then now down here we can decode our token like this. So we can say const user will be equal to, remember what we are getting back is our payload from the token, and that includes the name, the email, the ID. So I'll simply call that data user because it's our user data, and then I'll call JWT decode and I'll pass the token in here, and our token is available in action.payload, just like that. And now using this user, we can be able to update the state here. Name will be user.name, and then email will be user.email, ID will be user._ID, and also we should update our register status. So I'll say the register status now right here is successful. So I'll say success, just like that. Cool. Now that is for when our request for creating a user is successful. When we get an error, then we should handle that error at our reject here. So in here we will return the state. So I'll spread the state and I'll use a comma, and I'll set the register status here to rejected, and then we will update the error. So register error, and now remember the error will be available in action.payload because we made use of reject with value at the top. And now what we should do next is to actually dispatch this particular action creator from our form. So now I'll go ahead and create a register component. So in our components, I can categorize auth in a folder. So I'll add a new folder called auth. Inside the auth folder, I can add a new file called register.jsx. In here, I can create a stateless functional component, and I'll call it register. And
For now, I don't care if the form is pretty or not. I just want us to handle the logic, and then after that, yeah, we can make the form look pretty using styled components actually. So right here, I'll just go ahead and create a form. And for this form, I'll start by having a h2. I will call it register. And in here, we will have an input, type text, and we won't have name, we won't have ID, but we will have a placeholder. And for now, I don't want to like enter anything for this input so that I duplicate it another time. Actually, we should be having 3. And the first one will be having our name. The second one will be having our email. The third one will be having our password. And then we will also have a button. And for the button, we can just say register for now. Now, for the password, type here will be password. Okay. And then this is type email. So this is good because for default like validation, this is text. Cool. Now we have a form. Now let's add a path for this one. We will go to app.js and we will create a route. So before our not found or after our cut here, we will create a route and we will give it a path of register. And then right here we will have element. We will call the register here. Register. When I click on this, it's auto imported, and I do like that. And then we cross this route at the end like that. I save. Okay, now we have a route. So if we go to our online shop, so register status is not defined. This is route actually. Route. Then where is the register status coming from? Authorized register status is not defined. So let's check line 43 for our slice. So that is authorized line 43 right here. And we have register status is not defined. Okay, this one. Oh, yeah, I saw where the issue is. So this is not supposed to be register status, but this should be the name of our action creator. So I'll copy this register user and I should replace register status here. The first one is this one with register user dot pending, the name of the action creator. This one as well, and also this one right here. I will save and let's come back. Let's refresh. And cannot read property undefined reading type. So the issue is that for this one it's not reject but rejected. Okay, so where we have register user dot reject, it's not reject, it's rejected. I'll save that. Sorry for these issues. We always like have bugs, and I'm sorry for that. Okay, so we have our shop now working, but now when we go to register here, we get our agree form. But at least we have a form, so we can enter a name, email, and password. But let's like use the use state hook to get the value and update the value of this form. Okay, so in our register here, we should import the use state hook. So I will import the use state from React, and then right here I will say const user and set user
will be equal to use state. I will invoke it and I'll make use of an object. The name initially will be an empty string. The email initially will be an empty string, and the password initially will be an empty string. Okay, and now I want us to like update this state whenever we type on our input fields. So what we should do, we should fire up an onChange event. So right here I'll say on change, and we will call an arrow function which have access to the event object. And now right here I can call set user, and I invoke it. I pass our different properties, that is, we spread the user, that is, and then we update a specific property. The first one is the name, so right here we will update the name to be e.target and then .value. I will save. So this is how we are updating the name. So I'll copy that, and this will be similar for this one and for this one. Let me save to auto format, but in this case we will be updating the email, and then in this case we will be updating the password. I'll save. Cool. Now right here I can come and log console.log of user to make sure that we are updating those piece of states. So right here I can actually like say user full colon and then comma user. I'll save. Let's see if we can do that. I'll come back, and now we have user with name and email and password as empty, but when I start typing name here, Chaoo, then it's updating Chaoo with every input. Email, it's updating as well. Password, it's updating the password. Cool. Now we are able to get the values from our form, and all we need to do is to send them or dispatch them to the backend. Cool. How do we do that? First of all, on submit, when we click this button, it will automatically like submit this form. So right here we can say on submit, when during the submitting of this form, let us call this function handle submit. Okay, and then now right here we don't have the function yet, so let's define it. Const handle submit will be equal to an arrow function, and this arrow function will accept an event, and then we can use that event to prevent the form default, which is refresh. So we will avoid refresh, so prevent default, and then we invoke it like that. And now right here in here is where we are supposed to perform the dispatch of this register action creator. How do we do that? We just make use of a hook. So I'll import use dispatch. So actually this is import use dispatch, and this is from React Redux, and then we should initialize that. So I'll say const dispatch will be equal to use dispatch, and we invoke it. Okay, now we can make use of this dispatch to dispatch our register here action creator, and you'll note that we are also exporting it, so we'll be able to access it. So now right here we are just supposed to say dispatch, we invoke that, and we now call our action creator here, which is register user. So when I click on it, it's auto imported. We invoke it and it's accepting a value, and the value here is now our user, which will be having the name, the email, and the password. So right here we pass in the user. Now when we click this button, it will submit our form and it will dispatch register user. We will pass the user, and now this register user will be able to accept that user right here as values. Okay, and then we can be able to get values.name, values.email, values.password. And if you want it to be like what can I say, consistent, you can update the values here to user. It doesn't matter whether you change it or not. And now we will be able to make this HTTP request and be able to save the user to the database, get back a token, and add that token to the state. So actually I'll save that. And then let us be able to access the state, the auth state. So at the home component, I think we already did that. So I'll just like cut these actually, and I'll make use of it in the register. But now we should import use selector from React Redux. So use selector, and from the home component, I'll also like copy the console log. I'll cut that, and I will remove the, actually I'll let it stay that way. So I'll just go ahead and save, and then I'll come here and paste the log right there, so that we see if we are actually getting the token, decoding it, and getting our user logged in. So I'll go ahead and save. Okay, now let us try to register a user. And we actually already registered a user, by the way, if I can remember. So let us try to use the same credentials and see if we will get back an error. So I'll say chaocharles.com, and then I'll use the same. This is supposed to be name, so I'll copy that and make it to be the email here, but for the name just Chaoo, and for the password I'll make it to be this one. And remember, we used Postman in the last video to register a user with these credentials, so we should get a message like user already exists. So I'll go ahead and click register, and right here we get a bad request for user already exists. So perfect, we are making a request to the backend. Now let us use a different email, like let me use Chaoo Charles. And now when I click this one, we should be able to get the user logged in. So we should update the auth state. So I'll go ahead and register. And once I do that, we don't actually see the console log that we included right here. But let's go to application, and right here you'll see we are getting the token. Okay, and we can be able to decode this token. Can I be able to copy that token out of it? Yes, I'll copy that. Then I'll go to JWT, and down here I'll paste it. And now at the email, you'll see we have chaocharles@gmail.com, and then Chaoo here. And these are the details that we have used here. So we are being able to register the user. Only that I'm not getting that piece of state being logged to the console. And when I refresh, you'll see that we are reading the token now from the local storage. And then these are empty because we are not loading the user when we refresh, but this is working. We are successfully registering the user to the database. Now the next thing that we can do is that we can show the error message down here. So after our button, we can do this. We can have access to the auth state, and then we can say .register user, and if this is rejected, so remember we have access to auth state and we have this property. Actually it's not register user, but register status. Register status can be pending, can be fulfilled, or rejected. So if it's rejected, we can be able to show a message. So right here I can include a p tag, and what I should display is the error. So we can say auth dot register error, like that. Else we should display null. I will save. Cool. And then this one can be conditional, like we will perform a similar check. So I can actually copy this and include it inside our button. But now we will be checking for if the status is pending. If the status is pending, then the first thing that we will show right here is the text that we will show is submitting, else the text that we will show is register. So I'll save and let's see if this is working. So I'll come back. Let me use already existing details. Chaoo, right here, chaoo at gmail.com, and then the password, it doesn't matter, but I'll go ahead and register. And look, we get user already exists, and right here we are getting user already exists as the error message. So we'll set it to look red later on. And yeah, this is pretty awesome. Another thing is that we shouldn't be able to see the password there. So at our input, the type is password, not password. Cool. Now this is hidden. Cool. Now that is register. And the next thing that we will do is to make our form look pretty, and then we'll move on to login. Now I want us to style our form, and for that I will use styled components. So right here I can say npm I styled hyphen components, like that. So I'm installing styled components, and don't worry if you don't know about styled components, we will go in a step-by-step manner. So the first thing is that we want to use it both in register and login. So what I'll do, inside auth, I'll add a new file and I'll call it styled form, styledform.jsx. Inside the styled form, we will import styled from styled components, like that. Let me just minimize this one. And now right here I can create a component which is styled. That is why it's called styled component, and we'll say export const styled form, which will be equal to styled, which we are importing from styled components here. And then we can create any element. In this case we are creating a form, and then I use backticks, and amazingly in here I can use any styles that I want, CSS styles. And we have an extension for styled components, so you can search for it for syntax highlighting. Let me show you styled. Yeah, it's called styled components. Is it snippets? No, it's called VS Code styled components. This is syntax highlighting for that. So right here we can set the max width for our form to be 350px, and then I'll set the width to be 100%, and then I'll set the margin, top and bottom will be 2 rem, left and right will be auto, so that it's at the center, auto. And I'll actually first save this, and then we can be able to bring in this styled component into register. So I'll actually just make use of it. Now instead of saying form, I'll say styled form, and I click this one, it's auto imported from that file. Cool. Now when I save this, we should actually be having some changes going on our form. And let me maximize this one, and there we go. Now it's at the center here, so it's working. Cool. Now let's add more styling at our styled form. One cool thing is that we can nest the styles, so I can select h2, which is inside our form, and I can give it some margin to the bottom of 1 rem. Cool. And then in here we can select the button, and also we can select the inputs, so button and input, and we can style both of them. We will give them a height of 35px, and then we will give a width of 100%, and then we will give a padding of about 7px will do, and then outline will be none, border radius of 5px will be good. Then we can set a border of 1px solid, 1px solid. Then the color will be RGB and 220, 220, 220. And then what else can we do? We can add some margin to the bottom of 1 rem. Once I save, let's see what we have. Look, now we have some input fields. Very nice, awesome. And we also have a button. User already exists. Now this is looking much better, but let's add some text when this is on focus. So this is a pseudo selector, and this is how you can do it. So you can just say end full colon focus, and I'll say border to be 1px solid, and we change the color RGB to be, I didn't want it to be that one, I want it to be 0, then 208, and then 255. That bluish color will be awesome. And then for the button, when we hover over it, I want it to have cursor of pointer. So what I'll do, I'll select button individually down here, button, and I'll set the cursor here to pointer, and on focus I don't want it to have a border, so I'll copy that, paste it here, and set border to none. None. Awesome. I'll save. And now when I come back, now look, when we are on focus we have that nice color, and when we hover over this one and click, it has the cursor here, and the cursor is pointer, that is, and it doesn't have a border. Now let's tell this text that is down here so that it actually looks like an error. Okay, so it's just a paragraph. So we give it a font size of small font of 14px, then we change color to red, and that is all the styles that we need for that. So when I save that, and now look, user already exists, and I'm happy with that. Awesome. Okay, now the other thing that we can do is to add the login and register, and also log out at our Navbar. So let's go on to the Navbar. So I'll go to the Navbar, then this was our Navbar, and after our links here, we are going to add those links to different stuff. So we will perform a check. If user is logged in, then we will want to show a logout. If they are logged out, then we want to show a login and register. So first of all, let's get auth from user selector here. So we return state.auth here, and then we get our auth here. So we are not destructuring, but we are getting auth directory. And if we have auth._id, then that means we are logged in. So right here we will perform a check. So I'll say tab, then auth, okay, not caps but small caps, auth._id. If this exists, this means we are logged in. Therefore, if we are logged in, we should show a logout text, and that text should actually have an on-click event for logging out the user. So again, I'll use styled components, and for styled components you can even use it on this file. That is the cool thing about styled components. I can say styled to be from styled components, and I separated this since I wanted to use it both on register and also login, but in this case I'm using this only on this file. So just after our navbar, we can create a component for logout. So I can say const logout. This is a styled component that is to be equal to styled, and then here dot div. So it is a div. We use backtick. We set color to white since our navbar is black, and then we set the cursor to pointer. I'll save that. Actually, I'll take this logout, and if the user is logged in, we show a div. Now this logout, so I'll call it log out like that, and in here we will say log out or log out without the camel case. And else, that means that the user is logged in, and what we will show is two things. We will show the register and also the login. So right here we are going to create a styled components for the two. So right here I can say const auth links will be equal to styled dot div. We use backticks, and in here this is a div which will be the container for logging and logout. So right here I'll use it all the links, and what we will have right here is a link, and this is a component from React router DOM. So we should actually like be importing it like this, and we will link to the first one. We will link to login. So we can say stroke login, and we will say login, and then the other one we will link to register. So link to stroke register, and right here we will say register. Okay, and then for these orderings, I want to select these register. So since these other links is apparent to link and link, these links are actually a tags. I want to select the last child, and for the last child we will add some margin left so that we have some spacing between them. This is what I mean. I'll select a in here, and then I'll say and last child, and what we will do, we will add margin to the left of 2 rem, and I'll save. So yeah, let's see what we have. So I'll go right here, and look, right now we are not logged in, and we can see login and register, but we cannot see logout. When we click login, this will show nothing because we don't have the login component, but when we click register, this is showing register. Now once we are logged in, we will actually want to log out the user, and once we are logged in also, we want to secure this route and redirect the user to the shopping cart. So since when we register, we are automatically being logged in, let's go back to the register component and complete it. So the first thing that I will do is that I'll import use effect. So use effect, and just after our console log here, I'll call our use effect, and this will be loaded when it will be executed when our component first renders and when the dependencies of this particular use effect changes. So I'll pass an arrow function in here, and I'll perform a check if auth and then dot underscore id exist. What we want to do is to navigate the user from this component. So we will navigate the user to the cart. Okay, navigate in small, but we haven't defined this navigate. So actually I'll remove this navigate from React router DOM, and I'll make use of the use navigate hook, and then I'll initialize it here, const navigate to be equal to use navigate, and I invoke it. Now if this exists, then we will take the user to the cart, and now right here we should pass an array of dependencies. So we want to run this again whenever our auth dot underscore id changes. So if it's null, we try to run this. If it has an id, then we run it also. And then just to avoid an error, a warning about this navigate, we can just add it here, but it won't actually like do anything, just to avoid a warning of missing dependency. So these are dependency, these are dependency. Then I'll go ahead and save. So let's register another user. We will be automatically be logged in, and therefore we will be taken away from this particular component or route. So I will add a name. I'll just use my name again, and then I'll use an email with 3 O's. I haven't used that, at gmail.com. Then I'll use the password as that. I'll paste, register, submitting, and immediately we are taken out of there. And now look, we have this as log out, and we don't see the other links. And now right here we can check out. And then now right here, if we try to go to register, we can't. Actually we can. Oops, my bad. So we shouldn't be able to access this register since we are already logged in. But I know the issue is that we are not loading the user. So once we refresh the page, that auth status is lost. So I should actually like show you how to load a user. Okay, let's do that. Let's load a user. So to load a user, we need to go to the auth slice, and we need to add a reducer right here. So I'll enter here, and then I'll say load user. So this load user has access now to state, and also it has access to action, and we can be able to handle the state in here. So what we should do, we should access the token. So I'll say const token, which is available in state dot token. So the state has the token because it's being able to get it from the local storage. Okay, this one. So now we have this token right there, and we can perform a check. Does this token exist? So if this token actually exists, what we want to do is to decode that token. So I can say const user will be equal to jwt decode, and we pass in the token. Okay, and then what we will return is the state here, which will look like this: state token. Then we will have the name, email, ID. I'll copy that, and here at the return I'll paste it there. And now we should also change the user loaded to true. So I'll set this to true, and the token here is not from action.payload but from the state. So I'll set token to be token, this one. Okay, now we have this particular reducer for handling the state, but now this load user is automatically being made an action. Like we can be able to dispatch it so that we update the state like this. So how we can export that action from this file is that at the very bottom here we can say export, and then we will have const load user, and then comma log out user. So we will be having another one for logging out the user, log out user. Okay, what am I doing? logout user, and these will come from auth dot actions. So these are automatically created for us, and we can export them like these depending on the name that we include right here. So this is road user. Also, let's add the logout. Okay, and note that we are adding these at reducers because we are not performing any HTTP request. And if you are performing any HTTP request, what you do, you create the action creator at the top here, and then you handle the state in extra reducers. So that is like the difference. Okay, cool. Now after this one, after this comma, I'll have logout user, and it has access to state again and also access to action. And when we log out the user, we want to delete the local storage, that is the token from the local storage. So local storage dot remove item, and right here we will pass the token. So we remove that token, and also what we will do, we will reset the state. So we will return right here, we spread the state, and we reset everything in the state. And how we will do that is by just copying what we have here, copy, and then I'll come here and paste it. I'll save to auto format. Also, we should reset the token. So token now will be empty like that. Cool. Now when we log out the user, we are removing the token from the local storage and resetting the state. Now we have created two actions, load user and logout user. Let's make use of them. Let's come to index.js, and you can see from here I was dispatching products fetch. I was also dispatching get totals. Let's do the same. You can make use of a use effect, or you can do it from here. Yeah, when the application loads. So let's duplicate that, store.dispatch, and now right here I'll just call load user. It will be auto imported, and we should pass null because it doesn't expect anything right there. It doesn't expect any parameters, so I'll just pass null. I'll save, and once these loads, let me refresh. Look, we are automatically logged in because we have a token at the local storage. So if you inspect, go to application right here, since we have this token at the local storage, this token is automatically being added to the state, and now from the state we can be able to get that token from the state, decode it, and update the state. So if we have an ID, auth.id, then we are logged in. So now since we are logged in, if we try to access register, then we can't access it. We are redirected back here. Cool. Now another thing is that we have created one for logout, an action for logout right here. So local storage.remove item and clear the state, but we need to make use of it at our logout here. So let's go to Navbar and log out a user. So at the Navbar, this is where we had logout, and all we will do, we will add an onClick event, and we will have an arrow function, and in this arrow function we can do two things. First of all, we will dispatch. I'll invoke that, and then what we are dispatching is log out. I'm not getting a suggestion for this one. First of all, let's define dispatch. To define dispatch, we need to import it, use dispatch from React Redux. Let's initialize it, const dispatch will be equal to use dispatch. We invoke it, and then right here, hopefully now since we don't have that issue of not having dispatch, we will get a suggestion for log out. So here we have logout user. Now that will be auto imported from our auth trace, and then we can invoke it and pass null. Okay, since we don't have any parameters that it's expecting. So that is the first thing. The second thing, let's tell the user that we have logged out using toast. So React Toastify, I'll import toast from React Toastify and then I'll say toast.warning. So this will be a yellow toast, and we will tell the user you have logged out. Okay, and then the second parameter, we will position our toast message to be at bottom left. I'll save. Now let's try to log out the user. So we are logged in, click log out, and we are logged out. And once we are logged out, we should show a different button right here with a different color, so that when we click on this one again, we are taken to login. So let's fix this. That is in our cart component. So I'll go to cart component. I know there are many moving parts, but for it to be complete, we have to do all this. And from here, we will need to have the navigate. So right here, I'll say const navigate to be equal to use navigate from React Router DOM. That will be auto imported, and we initialize that. And then we will go down to where we have our checkout button. Yeah, continue shopping. Checkout button is here. And for this one, let's go ahead and make use of auth. So I'll say auth._id. That means that if we have the ID, we are logged in. Then if we are logged in, we show this checkout button. So I'll just copy that. Actually, I'll cut it and paste it here. Else, we will show a different button that will redirect us to the login page. So right here, I'll include another button, but now for this, I'll say login to checkout. And let me save to auto format. And then now we need to do more in here. First of all, I'll give it a class name. You can use styled components if you want, but since we already styled this button using a class name, I can just use a class name. You can use different methods. It's really up to you. So I'll say cat login, like that. That is the class name. And then I'll have an on-click event. So on-click, and what we will have here is an arrow function which will return our navigate, so that we navigate the user to login. So I'll save that. And let's tell this button to look differently. So all our class names are in app.css, and we can try to look for our button, our cart button. Where is it? Cart summary, cart checkout button. So we have it here. The background color for this one is this one. And what I will do, I'll just come down here and I'll select our cart login button. So I'll say dot cart checkout, and then dot cart hyphen login. And then I'll include the styles in here. I'll change the background color to yellow, and then I'll change the color to black. I'll save. And auth is not defined. So in our cart right here, we should define auth. So for that, I don't think we need these auths, right? Why is it here? I'll remove that, and we will make use of the use selector hook to return auth. And we will set now here auth to be that auth. Enter. Now let's see. Look, now we have a yellow button, which when we click, it's taking us to login, but we haven't implemented login. So this is the last thing that we are going to do in this particular tutorial. So next, let's implement login. So now I want us to implement the last bit of our application here. And let me close Navbar, let me close cart, let me close app CSS, app JS, APIs, let me close all of these. we remain with the styled form, register, and auth. So what I will do is that we are going to start by creating the action creator. And since we already did this, then we can just duplicate it. I will use Alt Shift bottom arrow to duplicate that. And then we will say login user. Login user. We will change the name here to auth/login user. And this name is for the like the dispatched action. If you want to learn more, just check out the complete shopping cart. I explain this stuff in details. And then right here we will get the user details. Reject with value. We will perform a HTTP request to axios.post, and then now right here it's from /login, and we will accept email and password for login. So we remove the name, we set the token to the local storage, we return the token, we log the error, we return the error. So yeah, that is it. Now let's go down here and handle the state. So where we have build case for register pending, register user fulfilled and rejected. So I'll click here and then I'll click at the very end, and I will duplicate all these at the bottom. And now we can go into one by one, into each of them, and make the necessary changes. So the first one, now this is not register, it will be login. So actually what I can do, I can just use Control D to select all the register up to the bottom here, delete them, and then say login. Okay, and now let's also go through them. So here we have builder.addCase, login user.pending. When the status is pending, then we will show login status here to be pending. Okay, that is good. When it's fulfilled, we will check the action period for the token. If it exists, we decode the user from that token, then we update the state like this, and we change the logging status to success. Else we just return the state. The last one, if it's rejected, then we have the error at action.period, and this is the logging status and the login error, and these states are already defined at our initial state: logging status, logging error. So we have actually already completed the auth for the login right here. We have created the action creator, we have handled the state down here. Now the next thing is to just dispatch this particular action creator and be able to log in the user. For that we need a form, and right here at the auth, I'll go ahead and create the login component. So I'll say login.jsx. Again, I'm a lazy person, so I'll come to register, copy everything and paste it here, and we can change now stuffs. Yeah, so I'll select this register here and I'll change it to login. Now here we will import login user instead of register user. Login user. From that we log in, then we need all these we need them, we need all these, they are similar there, but now here we have a difference. We don't want the name, so we remove the name. The under submit, we will dispatch login user and we include the user. Styled form will be the same, under submit will be the same. We change the heading for this one to login. The input for the name, we don't need it during login, so we remove that and we remain with email and password. And yeah, all of these will be the same, but now here for the error, we will show the error for login status, auth.login status, and submitting. Now here instead of register, we will have login, and then now here auth.login status, login. So if it's rejected, we will show the auth.login error, and then now right here instead of exporting register, we export login. Pretty the same, pretty similar to our register, just some few difference. Now all we need to do is to go to our app.js. We add a route for login, so I'll duplicate that one. Now here, instead of register, we will say login, and then instead of register here, we will say login, and make sure to click this one to auto import it, and I'll save. Now we have completed login, believe you not. Let's go to this, let's refresh, and look at login. We are able to load this form with email, password, and text here is login, and we can switch between now login and register like this. So let's log in a user. We already have a registered user, chaoo@gmail.com. We include a correct password. First of all, let's use a wrong one. Login, submitting, invalid email or password. Let's use less characters. Login, submitting, password length must be at least 6 characters long. Let's use the wrong email here format. Login, email must be a valid email. So that is working. Now let us actually use the correct credentials, login, and we are logged in. And now right here we have checkout, and we can continue shopping, and our auth system is complete. How amazing is that? Now when we click log out, we are logged out. Now this changes to login to checkout. When I click that, we are taken to login. Yes, I have delivered what I promised, and you should leave a like for that, and also subscribe to the channel. Now if you want me to continue to this one and show you how to process payment with Stripe, please make sure to like the video, leave a comment, let this video blow up, and let me get more than 100 likes, and that way you'll motivate me to actually complete this particular simple online shop and make it to be a complete e-commerce. And as we proceed, we might add an admin dashboard to manage products, to manage users, to add products, and to make this to be a complete thing. Okay, so give me the psych, okay? And that is it for this video, and I'll be seeing you on the next one. Hey, what's up everyone? So in this video, I'll be showing you how to process payment using Stripe, React, and Node.js, and we'll be making use of our simple online shop here. And I have already showed you how to create this online shop with complete shopping cart and also authentication on this particular series on my YouTube channel. So I'll leave a link to this particular series at the description section below so that you can check it out. But if you wish to only focus on processing payment, then I'll also provide the source code for this particular online shop up to where we have reached. And this is how this online shop works. So right here we have the cart. Right now it's empty, so I can start shopping and I can add an item to cart. So I can continue shopping right here, and I can add another item to cart. I can be able to add the quantity for a particular item right here, and it will calculate the subtotal automatically. I can also decrease the quantity, and I can as well remove an item from cart. Also right here we have a button to clear the cart, but I don't want to clear it right now. So right here I'll add a few products. Let me add 2 of them, and this is the subtotal. And now before we check out, we have to log in first. So right here I'll click on login to checkout, and you are taken to the login page. So if you don't have an account, you can register. So I'll come to login, and I'll go ahead and use an already registered email right here. So chaoo@gmail.com. And if I try to log in without password, then password is not allowed to be empty. We have some basic validation that is happening on the back end. Password length must be at least 6 characters long. So I'll enter the valid password right here, which is this one. I'll copy that and paste it here, and I'll go ahead and log in, submitting. And now that we are logged in, we can go ahead and check out. So before I check out, I can come to the payments here at Stripe dashboard, and when I refresh, you'll notice that we don't have any payments. Okay, so if I refresh,
just to make sure that we don't have any payments, so no test payments. So I'm in test mode actually. So right here, when I click on checkout, it will create what we call a payment intent. So checkout, and this will be processed by Stripe, and here we go. So it's loading the checkout page, and now you'll see that we have a summary of our items right here with the amount right there, very clear. And then right here we can enter the shipping address, we can enter the shipping method, and then we can use the card to pay. Okay, and then we pay. But now when we click the checkout button, it created what we call a payment intent. So when we refresh right here, you'll see that we have a record of the payment that is not complete yet. Okay, so right here we have incomplete payment because we haven't paid it yet. So this is just a payment intent, like we want to pay for something. So right here, let's go ahead and enter the details right here, the email. I'll go ahead and enter the shipping address. So I'll use a random address. This is just for test. The location, and then right here the phone number in case we want to call you for the order. And then right here you can like click on next day, and then right here it will recalculate the total. So it has added some amount there. And now right here I'll use a test card. So 42424242424242. This is provided by Stripe. Any future date 3333, any number for CVC 3333. This is for the test. And then before I pay, you'll notice that at our database orders we don't have anything. So we'll also be making a record of the order at our database, just not only on Stripe. Okay, so that we can be able to fetch it from the database and show the user their order, or also show the admin the order, so that they can make changes whether it's delivered or not. So right here I'll go ahead and click on pay. Close that, it's processing. Once it's done, it will redirect us to a checkout success. Cart is cleared, and you can see checkout successful. So this is very awesome. And now when I come to payments here and refresh, now you'll see that the payment is complete, which is really awesome. So it's refreshing right there, and the payment succeeded. And when I click on this, you see the customer email there is Chaoo Charles right here. Then payment started and succeeded at that time. Down here we have the shipping information, and then down here we have the items that we are supposed to ship. So you, as an admin, you can actually like just use these details right here. But if you wish to show the user the delivery status and so on, we keep a record at our database as well. So when I refresh this, you'll see that now at the orders we have a record as well of that particular payment. So we have the user ID who paid the products. We are keeping the ID and the quantity for each product. So we have two products right there, the subtotal and the totals right there. Then we have the shipping information. So we can also show these to the user or the admin, which is really awesome. Delivery status is pending, payment status is paid. And in a future video, I'll show you how to create the admin dashboard, the user profile, also how to create a product from an admin dashboard, and so on. So if you are interested in this kind of content, please make sure you subscribe to the channel and also turn on post notification. So another cool thing is that I have given you access to the starter files. The starter files includes the complete shopping cart and authentication, that is login plus register, and you can download using this button right here, download starter files. I'll leave a link to this page at the description section below. Okay, and if you wish to learn how to do all these, creating a complete shopping cart and adding authentication, then you can click on this link, which will take you to the complete playlist. And I'll also leave a link to the playlist at the description section below. Now another thing is that I have included access to the source codes right here. The source codes includes the complete shopping cart now, authentication, and whatever we will cover in this video, that is Stripe payment. And in future this will be updating. Okay, I'll be updating these source codes to include the admin dashboard, to include user profile, to include processing orders, and so on and so forth, so that now it's like the complete e-commerce React and Node web app. And I have also given you access to the
GitHub link right here if you wish to view this from GitHub. Okay, so this is a nice page that I created for me to have everything right here, and I'll leave a link at the description section below. So once you click on these download starter files, you will get a zipped file. All you need to do is to unzip that file, and then you will get a folder. That folder will have both the backend and the front end. Okay, and then from there you need to install the dependencies. So to install the dependencies, all you need to do is to create a new terminal right here. Then it will open down here. You will cd into backend, and then you will run npm I, and then you will hit enter for you to install those dependencies. And then once they are installed, to run the backend you'll use nodemon. You hit enter, that will run the backend. Now for the front end, you'll cd into front end. So first of all, I'll get out of backend, then cd into front end. From here, you run npm I to install front end dependencies. To start the front end, you run npm start. So I have already done that, and this is where my backend is running, and then this is where my front end is running, and this is the application right here without checkout. Like when I click checkout, it doesn't do anything. We just have authentication and the complete shopping cart. So in this video, I want us to process the payment of our products right here. Now another thing is that your backend might not start correctly. It might give you an issue because you need to include an environment variable for your MongoDB database. So I'm assuming you know how to set up MongoDB and work with Node.js. So I think I have left an example .env file which you can follow. But basically, if it's not there, your .env file should look like this. DB URI, you include the URL there, you include your JWT secret key right there, so that everything works fine. So once you do that, it's time to move on to Stripe. So to move on to Stripe, actually I'll come right here, open a new tab, and you can search for Stripe checkout, and you can follow the documentation actually. So we build checkout so that you don't have to. Stripe makes this very easy for us. We already have an existing checkout page from Stripe which we can make use of, and then customize it, pass data to it, and be able to do stuff. So right here, I'll just go to explore the docs. I want to explore the docs with you so that you see how you can go about it, and also learn to explore the docs as well. Now right here we are at Stripe checkout. Once I scroll down here, you'll see we have different ways of using Stripe. You can accept a payment like what we will be doing in this video. You can also create a subscription. This is like a monthly subscription thing. Now in this case, we are accepting a payment, so I'll go with accept a payment. Once I click that, now we have web, iOS, Android. You can choose any. I'll go with web. We have a pre-built checkout page, which complexity is just very easy to use, and it will look like this, but it's possible to customize the logos, the images, and the colors. And if you want to have a custom checkout page, you can go with the custom payment flow. I won't check on that, but you can definitely make your own checkout page instead of using this pre-built checkout page. Okay, now for this pre-built checkout page is so easy, and the first thing that we need to do is to install Stripe. So on your backend, make sure you are at Node, not unless you are using any other backend. You will just run npm I and then Stripe. So all you need to do is to copy that command, and then make sure you are at the backend. So from here, I can cd like that to go one step backward, and then cd into backend, and from here now you can install Stripe at the backend. Okay, that is Node. Okay, once you install that, you are ready to move on to the next step, and this is the front end part of it. So for the front end, we'll only be having a button with an onClick event calling a backend endpoint, a backend API. So we don't need to worry about this for now, but I can scroll down here to this code. Okay, and this is the backend code that we need. So what I'll do from here, this node code, I'll copy this post endpoint right here, and then we will explore it together. So what I'll do, I'll copy this post endpoint, I'll copy that, and I'll come right here and at the back end here, I'll go to routes, and then I'll create a new file. I'll call it stripe.js, and I'll paste that code right here. Okay, and from here I have already installed Stripe, so I don't need to hit enter for my case. So from here I'll just minimize these, and then let's explore what we have here. So we have a post request to this endpoint. We have our async function right here with request and response, and then right here we have session, and this session is coming from stripe.checkout.session, and then we are creating a checkout session. So this checkout session accepts several stuff. That is a key and value pair. It accepts line items. So you can think of these line items as our cart items. So this is like just an array of our items, and we will explore it together. And then right here we have the mode, which can be payment or subscription. And then right here we have the success URL and the cancel URL. Now for the success URL is when the payment is successful, where should the checkout page take us to? And then for the cancel is once you like cancel or place back, where should the Stripe checkout page take you to? So we will customize all this. So this is basically it. You call this endpoint on the front end, and then it will like process the payment. How easy is that? Very easy. So let's customize this and make it to be our own. Now the first thing that we need to do is to import Stripe, and as you can see, we will import Stripe, and also we need to pass the I think the security key from the Stripe dashboard. Okay, so what I'll do at the top, first of all, I'll create a router for this. So I'll import express. So I'll say const express to be equal to require express and then I'll bring in Stripe. So I'll say const Stripe will be equal to require, and then I'll bring in Stripe. So make sure you already like installed this one, and then we need to make use of the security key. So for the security key down here, I'll just say const Stripe will be equal to, I call this Stripe right here. Note this starts with a small letter, this starts with a capital. So I'll say Stripe, and then I'll invoke it, and I should pass the security key from Stripe right here. So I read this key from the environment variable. So I'll say process.env, and then I'll give it a name of Stripe underscore key. Okay, now let's get this key. So I'll copy this Stripe key, copy that, open the .env file, and then I'll paste it here, and I'll set this key to be you need to create a Stripe account and then go to the dashboard. Once you create the account, you'll be redirected to the dashboard. Go to developers, and then you can see the keys. I think somewhere here they are not listed, but you can come to API keys right here, and then the secret key, reveal the key, and then copy. This is just a test key. This is test mode. Okay, now from here I'll paste that key right here from the Stripe dashboard, and I'll save. So now this way we have like configured it, but it might bring some issue. We need to configure the .env package. So just at the top, before you do this, at the top of it, you need to require, and then I'll bring in .env, and at the end here I'll say .config, so that we can be able to actually read that key from the .env file. Okay, so with this is awesome. Another thing is that we need to make use of router instead of app. So I'll create a router here. I'll say const router will be equal to express dot router, and I'll invoke that. Now instead of saying app dot post, I'll say router dot post, and then we'll have that, we create a session. This stripe.checkout.session.create. We line our items. For now, I'll leave it at these, and then we have the mode is payment. Now for the success URL, we will create some routes on the front end for us to handle the success and also to handle the fail. So what I'll do, I'll cancel or I'll remove this one, and I'll use backticks because I want to read the base URL, which is from the environment variable. So we will have process.env and then .client_URL, and then we will have a route called stroke checkout hyphen success, and then I'll just like copy this one, and for the cancel URL I'll paste this one. So we'll have process.env, and then now right here, instead of checkout success, I will have cart. So if someone cancels the checkout process, they are redirected back to the cart. Okay, yeah. And then now for this one, you see the way we have res.redirect this one. So this is when you make use of a form on the front end. So right here, you see they made use of a form to call that endpoint. But for us, we will be using just a button which will have an on-click event. So instead of using this res.redirect, we should make use of res and then .send, and right here we will send an object which will have our URL. So I'll say URL and then full colon, and we'll make use of this session. So I'll say session, and it will have a property called URL. Okay, cool. Now down here, I need to export our router so that we configure it and be able to access it from the front end. So I'll say module and then dot exports, and then these will be equal to router. Now with these, I can be able to come right here and I can bring in our router. So I can say const stripe will be equal to, we require stroke router and then stroke stripe, and then we configure it right here. So app.use, I'll duplicate that and I'll set to be API stroke stripe, and then right here instead of login we will have stripe. Okay, I'll save. Now with this backend, we will come back to it and actually pass our cart items, but for now we need something simple to work with, and then we can customize it further as we move on. For now, I want us to go to the front end. We call this endpoint. Also, we set up the checkout success for our front end. Yeah. So what I'll do, I will just go to front end. I'll go to SRC components. I'll create a new file and I'll call it pay button, and then .jsx. Now from this pay button, we will be importing several stuff. First of all, we will need Axios to make the HTTP request. So this will come from Axios. And then second of all, we will need to know the currently logged in user. So I'll bring in the use selector hook. So use selector. So this is from React Redux. So React Redux. So right here it's a semicolon. That's why I'm not getting the suggestions. And then another thing, I'll bring in the base URL. So right here we will have URL from this will come from Strice stroke API, and this URL is for our backend. Okay, this is for our backend, simply the HTTP localhost 5000. Now right here I'll go ahead and create a stateless functional component and I'll call it pay button. And in here, for the return, what we will simply have is a button. So I'll have a button, and I'll say check out. And for this button, we'll have the on-click event. So I'll say on-click, and we will call a function right here called handle checkout. That is handle checkout, and I invoke it. Okay. So we don't have this function. Let's go ahead and create it. So right here, I'll have const handle checkout, handle check out. This will be an arrow function, and we should be able to do something in here. And what we will be doing is performing the HTTP request. Okay. So first of all, we need to hook up this component pay button to our cart right here. So I'll go to the cart, and then where we have checkout, so I'll use Control F, search for checkout. So right here, where we have this button, I will replace this with this particular pay button. Okay. So right here, I'll just remove that, and then I'll include our pay button right here, pay button. I'll click on it to auto import it at the top. And another thing that we should do, we should also pass our cart items to this particular pay button. Okay. So right here, I'll say cart items will be equal to, our cart items are available in cart and then dot cart items. So we pass these cart items as a prop to our pay button. Okay, so that we can be able to actually pass them to the backend. So I'll come to the pay button, so we can be able to accept those cart items as props here, cart items. Okay, pretty awesome. And from here, we can be able, maybe let's log them to the console. So I can say console.log of cart items first, so that when we click this button, we should log the cart items to the console. Yeah, let's test this implementation first before we proceed. So I'll come to the front end, and let's make sure we refresh. Let's open the console. I'll go to the console. Now when I click checkout, we are getting our cart items right here, which is this iPhone 12. Okay, so that is working. So another thing, before we proceed to checking out, we should create our checkout success page, so or route. So at our front end, let me minimize the back end. At our front end, at the components, I'll create another file, and I'll call it checkout success, and then .jsx. And then from these, I'll just create a CSS functional component, and I'll call it checkout success. Let me use the small caps there. And or we will return right here is a h2, and we will say checkout success, checkout success. Okay, yeah, cool. Now I'll go to index.js, and we need to create a route for that. Actually not index, but app.js. So we need to create a path for that. And from here, after the cart, I can actually like duplicate that, and then now instead of stroke cart, I'll say stroke check out hyphen success. And this is exactly what we have right here. Okay, so they should be the same. And then now at the element, instead of loading the cart, we will load the checkout success. I click on this to auto import it. Another thing is that this not found is not actually working in version 6. So what I should do is that I should remove this one, the last one here, and at the path I'll include any path that is not this one. So all the paths that are not this one will take you to the not found page. So I'll save that, and I can actually like test it. So right here I can go to checkout success. So checkout success should show checkout success, and if we try to access a path that does not exist, then we get 404 page not found. Cool. So the routing is working now, and we can proceed with the pay button. So at this particular function, I'll now make use of Axios. So I'll say Axios and then dot post. We should include the backend URL. So I'll use backticks, and I'll read our URL right here. And then after that, we will have stroke stripe, and then stroke create hyphen checkout hyphen session. Okay, so this is now our endpoint, which is localhost 5000 stroke API stroke stripe stroke create checkout session. So once that is called, this is the first parameter actually. Now the second parameter, we can pass now our cart items, and also we can pass the user. So I'll pass an object, and right here I'll pass the cart items, comma. Also I want the user, and we'll get the user from the use select hook right here. So right here I can load the user. I can say const user will be equal to the use selector hook. I invoke it. We'll have access to the state, and we can actually return state.auth. So from there we will get our user, and we can be able to pass just the user ID is the most important. So I'll pass the user ID to be user dot underscore ID. So this user ID is important when you want to create an order, so that that order is associated with the currently logged in user. So I hope that makes sense. Actually it does. So axios.post, and then after this, so this will return a promise. So we can tap the .then method. We will have a response, so res, and from this response we can perform a check. So if our res dot data has the URL, if res.data.url, if we have that URL, then let us push the user to the checkout page, to that URL. So what I can make use of is the window object right here, and then I'll say .location .href, and I'll set this to be equal to this res.data.url. And what this will do is that it will take us to the checkout page. Okay, else if this fails, if we have an error, that is, we can catch the error right here, and we get the error. Okay, we get the error right here, and we can like log the error to the console. So I'll just say console.log of error.message, and I'll save. And then once we complete the payment successfully, then Stripe will take us to this page. Once we cancel the process, it will take us to the cart. Let's test this out and see if we can get that checkout URL. Okay, cool. I'll come back right here, go to online shop, go to right here, and click on checkout. Click, and we don't get anything. What we get, it's an error. So post connection refused. So our backend has an issue. So let's open the backend right here and go to it. It has an error actually. Yes, let's see what the error is. So I'll scroll right here and return. Okay, invalid URL, undefined checkout success. Okay, cool. I know what the issue is. We didn't include the client URL at the .env file. So I'll go to the .env file, and we should include the client URL. So I'll paste here, and our client URL is http // then localhost /3000. That is our base URL for the client because we are on localhost. Once you deploy, you should change this to the actual URL. So I'll save that. Then let's see if it's running here. Actually, it's not. So I'll come back to Stripe page. It doesn't detect changes on .env file. So I'll save this again to restart. Server running, then Mongo successful. So I'll go here and click on checkout. Let's wait and see. Yeah, it's taking us to the Stripe checkout. And now look, we are able to see this data right here, t-shirt, and we have a process, a way of like performing the payment. And this is awesome because it's done automatically by Stripe. So as you can see, the product name is t-shirt, the amount is 2000. So this is in cents, so you can divide this by 100 to get it in dollars, so $20. So that is what we have, t-shirt, $20. Now these line items, we can include more data right here, like the images, the description, and so on and so forth, and all those data will appear here. And then another cool thing with Stripe is that it will automatically calculate the totals. Okay, so this is the amount, this is the quantity. So if I change this quantity, let's say to 2, and let's duplicate this particular item right here, and let's say the name is I don't know, phone, and let's have one of these one. So it will automatically calculate the totals. For this is 200 times 2, 400, that is 4,000, and then this one is 2,000, 6,000, that is $60. The total is $60. So when I save and come right here, so this is why we needed the cancel and the success. So when I cancel, we should go back to that is the cart. When I click checkout again, you'll see that it will calculate the totals for us. So let's see what we have. There we go, it's $60. Phone, one quantity 20, then this is 40. It's automatically getting the totals, and we don't need to worry about that. So let's actually perform this payment. I can just come here and include the email. This is 42424242. This is the test card. You can check it on Stripe, and then right here, any future date and any CVC, and then the name on card, and then right here you can select location, and then I pay. Once I pay, we should go back to our app where we have like the payment is successful, the checkout is successful. So I'll pay, it's processing, and we are making a payment of 60 here. It's processing, and check. So once it's successful, we go to the checkout success, and once we go to payments now, you'll see that the payment was actually successful. It's that easy. It's that easy to like set up payment with Stripe. And now look, we have this success right here, which is $60. Okay, and once we open this one and come down here, you'll see $60, and we have t-shirt, phone, and all the data is here. You can like now like deliver to the customer and so on. Now the thing is, we need to include our cart items right here. Okay, so to do that, we are receiving that in request from our front end. So you see at the front end, let me cancel some of these pages. I'll cancel that. I'll remove the cart index so that we only remain with these two. So this is our front end right here, pay button. We are able to pass to our backend the cart items and the user ID. And now from here, we can be able to include them to our line items right here. So this is an array, and we can use the map method for us to follow this particular format. Okay, so let's do that. Let's create a new array of items that we will use as our line items, and it will have all our cart items from the front end. After this, before we even create the session, I'll just say let const line items be equal to request dot body, and then dot cut items. Remember, we are receiving them in the request body, dot map. And then once we map, we will get an item at a time, and we can be able to return these right here as an object. And what we should include is this price data up to this point. I'll copy that and I'll paste it here. Now this object right here will be added to our line items with each iteration, and we should now like customize it to contain our cart items. Okay, so first things first, currency USD, product data. The name now right here will be item.name, and then we can include more properties. Okay, we can have images, so this accepts an array of images, I think up to 4 links also. So we already have a link, an array of these will be item dot image. So this is the link to our image. I'll include a comma. We can include a description, so description and full colon, and we should have item dot desk, and lastly I'll include metadata, and we can include whatever we want right here. So I'll say ID to be item dot ID, and then the amount here. Now this will be item dot price, but remember we should multiply this by 100 so that we make it in cents. And then the quantity will be item dot cut quantity, so item dot cut cut quantity. So these are properties that are available in our item, just like that. I'll save, and now these line items will contain all our cart items. And now instead of passing these line items like this, I can just remove it like that and pass these line items. So I'll say line underscore items like that. Okay, and now these are our cart items from the front end, which is really awesome. So let's test that one out. I'll save, and hopefully everything will work out. I'll go to the cart. We have one item, let's add more. I'll add Galaxy S. I'll increase the cart quantity for this one so that we have this one, and I'll check out. Once I check out, we should be redirected to the page. I think it's not working, we have an issue, so let me inspect and see. We have an issue, I think it's on the back end, so failed to connect. Let's check our back end right here. Let's see the error. Received unknown parameter, line items 0, price data, images. So I think we have an issue right here. Name should be item.name, images should be an array, so this should be in small. It's just like the eye. pretty crazy. I'll save this and let's see if it's working. There we go. Let's click checkout and see if we will get the checkout page, and there we go. So it's working. And then let's bring this here, and look, we have our items from the front end. iPhone 12, the quantity is 2. Galaxy S, the quantity is 1. We have the description right here, 5 inches, 6 inches, and it's calculating the totals for us, and all we need to do is to go ahead and check out. How amazing is that? Pretty nice. Now the next thing that I want us to do is that we should be able to like include shipping information. Okay, and that is the address, and also we can like correct the phone number and so on. So to do that, what you need to do is you can explore the docs again. Once you scroll down here, you can see after the payment,
I guess it was somewhere here, I'm not sure. Okay, once you scroll at the very bottom of this documentation, you'll see you can add discounts, you can add IDs, shipping, you can customize your branding and so on. So what I want is to add shipping. So you can be able to add shipping right here. And this is what you need to do. You need to include shipping options. So shipping options is when you set should it come, like how many days will it take to ship, and also will you pay for shipping or not, things like that. You see fixed amount 0, that is free shipping, and then right here amount you can include next day air, that amount. So we have the documentation for this. Just before the line items, I can just like actually copy this one. Also right here you can specify the countries that you want, USA, Canada, etc. So I can just like copy all this. Okay, it's available in the documentation, and I don't want to keep typing it. I'll copy all this. Before the line items, I'll copy that, and I can include it just before our line items. Okay, so when creating the session, just before here, I can paste all that right there, and this is what we have. You specify the payment method, it's card, you specify the countries. So maybe I can add my own country, which is KE, Kenya, for Kenya. And then right here we have shipping options, whether you provide free shipping, or all these are optional. Actually, it's not a must you include them, or you provide like next day air. I just want to show you that they are there so that you can make use of them. And another thing that you can include is a phone number. So a phone number, in case you want to, I think you can include. So I'll just go one step back, and at the very bottom, I think we have an option for phone. Add discount, correct tax. So it's not listed, but it's there. So for the phone number, for you to add the phone number, you need to include this line. I can say phone underscore number, and then underscore collections, full colon, and we'll say enabled to be true. And then now down here I can include a comma, and now that will also have like a phone number for us to correct. So once I save that, and once I come to the payment page, right here, I'll cancel that, and let me check out again. Once I click checkout, it should process, but I think it's bringing an error. Let's see what the error is. This is an error with our backend. We obviously like missed something. So let's see. Received a non-parameter phone number corrections. Maybe I missed a spelling. So we shouldn't have an S. I'll save. It's just typos. Sorry. So let's see what we have. I'll come back, click checkout again. It's loading the checkout page, and here we go. So now from here you'll see that we have now this part where we can correct the address, the phone number, city, and so on, so that you can like actually deliver that product to that particular address. I think this is very important. Okay, and let's now test this one out. Let's perform this payment using our test card. So I'll include the dummy addresses here real quick, and I'll come. You can click on next here, that will recalculate this one automatically. You include the test card here, and then you include any future date, you include any CVC, and then you pay, and this will process. Once it's successful, it should take us to the checkout success page. And once I come to the payments, right here, payments, you'll see we have this order right here, and then I'll come here, and let's see if we are correcting the address. Actually we are, and we are successfully like getting now these from our cart, which is awesome. Now another question is that how can you keep a record of these in your database? Okay, because you need a record of these in your database. Maybe you can fetch it from the database, show it to admin, show it to the currently logged in user, and so on. So Stripe have what we call webhooks. Okay, so if I click payments here or come to the developers, we have webhooks. So I will show you how to create an order in the next video. I think this video is long enough. I have showed you how to process payment. So if you wish to know how to create an order and save it to your database using webhooks, then make sure you subscribe, turn on post notification so that you get notified once I upload. Another thing that you should notice that here we have incomplete payments, and these incomplete payments are formed when the moment you click checkout right here, the moment you like click checkout, this creates what we call a payment intent. So we want to like perform a payment. Okay, so right here when I come, it has already created an incomplete payment for that. So you see it has this incomplete payment, and once we go ahead and pay, it will mark it as succeeded. But once we cancel, it will remain to be there. Okay, it will remain to be there, and once we click checkout again, it will create another payment intent. So for some reason it's not reusing the same payment intent, and that is why you are seeing this incomplete. But there is a way of getting this payment intent from Stripe and reusing it. Okay, you can like reuse the same payment intent so that it don't have to create new ones whenever you try to check out. Okay, otherwise that is the end of this video, and in the next video I'll show you how to create an order using Stripe webhooks and save the payment information, the addresses, the cart information on your own database, so that as an admin you can mark the order as complete, delivered or not delivered, and so on and so forth. And also the client, your user, can actually see it on their profile. So I'll see you on the next one. Hey, what's up everyone? So in the last video I showed you how to process payment with Stripe when you click checkout, such that this will take you to this checkout page, which is already made by Stripe. So our work was just to pass the data here and calculate the totals, and then we customize this a bit by adding shipping and so on. But in this video I want to show you how you can like keep a record of the payment on your own database. Okay, remember the payment that you process here will only be available on Stripe, but how can we keep a record of that in our own MongoDB database? So that means like creating an order, okay, in our DB. So that is what I want to show you in this video using Stripe webhooks. So with Stripe webhooks, you can be able to raise events using Stripe that will be running or will be calling an endpoint, and then that endpoint can create the record in your DB. So why do we need the webhook? For example, when we click checkout right here, we are not calling any endpoint that works with our database, so we are not making a record, right? And when we pay, we are not also like making a record in the DB. But what we want is when we pay, now Stripe will raise an event that will tell us that checkout is complete, and then that event will raise or will call the webhook, and in our webhook endpoint we can be able now to get all the information from Stripe and then be able to save the data in the DB. So we will see these in practice. So the first step is just to go to the developers dashboard, and then you will see webhooks right here. Okay, webhooks. So click on webhooks, and right here you can be able to see local listeners, and once you click on add local listener, you'll see instructions on how to go about it locally, because you need to test it before you can actually deploy it. Okay, so once you test it locally, you can be able now to create a webhook on Stripe. Right here you see hosted endpoints. You can be able now to create a hosted endpoint right here, and now this will like be in production. So we need to start with a local so that we can test everything. So I'll add local listener here, and I won't like actually like add anything, but the most important thing is the instructions that are here.
because this will help you to, like, understand everything. So you need to have what we call Stripe CLI to begin with. So download CLI and log in with your Stripe account. So right here, you can open this on a new tab and see instructions on how to download the Stripe CLI. And we have several ways: Homebrew, Scoop, Mac, Linux, Windows, etc. So what I used myself is Scoop. So you can install Stripe CLI with Scoop. So click on this one to install Scoop. Most likely you don't have it, and you need to use PowerShell. So just copy this command right here. This is for Windows. If you are using Mac, you can follow the other instructions, but this is what I did. So the next step is to open PowerShell. So just search for PowerShell right here, open, and then just paste that command, this command right here, paste it there, hit enter to install Scoop. Once Scoop is installed, the next step is to install Stripe. Okay, so to install Stripe, you'll copy this command right here, copy that command, then go back to your PowerShell, and what you will enter now is that particular command. Okay, hit enter. Once it's successful, the other command that you will run is this one, Scoop install Stripe. So just copy that, and then you will now run that particular command at your PowerShell like that, and that will install Stripe. Okay, now I will recommend that you use the command terminal. Don't use VS Code terminal. For some reason it doesn't work for the next steps. Okay, so on your terminal, this is now the next step that you need to take. So I'll just cancel this and cancel this. We have now Stripe installed, I'm assuming that, and the thing that you need to run is Stripe login. Okay, so now at this point, this is why you need to write Stripe login. Okay, not that, sorry. You need to have Stripe login right here. Hit enter to log in to Stripe, and actually I'm already logged in, so I don't know if I can log in again though. And it will bring you something like this. You'll hit any key to log in or C to quit. So for me, I think I'll just quit. Okay, so C, I'll quit. Actually it's bringing me the dashboard, so I think I used the wrong command, but you can go ahead and allow access right here. It doesn't matter. Okay, cool. Now the next thing that you need to do is to call an endpoint right here. So forward events to your webhook. So for that, you need to have a particular endpoint in your code. Okay, and the endpoint will look something like this right here. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this code, and then I'll go to my Visual Studio Code, and after Stripe webhook right here, I'll just paste that code. Okay, but I'll manipulate it because we are working on a router and not the actual app. So right here I'll remove app.recent because we already have that on index.js, and then at the very top I will remove these imports and also these comments right here. I will remove them, and then right here we have the endpoint secret. So this is have been provided by my Stripe right here automatically, these, but there is also a way of getting it. Once we call this command, it will like give us the secret key, so don't worry about that for now. And then now right here, instead of app, I need to make use of router, and now we are creating an endpoint called webhook. We are using express.row, type to be application JSON, request response, and then now these steps that are happening right here from this point to this point, those steps are for verifying that the event that calls this particular webhook actually comes from Stripe. Okay, and it's very easy. It's just calling this particular method, stripe.webhooks.construct event, and then whatever we are passing is the request body from request here, and then we are passing the Stripe signature, and it's reading this from the request headers, and then we are passing the endpoint secret, which is above here. If that is successful, then it will proceed down here where we can like process a particular event. Okay, right here where we can like handle a particular event. So for now, I'm not going to handle any event actually, so I'll just remove that. And then if it fails, then it will like give you an error like this. So for you to make sure that it's working, you can like do console.log of let's say verified, webhook verified. If it's successful. If it fails, then you can say webhook. Okay, console.log, actually console.log. And what I'll do, I'll just like copy this webhook error and then the error, and I'll paste it there. And then the next thing, right here, response.send. For some reason, it will give us an error. I don't know what causes the error, but from Stack Overflow, I found that I should like add .end right here, like that. Okay. So again, this is just to verify that the webhook comes from Stripe. Okay. So go ahead and save that. Now we have this file already configured at index.js. So once we call stroke API, stroke Stripe, stroke then stroke webhook right here, then these will be fired up whenever we have a Stripe event. So what is the next step? The next step, once you add that, is to trigger a Stripe recent on our CLI. So you need to like copy this command. Then what you need to do is to go to where you had the login, and you can enter these. But for the endpoint, now this will be localhost 5000 stroke API stroke Stripe and then stroke webhook. Okay, and once I hit enter, this should like start that listening to Stripe events. And as you can see, we have your webhook signing secret is this one. So you also have the secret right here. So you can actually copy it from here and paste it right here. And I think it's actually the same. So if I paste it down here, you'll see it's I think the same. Cool. Now what is the next step? To raise the event. And the thing is, first of all, when I come back here, you'll notice that now this will be added automatically. Whenever we run this command right here, whenever we run that particular command, then that endpoint will be added automatically right here, so you don't have to add it. Okay, and you can see it's listening now. When I click back here, you can see listening to events. Now right here you can trigger an event using stripe.trigger.this, and then it will call that particular webhook. So let's do this. So first of all, I'll make sure that everything is running right here. MongoDB is running and etc. So all you need to do is to open another terminal, not this one, another terminal, and then you use now this command right here to trigger a payment intent succeeded event to call that particular webhook. So when I hit enter here, from this I hit enter. I don't know what is causing the delay here. Yeah, I hit enter, setting up everything, and you'll see now right here we will have some events being called, but the thing is that webhook is being called. Okay, and for some reason I'm getting an error. Like I have tried to figure out this error, but I still wanted to show you about webhook, so that is why I'm creating this video, even though I have this issue. No signature found matching the expected signature for the payload, and I have this error that is coming from this particular console log. So if yours is working, please let me know at the comment section below. But it's not a must like I verify if this is working for me to create the order. Okay, I can like skip the verification part, which is actually very important for security. I just want to let you know, and once I figure out what is causing the issue, I'll let you know at the comment section below. But for now, I'll skip this part so that I show you how to actually like create the order. Before I run this try and catch block, I can have an if statement right here. So I'll say if we have the endpoint secret right here, if this exists, then we are going ahead and we will like try to verify our call, or our event call right here to this particular endpoint. Else we can be able to get the data and everything that we need from the request body directory. Okay, so right here I can like create at the top. Before these, I can create some variables. So I'll say let data, and then right here I'll have let event type like this, and then I'll also like define this as a variable right here. I'll say let endpoint secret to be this one. You can store this on an environment variable, but first of all I'll first say let endpoint to be this one, and then down here I can actually say now endpoint secret to be equal to this one. Okay, and what I'll do is that I'll omit this definition of the endpoint secret, and this way all it will do is it will omit this check, like it will avoid running this code, and once it avoid running this code, then I can be able to proceed and create the order. And once I resolve the issue with it, I can just like bring it back. Okay, and maybe I'll show you this on the next video if I'll have resolved it, or I'll leave a comment at the comment section below. So for now I want to show you how to create the order. That is the most important thing for now, so that you can like have an idea of what to do. Okay, else now right here I can give this data and event type values. So I can say let data now here to be equal to request, and then dot body, and then we have dot data and dot object. And another thing we can get from here is the event type. So event type to be equal to request dot body, and then dot type. Okay, so once this is successful, if this for your case, if this is successful, then we can as well set them up right here. We extract the object from the event now, from this event which is like now verified. Okay, so if it's successful, we need to also define them. Now right here I can say data to be equal to event, and then dot data dot object, and then the event type. So event type will be equal to event dot type. So again, why am I doing this? Why am I using an if statement? I'm using an if statement here because for some reason my webhook is not being verified by Stripe. I haven't figured out the issue, but once I do, I'll let you know at the comment section, and we can be able to get the data and the event type directly from the request body like this. But it's good to verify these for security reasons, especially if you are like deploying your application. Okay, and once I omit the definition of this webhook secret, that means that this code will be omitted and will go direct to this one. Okay, and now from here we can proceed to handling the event that will be raised. Okay, cool. Now right here, let me go ahead and perform another check, and this check will be for checking the event type. So right here I'll just say if, and I'll say event type. If this is equal to checkout, we have many events that can be raised. One of them is checkout session dot completed. One of them is this one, checkout session completed. And if you want to see the various events, you can come right here and you can click on add an endpoint, and then you can select event, and these are all the events that Stripe can raise. And the one that we want to handle is the one that once we complete checkout process, then raise the event that you have completed, so that we create an order. And once you expand this, you can see account updated and so on. And we have checkout here
and one of them is checkout session completed. Okay, and that is the event that we are performing a check for right here. That is the only event that I'll use in this particular video. Now in here, if we have that event, we can go ahead and get the customer data and also the data for the payment. But now another thing is that we need to know the currently logged in user so that we create an order for that particular user. And at the very top here, we did this. We brought in the request which had the cart items and also it had our currently logged in user. So once we process this checkout session, a customer is created automatically by Stripe, but we can be able to expand the details of that particular customer in the metadata. So what I will do is that first of all, I'll expand the details of the customer right here. So I'll say const, let's create a customer. So const customer will be equal to await, and we will await for Stripe, and then dot customers, and we will create a customer. And what we will do, we'll just include some data in the metadata property. This is why we are free to include our own key and value pairs, and the key that I'll add is the currently logged in user, which we passed from the front end. I think at the pay button right here, we were able to pass user ID, okay, and the cart items as well. So we can include them in our metadata here at our customer. And I'll say request.body and then dot user ID. And then now right here, I can include the cart, and I'll say JSON.stringify. It should be in form of a string. So JSON.stringify, and I will include request.body.cart items, which is this one right here. I'll just copy that and paste it here. So once we create a customer like this, we can be able to include that right here. And all I'll do, I'll include the ID to that particular customer. So I'll say, let our customer be our customer. Yes, so I'll just include the ID of the customer. Okay, good. Now we have that customer, and now right here we have this method for getting the customers from Stripe. So we need to use Stripe and then dot customers. So customers, and we have dot retrieve method. So we will use dot retrieve, and we need the ID of the customer, and that ID of the customer will now be available in our data, and the data will come from this information right here where we have customer then ID. So we will have a data.customer, which is our customer ID. So let's do that first. So right here I'll invoke this, and we will pass data.customer, and then after this we will have the dot then, and in here we can use a function. We will have a customer, and we can be able to do something with the customer right here. So after then, I think right here is where we need dot catch. We get the error, and then we log this error to the console. We get the error, and we can log console dot log of error dot message. Let me save, and yeah, I think it should be this way now. And what we are doing, we are logging the customer to the console. Also, let's log the data to the console. So console dot log of, let me specify this is data of data, so that we see what we have right there. So I'll save. Okay, what are we doing? We are performing a check of this checkout session complete. We are getting the customer using data.customer. This data.customer is the ID of the customer, which we created and included right here. And then we also log the data to the console to see what we have before we try to create the order. So let's go ahead and perform a checkout from here. Okay, so I'll just come back and let's start the process right here afresh. I'll click checkout, and once this process is completed, we should be able to raise that event.
So for now, when you look at these, we just have errors. Actually, we just have errors, but let's see if this will work out. So I'll create an order here, like I'll perform a payment real quick. I'll enter the dummy card, and then I'll enter any future date, any CVC, and I'll pay. Once it's successful, we should raise that event and be able to log those stuff at the console. So it's processing. Once it's done, we can check at the events list. So checkout session completed, but we have an issue, 500 posts. I don't know what caused this error. It should give us 200, but let's see what we have here. We have an error. What is the error about? Request is not defined. Okay, cool. Nice error there. So I'm using request here, but whatever I copied is the entire request name right here. So I'll change these to the short form. I'm used to just request actually, and for the response I'm used to just res. So I'll change all the responses to res right there. Okay, fingers crossed now this will work out. I'll save, and let's see, it's running. Let's perform a payment. So I'll come back here, check out, and I think once we do this, it's actually running our events here. Now it's 200, perfect. So we don't have issues so far. Let's perform a payment. So I'll do this quick again. Now 42424242424242. Any future date, any CVSC, I'll pay. And once this is successful, we should see an event raised by Stripe. So we come to our this one, and you'll see checkout session completed was successfully raised that event, and it called our webhook. Okay, and now when we come here, you can see we have some console log. Let me expand this and scroll at the top. Look, we have a lot of data here. The first one is for the data here, and this is the information of the payment. So as you can see, we have cancel URL, USD, we have information about the address. You see, we have email, we have name, we have this one, we have all these details about shipping, everything. And this is for the data, and then this one is for the customer that we fetched. So we have the customer, the ID, and then at the metadata for the customer, I think we should have the user ID. Metadata, we have the user ID, and amazingly, we have all the cart items right here. So we can use this information to create an order in our own database, which is really awesome. So let's see how we can create an order. How we can create an order is we need to create a model. Okay, so we need to create a model. So right here, I'll create a new file and I'll say order.js. First of all, we create the model, and then yeah, we will proceed. Pretty nice. So I know this video might be a bit long, but these are the things that most tutorials will not cover. Okay, and I needed to cover this. Even though I was facing that webhook issue, I needed to show you how to create an order so that you have a record of your own on the DB. So right here, I'll bring in mongoose. So const mongoose, and this will be equal to require mongoose, like that. And then we can say const order schema, and this will be equal to new mongoose schema. We invoke this, we pass an object. We will need the user ID for this particular order, so we'll say user ID. It will have several properties. Type will be string, and then required will be true, comma, we will have products, and for the products I can just use the cart items directly right here. Okay, so we can see the cart will have ID, name, brand, description, what else, the price, the image. Yeah, you can include all this information in the cart quantity right here. So this is like the way our product should look like, and before we save it to the DB. ID, name, brand, description, price, image. You can make some of these required if you want. Now that is products. Now down here for the order, we should know the subtotal. The subtotal will be I'll paste these. It will be type number actually, and it should be required. So I'll say number, and it's required to be true. I will duplicate these. We will have the total. So the subtotal is without shipping and taxes. The total is with shipping and taxes, like the shipping cost, taxes, etc. Total will be this one. Cool. And then we will be having the, I'll duplicate this again. We'll be having the shipping address. So right here I'll say shipping. This is the shipping address. So let me minimize this one. For this one, type will be object, required true. Object, required true. And then we will have the delivery status. Let me copy this one, paste it here. It will be type string, required. Instead of required, I'll include a default of pending, and then we will also have like payment status, payment underscore status. This will be type string, and it will be required. Let me copy this one so that I don't have to type required but change this to string. I'll save, and there we go. So these are the order should look like this. You know, you should have shipping information. Is the products delivered? Are they pending or they have been delivered? The order, is it paid or not? Sometimes the payment might fail, so is it paid or not? The totals, the subtotals. You should have the cart items right there, and also you should have a user ID, like the specific user whose order was created for, and then we can include a timestamp so that we have a date for the order here. So I can create a timestamp here. So I'll say timestamps right here to be true. So MongoDB will automatically give us the date. And then now I can say const order. I now create the model, that was the schema. So const order will be equal to mongoose dot model. We pass order here. This will be the name of the collection now, and then we pass the order schema. We export this. I'll use exports dot order will be equal to order exports. Save. Now we have a schema. I know it took some time to type this out, but we can be able now to use this schema, this model, that is, to create a record in the database. So now right here, all I'll do, I'll call a function actually, and this function I'll call it create order. I'll pass in the customer, and also I'll pass the data, because we can now receive those details from them. And that is all I need to do right there. Now let's create this create order function. So at the top here, before these post requests and maybe before the Stripe webhook, I can come right here and I can say create order. Now right here you can say const create order will be equal to, this will be an async function, so I'll use async here to begin with, and we will receive the customer, and also we will receive the data, and we will use another function, and we can be able to create our order right here. So first of all, we should pass the customer cart data, like the cart items. So right here we can say const items will be equal to, we use json.pass and we invoke these and we say customer and then dot metadata and then dot cart. So that will give us our cart items right there. And then we can go ahead and create a new order. So I can say const new order will be equal to new order. We bring in this model that we created, we invoke it, and we should pass the different properties right here. So we should have the user ID. The user ID will be available in customer dot metadata, and then dot user ID. We should have the, did we include customer ID right here? User ID. We should also like include a customer ID. So let's add a customer ID here. So this is the ID for the customer from Stripe. This is the user, the currently logged in user from our MongoDB. So let's have customer ID, and it doesn't have to be required actually. So I'll just save that, and then right here I can have the customer ID. It's good to have all this info for you to track the order. In case of any issues, you can be able to resolve it. This will be available in data.customer. Remember, when we created our customer, we included the customer and then customer ID right here, and data.customer will give us this particular ID. Now right here we can have the payment intent ID. So I can say data.payment underscore intent. So I'll go ahead and add this payment intent at our model right here so that it doesn't throw any error. So type here will be string. I'll save. So right here you can have your products as the items. So products, these cart items, those are the products that the customer ordered. And then let's have subtotal now. Total. These will be available in data dot amount and then dot subtotal. Actually not dot subtotal, but amount underscore subtotal. Amount subtotal and then amount total. So they are there, okay? All this information is coming from there. So let's also have total. I'll just duplicate this one, and then instead of subtotal we have total, and we will have data dot amount total. Another thing that we should have is shipping. This will be available in data dot customer and then underscore details. And then now right here I'll have payment status, which will be data dot payment status. Yeah, finally we are there. I'll save. Now we have created this new order, and we can now be able to save it to the DB. So what I'll do right here, I'll just use the try and the catch broke. So try there. Since it's an async action, it's good to like do this. In case of an error, we can log that error to the console.log of the error. And then now right here, we can be able to await new order dot save. So we save it to the DB, and right here we can have const saved order to be equal to await. Okay, we don't have this equal sign here. Oh, sorry. New order dot save. And then now right here, I can log these saved order to the console. So if we get it, then it's saved. So console.log of, let's say, processed order saved order. I'll save. Okay, cool. Now we are like creating an order and saving it to the DB and logging that order to the console like that. Also, I'll fix that. Cool. Let's save and let's see if we have any error at the console. We actually do. Invalid schema configuration, shipping schema type definition is invalid. We have shipping to be data.customer. Let's go to the order here. So this should be capital. I will save. And there we go. Cool. Fingers crossed this works so that we end the video. I'm already tired for real. Yeah, just reward me by subscribing. I'll click checkout. And this is processing. And there we go. Let's see if we have any error so far. Nothing. And let's see if it fired some events. Yeah, let's now proceed and check out. And then now right here, I'll include all this stuff and I'll pay. Fingers crossed. Let's see if it works. It's processing. There we go. Let's see if we have any events raised. They were raised. Let's see if we have any console logs right here. And we don't. While we should be having checkout session complete. Okay, it had not like raised all those events. Let's see now. There we go. It's working actually. Let's see what we have. Processed order. We have user ID, customer, payment ID, and now this is being saved in the DB because this is the saved order that we returned. So this is awesome. It's working. I'm happy about it. So if I scroll, you see this is a console log that you are getting and the saved order, which is now having all these properties right here. Okay, user ID, customer ID, payment intent, products, subtotal. Let's actually explore it further. Yeah, it has the user ID, the customer ID, the payment intent. We have now our products here with all the details that we included: ID, name, brand, description, image, cart quantity, subtotal, total, shipping. Yeah, and now we have a record in our database which you can fetch from the DB and be able to show to the admin or the user. Pretty nice. Yeah, so let me give you a quick recap. What is happening and why have we like gone through all this? Once we come right here, we click checkout. What is happening is that we are creating what we call a payment intent. Once we create the payment intent, we are processing the payment and paying to Stripe. Once we pay to Stripe, Stripe is keeping this information, but we don't have this information in our own database, and we haven't clicked on any button for us to save this information in our own database. So we want to create an order when payment is successful only. And what we do, we make use of the Stripe webhooks.
So we raise the webhook, like we raise the event, that is the checkout session complete. Once we raise that event, the first thing that you should be doing, which I haven't done, is to verify that that event comes from Stripe for security reasons. Once that is verified, you'll be able to get the data and the event type, and you'll be able to create an order like these. Okay, but for my case, I went ahead and used the data and the event type directly from the request body without the verification, because my verification fails for some reason. And when I find that reason, I'll let you know at the comment section. And now down here, what else is happening is that we are creating now an order using the customer and the data that we get from Stripe. And we created the model and we are able to use it right here. We save the order to the database and we log that order right here at the console. And another thing that you can be able to do is that at this point where we have created the order, you can also send an email to the customer that your order was successfully created. Actually, you can do it right here where we have you can do it right here. Let me show you where you should do it. Once you have this, you can send an email that the order was successfully created, and also you can include all the details about that order in that particular email, and that way customer will know that yes, I'm safe, everything is fine, and if there is any issue, you can tell them. But yeah, that is it for this video. If it was helpful, please make sure you leave a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, stick around, and I'll see you in the next. Hello everyone. So in this video, I'll be showing you how to create nested routes in React Router version 6. So what I mean by nested route is that we usually have like a parent route. For example, here admin here is the parent, and then these routes right here, the summary, products, orders, all this will now be nested inside the admin route. Okay, and we actually like need this because we need to have this mini nav right here, while this one is our main nav. Okay, and if you are not aware, this is a continuation of my ongoing online shop series here on YouTube, which started as a simple complete shopping cart, which we created using React and Redux toolkit. But recently I have been expanding this by adding authentication, also by adding Stripe payment, and then the next thing that I'm going to show you is how to add products as an admin. Okay, so initially our products were hard coded, but now we'll be able to have these products route, and we'll also be able to create another mini route inside our products called create, and then we'll have this form where we can actually like choose an image. We can be able to do image upload using React Node.js, and also we'll be using a platform called Cloudinary, and we can be able to select a product, for example Galaxy here, and we have a preview of the product there. We select the brand Samsung, we give it a name which is obviously Galaxy S, and then we give it a price. I'll just do $1,000 there, and a short description, maybe it's 6-inch display. And once we click on submit, these will be submitted to our backend, and it will process that, and we should get a pop-up here that the product was created. I don't know why it's taking so long. Okay, product created. So what I should have done is show a spinner when submitting, which I'll do when we get to this episode of like creating the product. And then now that product is created, therefore when we come to online shop, we can be able to see it here, and the image is not loaded, but it's loading. So you can see we can now be able to create products, and that will be saved in Cloudinary. So right here, if I hit refresh on our online shop, we should be able to see that image right there at our online shop folder in Cloudinary. And then at our database, if we like refresh, we'll also be able to see products collection right there. So this is like the next step. So if you're interested, make sure you follow along, and yeah, this is interesting. I'll show you how to do image upload and also create admin dashboard. But now the focus of this episode will only be on our nested routes, and let's just dive right in. And yeah, let me show you how you can like add the nested routes for products and summary in our dashboard. So the first thing is to register the routes in app.js, and now this is in version 6. So if you are just like checking these out, you haven't been following along, you should make sure that you update React Router DOM here to version 6. Then you import browser router, route and routes, and this is how you simply register the routes. So you have the browser router and we have routes in here, and we can register a single route like this. Now let's register a route for the dashboard or for the admin. So now right here I can duplicate that and I'll say admin here, or you can say dashboard or admin dashboard, whatever you want to call it, and then I'll bring in the dashboard component right here. And now let me save this, and when I come to our app here, when I visit stroke dashboard, we should be able to load our dashboard actually, and it's not, so something must be wrong. Actually it's not dashboard but admin. So when we load admin, we should be able to like get that dashboard component. So admin, maybe you might want to call them the same name so for consistency, but in this case we are getting this dashboard component. But how do we like nest the links in here and load the different components like products? So what we should do to register those routes, we should remove these crossing, and we should include it like this. We should cross it like this, and now in here we can register the nested routes. So right here I'll register the product. So what I should do, actually I can just copy one of these and I'll paste it here, and the path should not include that slash. If you are nesting the route here, you should not include the slash. It should be just like that. And then for the elements here, now we can include our products right here. So I'll say products. This one we should include products, not login, and we should somehow bring in these products. Let me try to make use of it like this. Why am I not getting the suggestion to import it, or is it already imported? Let me import it manually here. So we will bring in products from the admin folder. So products, and then we wrote that component here, and yeah, cool. So far so good, but now we need to include a link at our dashboard and also at our Navbar to load this dashboard. So the first thing I'll do is to go to the Navbar component. So at the Navbar, when we are logged in is when we want to show a link to the admin dashboard. So we already had this log out, but actually I'll just change this one to be just a div, okay? And also in here I'll add another div, and for this div is where I will include a link. So I'll say link to, and we will link to our admin like that, and then right here I can say admin. So we should have a parent element for this admin and the logout, and I'll style this element using styled components. So right here I'll have links, and I'll wrap everything with these links down here. And then now these links I'll include the styles down here, and actually I'll copy the styles from GitHub. I don't want to keep typing this, so I'll paste this styled component right here. It should look like this. The color is white, display flex, and then the different styles, okay? And now when I save this and go to our browser, you'll see that we now have admin here, and when we are at online shop, we click admin, we get our dashboard. Pretty nice. But now the thing is, in the next episode I'll show you how to make sure that only an admin can see the link, okay? So if you're a normal user, you won't be able to see the link. For now this is good enough, okay? And that is all I'll do at the navbar. Now I need to include the nested links at our dashboard, and I'll style them using styled components, and I'll get the styles from GitHub as well, so I won't be focusing too much on the styling.
So down here I'll paste these styles, and to begin with we have this styled dashboard, and this styled dashboard should like wrap everything right here. So I'll say styled dashboard here, and we can do some stuff in here now. Now the first thing that I'll include is this side nav. You can check out the styles, they are right here. You can pause, and now right here I'll just include that side nav right here, and then I'll include a h3 with quick links, and then after that in here we can have the different links. Now I'll make use of the nav link. So we have a component from React Router DOM called nav link. You can as well just use link, but I'll use nav link because it can allow us to determine which route is currently active. So for now I'll just say let's ring these to admin. So these will be stroke admin, and then stroke summary like that, and in here we can say summary. And we didn't actually like register this particular route, so let's register that for the summary. So right here I'll just duplicate that, and I'll bring in summary here, and this should load the summary. And then another thing is that I should import it. I don't know why they are not being suggested, but let's manually import that like that. Okay, so I'll save, and then now let's see if we get the link. So we have styled, they are not defined inside our dashboard. So let's bring in styled. So I'll import styled from styled components, and then let's see, styled is not defined. I have actually imported it. So yeah, so now look, this is our admin dashboard, and the styling is because of our styled components down here. So you can like check the styles, copy them the way you want. And now when I click on summary, okay, it should like give us the summary right here. Okay, but we can't see it. So first of all, we need to style the content. So we have content here, and that should come after our side nav. So after this one, let's include the content, and inside this content we should include a component from React Router DOM called outlet. So right here we should bring in outlet. Okay, so outlet. So this is like a requirement by React Router DOM for it to display the nested content for the routes. So outlet. So this content is just for the styles. So this is the styles right here. We just like include margin left for 200 px, and that will cover the width of this one so that we can actually see the content. So I'll go ahead and save and check. So now look, we have summary right there, pretty nice. And then let's go ahead and I can include another nav link right here. So maybe I should duplicate this one, and now we can have one for the products. So I'll say products, and now instead of summary here I say products like that. I save, and now when I come here you'll see we have products. When I click on products, then we are able to load the products component, which is nested. So these are now nested routes, and admin here is loading the admin, and by default we can take it to the summary as well. So when we go to admin, we go directly to the summary where you can like show the summary of your dashboard. Okay, so at the navbar where we have our, how is it, this one, we can as well like just link to stroke summary right here. So stroke admin stroke summary. So now when we click admin, we just like go directly to the summary, and you can see the summary of everything. And then you can also like go to the products where you can like do everything there. Now another thing is
for the active links. So let me show you how to add active links. When we click a link, we know it's active. So we can include a class name at these nav links. Okay, so I can come here and I'll say class name to be right here. We can load an arrow function like this, and whatever we will return right here is a class name, and we can destructure is active plop. So this is provided by React Router DOM, so we don't have to worry about it, but it is either true or false. So if this nav link is active, then whichever class name that we want to show is that link is active, else whichever class name that we want to show is that link is inactive. And we can style these now individually, and we have all the styles in app.css that are using class names, so I'll make use of the same to style them. Okay, so now I can just go before mobile responsiveness. I can include them here, and whatever I'll say is admin here, and the first one is link active. So if a link is active, then we will include this color, and then if link is not active, we just want to show a dark link. So I'll save, and let's see if it works. And all we have done is that we have conditionally displayed a class name for this summary. Also, we should do the same for all the links, so we can copy that and paste it to the other one. I'll save, and let's see. So now look, this is blue because we are in products, and when I click on summary, now summary is blue because we are in summary. Now another thing is that you can include another nested route inside the product. So in app.js, I'll come right here and I'll include another nested route. So it's a similar thing. So route, and now in here I'll duplicate. I'll actually copy one of this and paste it here, and include a tab to nest it. And now right here I can say create, we create a product, so I can say create product. And now the element that would go right here is our create product component, which we don't have. So I'll come to admin, I'll add a new file, and I'll call it create product .jsx. Now right here, now we can be able to bring in our create product component, and I'll go ahead and save. So now this create product is nested inside our products. So at our products, where is that particular component? This one. We can be able to now load that create product component from here. So remember, in products you can manage products. You can have a table where you are managing the products, and also you can have a form where you are adding the products. So that is why I created a mini route for that. So let's fill this in. So it's a similar drill. We need to bring in several stuff. So right here, let me nest everything in these fragments, but the thing is I can include a button right here, and I can say create. Okay, and then right here we will have an onClick event, which when we click, it takes us to that particular link or component. Now for that, we'll be making use of the use navigate hook and also the outlet. So right here I'll import outlet, and this will come from React Router DOM, and also I'll make use of the use navigate hook. So use navigate, and now in here I can say const navigate will be equal to use navigate. So remember, in the previous version, that is version 5,
there was use history. Now we make use of use navigate instead of use history. And now right here we can have an on-click event, and for this on-click event, once we click it, whatever we will run is navigate, and we invoke this and we pass the path. So we'll navigate to admin stroke products, and then stroke create hyphen product. So that should take us to that nested create product component, but we should also include the outlet. So if we don't include the outlet, nothing will work. So right here I can also include the outlet. So I'll save, and this is now the syntax. We just have a button with use navigate, that is like when you click it's navigating to that, and we have the outlet there. Let's test this one out. So now we are at products here, this is active, but when we click on create, it's now loading our create product component. Pretty nice. So yeah, that is all I wanted to show you in this particular video, how to create these nested routes. And now in the next video, whatever we will do, we'll mostly work on the back end and a bit of the front end. And on the back end, whatever we will do is that we will create some middlewares for verifying a user that the user is an admin, and also yeah, we will add the admin property to the user and include that property to the JWT token, so that we can identify that the user is an admin from the front end. So I'll see you in the next one. Hey, what's up everyone? So in the last episode I showed you how to add these nested routes using React Router DOM version 6, and in this episode I want to show you how you can actually create a product and even do image upload using React, Node.js, and also a platform called Cloudinary. So let me show you a demo of how this works. So right here we can choose a file. So we choose an image, and I'll go with iPhone 12 here, open, and then you'll see the name of the file there and the preview of the image right here. And then we can select the brand, that will be iPhone. We give it a name, so I'll say iPhone 12, and then we give it a price, that amount, and then a description. So we can say maybe it's a 6.5 inch display, and then we just hit submit. So I'll hit submit, it's submitting, and once it's done, product was successfully created. And once we come to our home, we'll be able to see iPhone 12 right here, 6.5 inch display, and the amount there. Pretty nice. And we can go ahead and add it to cart, and we can see it right here. We can increase cart quantity and do the rest, checkout, and so on. So yeah, in this video we are going to focus on how we can actually create a product. So that image will be saved in Cloudinary, and here it is, it's loading there, and also we'll have a record of the same in the database. So if I refresh here, we'll be able to see the record of that iPhone 12 in our products collection. If we scroll down here, here it is. So yeah, let's just get started. And if you're not aware, this video is a continuation of my complete shopping cart series here on YouTube. So I'll leave a link to the series at the description section below, and also a link to the source code of this entire project at the description section below. So the first thing that we would want to do is to create a model for our product. So on our code base, we can just go to where we had models. So let me expand backend here, then models, then right here we can add the product model. And for the product model, we will bring in Mongoose, and then we will start by creating a schema. So we use new mongoose here, and we have the schema class. We invoke that, and the first thing that we will have is a name for our product. The type should be string, and these will be required. So we pass required to true. Then I can just duplicate these for brand, description, price, and image. And then let's just go one by one and edit them. So for brand right here, type will be string, required true. Then we will have description. I'll just say desk, type string, required true. Let's have price. Type will be number, required true. Then finally here we will have an image. For the image, I'll include type as object, because we'll be having several properties for the image. And then also to know when the product was created or updated, we can include timestamps right here, and we set that one to true. Then down here we can go ahead and const product, and whatever we will do, we will set mongoose.model to be product, and then we include our product schema right here. And we need to export our model now, so exports dot product will be equal to our product. Cool. Now the next thing that we can do is to configure a cloudinary. So for us to configure cloudinary, we will come to utils, and we can create a new file. I'll call it cloudinary, and then I'll say .js. From this file, we should bring in the .env, because we'll be reading some environment variables. So .env, and we will set these to require .env module. Another thing, we should install cloudinary. So I'll just bring this up. Then you can open a new terminal from here, new terminal etc, then cd into backend, then npm I cloudinary. So as that installs, we can bring in our cloudinary module in here, and then right here we will configure our .env. So .env.config before we do anything else. So what I'll do right here, I'll just say let const cloudinary. So this object will come from cloudinary and then .v2. And now we can now make use of this object down here to configure cloudinary. So I can say cloudinary.config, and for this we will be needing several stuff. We'll be needing the cloudinary name. So cloud name, they should be set like this, like from the documentation itself. Actually I should have invoked this one like this. So wrap this one with those brackets and then pass an object in here. Then we'll have cloud name, and then we'll have API underscore key, and then we will have API underscore secret. So for cloud name, we will read all these from the environment variables. So process.env and then dot cloudinary name. So cloudinary API key and cloudinary API secret, and I include a comma here. So this is how we can like configure it. and right here whatever our export is our cloudinary object right there. So right here I'll say module dot exports and I'll say cloudinary. So now we need to get the cloudinary name, the API key, and also the secret from our cloudinary platform. So what you can do, you can go ahead and create an account. Go to cloudinary.com, create an account, it's free. And once you do that, you can come to settings, and from settings, once you scroll down here, you'll be able to see cloudinary name right here. Okay, cloudinary crowd name right there. And then you can come to security, and from security you scroll down, you'll be able to see the API key here. So you can like copy that, and we can set up these in our .env file. Okay, so I'll set cloudinary name here to Chaoo Charles, and then we will have cloudinary API key. This will be equal to whatever I copied, and then we will also have a cloudinary API secret. So for the API secret, that should be this one. When you click it, it will display it, and then you can like copy that. So I write this up to the very end with a space, because once you don't include that space, it's not copying. Then you can paste it here. Make sure you remove that space. Okay, cool. So I have included the name, the API key, and the secret. Don't use mine because I'll definitely regenerate them. So just do your thing. And now the next thing that we can do is to create a route for us to actually create the product and also make use of these cloudinary setup. So now we need to create a route for our product. So right here at the routes, I'll just add a new file. I'll say products, and then .js. So first of all, we bring in express, and then right here I can say const router will be equal to express dot router. Cool. And then let's export this router at the bottom, and then we can make use of this router to create our different endpoints. So the first endpoint will be for our posts, so we can like include a comment. This will be to create a product, so we'll say router dot post, and the path will be the root, and then we will have a function here with access to request and response. This will be an arrow function, and we can do everything in here. Since we will be performing some async request, I can make this function to be an async function. Now the first thing, I'll extract the properties for our product from the request body. So I'll get the name, the brand, also I'll get the description, I'll get the price, and also the image from request.body. Okay, and then down here, the first thing that we will do before we even like save the product in the database is to upload the image to Cloudinary. So right here I'll have a try and catch block, and in here I'll say if the image actually exists from the request body, then the next step that we will do is to upload that image to Cloudinary. So we should bring in Cloudinary from our configuration here. So I'll say const Cloudinary
will be equal to require, and this will come from our utils folder and stroke cloudinary. So right here I'll say await. So this will be an async request. So I'll say await cloudinary dot, we have an object called uploader, then we have a method called upload. So this is like provided by cloudinary, and then the first parameter that we should pass right here is the image. So I'll pass the image. So this will be a base 64 image, and I'll show you how to like convert it from the front end and make it to be base 64. And then the next thing is to specify what we call upload preset, and the upload preset for my case will be online shop, online hyphen shop. So let me show you how to set up your upload preset. So if you go to cloudinary, you scroll back up, you'll see right here we have upload. You click on upload, then when you scroll down here, you'll see that we have upload presets, but now you can like add your own. So you can go ahead and add upload preset. You give it a name. So I don't know, I'll say maybe online shop without the hyphen, and then you can give a folder here, online shop. Then that's all. Just go ahead and save. So once you save, that upload preset will be listed there, and then the name will be online shop. So that name is the one that you should include right here. And once you like upload the images, they'll appear in a folder called online shop at our media library, like this one. So I won't like repeat all that. So now that you get it, just do that and include the name here. Then once the image is successfully uploaded, then we'll have a response here, and we can store that response right here. So we will call it upload res or response. So this upload res is actually the details for our image. It will be an object. So that object will include the width, the height of the image, the URL to that particular image, and so on. So once this is successful, I'll go ahead and perform another check here. So if upload response exists, then we'll go ahead and we will create our product and save it to the database. So right here I'll say red const product be equal to new. So right here I'll use our product model. So I'll click that to import it from the models. So I invoke it and pass the details for this particular product. Okay, and we will have the name. So I have already destructured them, and since the key and value pair are the same, so I'll just list them. So we'll have name, we'll have brand, then we will have the description, then we will have the price, then we will have the image. Now for the image, in this case, it will be equal to our upload response right here, and that is why I wanted to make sure that it exists even before we include it here. Okay, so from here you can go ahead and save this product to the DB. So I'll say const saved product will be equal to await, then we'll have product dot save, and then we can send this saved product to the user. So I'll say res dot status, and then this will now be okay, like successful, and then we send our saved product. So I'll save to auto format this and minimize this one. So this is what we have. So in case we have an error in all this, we should like
log that error to the console and also send a response to the client as well. And then we will say res dot status 500. That means it's a server error, and then dot send the error, and I'll save. And this is how we can like successfully create a product and also save that image to Cloudinary. Okay, now we should also have another route for getting our product from the DB. So this one will be easy. So right here we can have a router dot get, and we should have the path, which will be that. The second one will be an async here, and request response, and whatever we'll do right here is just say const products will be equal to await our product dot find, and that will get all our products in the DB, and we can actually go ahead and send them to the client. So res dot status 200, and then dot send, and we will send our products. Now we should include this in a try and catch block just in case of anything. So I'll say try, and I'll move these two lines in here. Then we'll have catch, we have error, and we can send the error to the user like this. And also you can log it to the console optionally. So I'll save that. So in our index.js, we should add it here. So right here we will have stroke API stroke products, and we should bring it in right here. So I'll actually duplicate this one. Right here we'll have products, and now right here I'll say products route. So you can just call it products, but we have another product here which was getting the data from a static JSON file. So to avoid you know, the same name, I'm using products route. Then right here instead of products, I'll say products route. So I'll save that. So now when we run our app, currently this is what we have, and we had already created these nested routes from the last episode. Okay, and yeah, we already have a component for create product, but it doesn't have anything. So we will create the form, and then we will proceed to like upload the image and make the HTTP request. Okay, so let's just do that. Now if you are following this from the last episode, we created these files, and I'm not focusing too much on the styles, so I have copied these styles actually from GitHub. So I have all the source code at GitHub, and I'll give you access at the description section below. So the first thing that I'll do is to just align these create and products nicely, and for that I have this file called common styled, and I have two styled components from here: the admin headers, which is just a display of recs, and justify content of space between. It's just a div, and for that in our products file I can just make use of it right here. So I'll say admin headers, and now that will come from that file. And then for the button, actually this one is not complete, and then for this button I'll make use of this primary button. So instead of button I'll say primary button right here, also complete it right here. And now when I save, you'll see that these are now nicely aligned but we have this great product which is not. So for that I'll include it outside the admin headers. So I should have these fragments still, and I'll take that there, then include the outlet outside the admin headers. And when we do that, now this is right here. So when we go to products, initially here we can have like a table to manage our products and so on, but then we can create a product using this button. And now let's go ahead and create the form for creating a product. So in our create product right here, we have this styled create product. So instead of just create product, I'll make use of that. So I'll say styled create product. And what this will do is that it will justify our items, and our items is the styled form and also the image preview, so that they'll be in side by side. Okay, so in here I remove that, and we should have two things: the styled form like that, and also the image preview. So image preview like that. Okay, and these are the styles. Let me scroll down here. These are the styles for the styled form. You can like pause and type them out, and then these are the styles for the image preview. Pretty nice. Now let's start with the styled form right here. So this is just a form, a normal one. You see, form. Okay, that is how like styled components work if you haven't worked with it before. So right here we can include the different inputs and also a submit button. So first of all, I'll actually add a h2, a h3 that is, and I'll say let's create a product. And then after this, we will have an input field, and the first input field will actually be for uploading an image, and these will accept several stuff. First of all, the type will be file, and then we have other attributes. For example, we have an accept attribute, which we can specify what kind of files do we want to upload. Are they documents, PDFs, or images? So in this case, I only want images. So you can say image and then /, and this will accept all the images, but will not accept documents like PDF or text files or any other file. Okay, and right here we can create a piece of state for uploading this image. So right here, let me have a piece of state. I'll say const product image and set product image, this to be equal to use state, and this will come from React obviously. Initially this will be just an empty string. Now right here we will have an onChange event. So let's say onChange, and this onChange event will call handle product image upload. So it will call a function called handle product image upload. So we don't have that function. Let's go ahead and create it. So I'll say const handle. We will have access to the event, and we can read the file that we are trying to upload from this event. And first of all, fix this error right here. So right here, how can we do that? So we'll say const file will be equal to e.target and then dot files, and this usually displays it in form of an array, and therefore we can get the first object, which is actually our file. So let's see if this is working. So I can like log this to the console. So all we have done is to make sure that this is type file, then we include what we want to accept, then we have an onChange event which we can use to like run this function, and we get the file from the event. So I'll come to the browser, and now you see we have this nice input right here with choose file. Currently we don't have any file chosen, and let's open the console so that we see if we can like select a file. So I'll go ahead and click on choose file, then I'll select iPhone 12 here and open. Once we open, you can see we have the file right here as an object. So we are able to select the file. So we have the name, the size, the type, etc. Now we can be able to transform this file into what we call base64 file, and this is how we can do it. So after we read the file, we can call a function right here, and I'll call this function transform file. So let's actually first create it. So right here I'll say const transform file will be equal to, here we will receive the file and we will do something in here. So right here we will call our transform file and we pass in the file right here. So we have a class in JavaScript called the file reader, and we can get an object from that. So I'll say let reader. So right here I'll say const reader to be equal to new file reader right here, and we invoke that. So this reader is the one that will help us to get the images a URL, like a base64 URL, so instead of an object. So what we will do, we'll say if file actually exists, what we will do, we will go ahead and use our reader, and we will say dot read as data URL. This is a method that already exists, and then we will just pass our file right here. Okay, and then right here we will call reader dot on load end. So this is how can I call it, an event which will be fired after it has completed reading the file. Okay, so once it completes, we can set this to be equal to an arrow function, and we can be able now to update our state here. So I'll simply call a set product image to be the result, reader dot result. So what have we done? Whatever we have done is that we have made use of this class file reader to read the image as a URL or a string, and then we update the state once it has completed reading that particular file. And then else, so right here, if we don't have a file, whatever we will do, we'll just set the product right here back to default. So this can happen whenever you open the pop-up and then cancel it, so it will reset this to default. So yeah, now what I can do, I can just log this product image to the console. So I'll say console.log of our product image. I'll save, and then let's see what we have. So I'll hit refresh, and I'll click on choose file, and I'll then click any file here, open, and now look, this is now our image in form of a string right here, and it's a base64. Pretty nice. And this is what we will be uploading to Cloudinary. Now we can also display it directly right here. So let me show you how to do that. So at our image preview, we can say if product image actually exists, what we want to do is to display an image, else we can show a message, image preview will appear here. And then right here now, we can just use the image tag normally, that is img. The source will be equal to our product image from state, and then alt I don't know,
I'll say image or product image, and then I can just cross this. I'll save. So you can see we are like just including this from state, and let's see. Look, we have that image right there, the one that we selected, and we can choose another one, open, and look, it changes to that. And once we open this and cancel, it will like, you know, reset the state. So it will do this, it will set it to nothing, and there we go. So we are able to like select the image and store it in state. Now the next thing is to set up these other input fields. So right here we'll have another input. The type will be text, and we can like actually perform basic, you know, form validation of required in each of them. So I'll say required to this one as well, and for this one, let it have a placeholder of name, and then we'll also have an onChange event. We'll have the event here, and we will call set name, and we'll set this one to e.target.value. So we don't have this set name, so let's set up that one. I'll just go ahead and duplicate these several times. So all of these can be strings, and down here I'll save to auto format this one, and then I can duplicate it down here. Now we can have, I'll say name there, and now this one can be price, and then we will set price. Let's duplicate this one, and we will set it to description. So description, actually I can just say short. Then these will be set desk. So we don't have one for selecting the brand. I can set that to come after the image, and these we will make use of the select tag. Okay, and we can have an onChange. The onChange will be just similar to this one, so I'll copy that, then paste it here. The only difference is that we will have here as set brand. Okay, and we can also make it to be required. And then now right here we can set the different options. So I can have an option tag. The first one will be select brand, and the value will be an empty string, so that will not have a value. So what I'll do, I'll just duplicate these for iPhone, Samsung, Xiaomi, other. Okay, cool. So yeah, we have our form there. We need a submit button, and I can make use of the primary button right here. So I'll say primary button, and then we include the text here, submit. Cool. So let's see. So we have our form right there. Cool. Now we need to make the HTTP request, and for that we'll be making use of Redux. So we already have the products trace actually, so we don't need to create another one. And we have one where we are fetching the data, so we just add another one for posting the data. So right here, let's go ahead and add an action creator. So what I'll do, I'll actually like duplicate this one to make my work easier, and whatever I'll do is that I'll have a products create. Okay, we create an async anchor, and right here we have products, we give it a name. So this will be products create, Then we perform a HTTP request. Now right here we will be receiving values from the form. So these values will represent an object that is coming from our form whenever we submit it. Then here we will have axios.post, and we will post to our base URL. So if I check at the API here, we have this URL, which is our base URL. So that is what we'll make use of right here. So I'll make use of backticks URL right there. This will come from this file, slice, this one. Okay, and then we can now like append stroke products, and the second parameter is our values. So right here I'll say values. So once that is successful, we will return response.data, and then we can like log the error to the console. Also right here we can toast an error message. So toast.error, and whatever I'll say is error.response, then I'll use this .data to make sure that we say free write credit. So at the top, let me bring in that toast. So I'll import toast from React toast file, save to auto format, and then let's handle the state. So I'll just duplicate these ones, and I'll include one for the status for like creating a product. So I'll say create status, initially to be null, and then now we can be able to handle those statuses right here. So I'll change products fetch, all the products fetch here, to products create. Okay, if it's pending, if the status is pending, then the status here dot create will be pending. So I can highlight this and then use Control D 2 more times so that I can update these to create status. So this is fine. And then for this one, dot items dot push, so we will push our product from the API to the array. So I'll cut this and paste it in here. Now to wrap this up, we need to dispatch these products create at our create product. At our styled form, we will have on submit event, and we'll set it to be equal to handle submit. Let's create that. So we'll say const handle submit will be equal to an arrow function here, and we will have access to event, and then we will prevent the form from causing page reload. So prevent default, and then now right here we should perform the dispatch. To perform the dispatch, we should bring in the use dispatch. So I'll say import use dispatch. These will come from React Redux. So from React Redux, we initialize it, const dispatch will be equal to use dispatch. We invoke part, and now let's perform a dispatch. So right here I'll say dispatch. We invoke this
and whatever we are dispatching is our products create. So I'll click on this one to auto import it. We invoke it. It's expecting values, and the values should be an object. The object is having the name, it's having the brand, it's having the price, it's having the description, and also it's having the image. So for the image, it will be equal to our product image. So the rest key and values are the same. So name will be the name from the state, brand from the state. All these are the same key and values, but for the image, the key and value is different, so we specify that. So I'll save, and now we are performing the dispatch, and let's test this one out. Fingers crossed. Let's come here. I'll hit refresh to make sure that everything is refreshed. Choose a file. I'll go with iPhone 12. I'll open that. I'll select the brand to be iPhone. Then I'll say iPhone 12 Pro. Then I'll select the price, super expensive here. Then a description, I'll go with 6.4 display. And then I'll hit submit and see what happens. So submit, it's taking time, and we get an error, internal server error, request failed. And let's see our backend, see what error we have. So I'll scroll here for node. Request.status code is not a function. Okay, at our API, so I'll go to backend, routes, then the products route, and line 29. I think we made use of request instead of response. So this should be less, and then dot status 200, and then dot send our saved product. And actually, since this is coming right here, that means that we have already like saved it to the DB, and this is the point that it failed. So we should have actually like uploaded the image and saved it to the DB. So let's like check it out. So I'll come here to the online shop, and yeah, it created this iPhone 12 Pro to the media library, and also I think it saved it to the DB. So if I come here and let's refresh, right now we don't have products. Let's refresh and see. So now we have products, and once we check at this, you'll see that it's there, 6.4 display, and name is iPhone 12 Pro. So it's actually like working. The only issue was to send this to the user. Okay, this is only the issue. So it's working. Cool, that is good. Now the next thing will be to get that from the database, like make these requests for getting it from the DB and show it on the UI. So right now, whatever we are showing is our dummy products. So this is hard coded in a JSON file, which is right here. Okay, this is the hard coded JSON file. But right now I want it to be dynamic. Since we can be able to add the product in the DB, let's make a request to get those products from the DB. So in our products, right, we already have this products fetch, and all we need to do is to change the URL here, and I'll change that to be this one right here. So I'll copy that and paste it here, and yeah. Now another thing is that once we go to home right here, we had another request. So this was using RTK Query. So we had two ways of fetching the data. We had this products API,
which was using RTK Query, and also we have this which is using create async bank. So I want to transform this to make use of the create async bank, and for that we will make use of this right here. So I'll change these products, I'll change the items here to data. Now that data will be mapped down here, okay, and I can comment this one out. Also remember, we are already dispatching this particular action creator, this products fetch. If you go to index.js, I think, yeah, this is why you are performing the dispatch of the products fetch action creator, okay. And then once you do that, it will fetch the data, and that data is available in state, and you can get it from state just like this. You make use of the use selector hook and you store it there. Now another issue that we will have is that now this product coming from DB is making use of underscore ID. So instead of ID, you should change this to underscore ID, and we should do the same at the cart. So if you go to cart right here, okay, right here, so I'll change this one to underscore ID, and then once I do that, another issue that we have is that in our cart slice we should change that to underscore ID. So in cart slice we had this payroll.id, we should change everything to underscore ID. So I highlight that .id, use Control D to highlight all of them, then I'll bring it at the front here and use underscore ID for everything to work out. So I'll save that, okay. Now when I come back, is loading is not defined at home, so I'll come back to home, and is loading, where is loading? Okay, this one. So I'll just remove it and save. Once I save, let me refresh. Okay, cool. Now look, we can be able to load these data from the database, but we can't see the image. So to fix that, we need to go to where we have home, and now instead of having the product.image, we will have product.image.url. Remember, now image is an object, okay. And if you check at the database, we have image object, but we have the URL down here, this one, and also we have the secure URL. You can use any. Now if we check, it's loading that particular image, pretty nice. So if we come to cart, now all this doesn't exist, so I'll clear the cart, and let's try to add this one to cart. So I'll go ahead and add to cart. It's added to cart, but in our shopping cart we can see the image. So let's go to the cart again and make sure that we change the cart item.image to cart item.image.url. So I'll save that, and yeah, now we can see the image. And can we increase? Yes, we can increase, we can decrease, and we can remove. So now it's working. Cool. I know it will have been a bit of a process, but this is how, as an admin, you can create a product using this form, and also using Cloudinary and also MongoDB database. Now the next thing that I'll show you is that how you can actually protect this route to make sure only the admin can actually make the request, and also to make sure that only a logged in user can make that request. And the reason why I say that is because if I log out and just visit this URL, so if I just log out and visit this URL, if I refresh, you'll see that I can still make that request. I'm not logged in, I'm not an admin, but I can create a product. So I'll show you how to protect this page, and also how to make sure that you are the admin for you to create a product. So I'll see you in the next one. Hey, what's up everyone? So in this video, I'll be showing you how to add an admin on our application right here. So we previously covered authentication using React and Node.js, and also we covered this entire shopping cart using React and Redux toolkit. So if you wish to learn how to do all this, I have a complete series here on YouTube showing you how to do it in a step-by-step manner. So you can create the shopping cart, and also you can add authentication using these two videos. You can add Stripe payment using these two videos, and also you can learn how to perform image upload and create a product using this particular form, which is at our admin dashboard. But now at this point, any user can be able to create a product whether they are an admin or not. So I want to show you how to add an admin to make sure that only admin user can be able to perform this operation in this particular page. So first of all, what I'll do is that I'll open the backend here, and then I'll open the models, and then we have the user here, and we can add a new property to the user, which is admin property. So right here I'll say is admin, and right here I can include the type to be Boolean and to have a default value of false. So initially, when a user registers for an account, their admin property will be false by default. So I can go ahead and save that user model. And if you wish to have this source code, I'll have a link at the description section below to the source code. Okay, cool. Now the next thing is to go to utils, and this is where we were generating a token using JWT, and we also need to pass that property right here so that we can be able to access it from the front end and use it for conditional rendering. So right here I'll pass isAdmin to be user.isAdmin, and then I can save that. And then to create an admin is very easy. We can do it manually from MongoDB database. So from MongoDB database, this is our user here. We have another one here. To make this user an admin, we can simply edit the user, and we can add another field. So add a field after password, and I'll say is admin, and we can make this to be true. So we can change the property here to be Boolean. So I'll scroll here and look for Boolean, and right here we can say true, and then I'll click update. So this way now we have an admin user, a default admin user, and if you wish to create more admin user, you can do the same, or you can create a functionality on the admin dashboard where you can toggle the isAdmin property from false to true. Okay, cool. Now this is not enough. We need to protect our routes. So for example, we need to protect our, let me show you, our product route for creating the product right here, to make sure that only an admin will be able to call this particular route and be able to create a product. Now to do that, we usually make use of what we call a middleware function. So let us create a new folder, and we'll do that inside the backend, and I'll call it middleware. And right here we can create a new file. I'll call it auth.js. So for you to create a product, first of all, you'll need to be logged in, and then second of all, you'll need to be an admin. So right here we will create two functions. One function will make sure that a user is logged in, and then the second function will make sure that the user is an admin. So to do this, first of all, I'll need to bring in JWT. So I'll import JWT here, and then I can go ahead and create a function called auth
which will accept requests, response, and next. So whenever we make a request to this particular API endpoint, what we will be doing is that we will be passing a token at the headers of our request. So we will read that token from the headers. So right here I can read the token from the headers. So I'll say const token will be equal to request dot headers, and we will give it a variable when we include it at the headers, and there is like a convention of naming it X auth token. So we get the token from the headers. So if when making the request we don't have a token, we want to make a check here. So I'll say if we don't have a token, then we will return a message to the user. So we'll say return res.status, and then this will be for one, and then we'll say .send, and we can have a message access denied, not authenticated. So if we don't have a token, that means that you are not authenticated. Okay, now if we have a token, then this line will not be executed. Therefore we will continue down here to verify whether this token is valid. So this is how we verify the token. So I'll say try. We will get the secret key from the environment variable. So I'll just like copy this one and I'll paste it here. So we get the secret key from the environment variable, and then the second thing is to verify. So we have a method in JWT called verify, and whatever we should pass is this token and the secret key used to sign the token. So right here I can say token, and then we pass the secret key, and whatever this will return is a decoded user. So right here we can say const our user will be equal to jwt.verify. We pass the token and the secret key. Now the next thing that we can do is that we can include this user in our request. So we can change whatever is included in the request. Now we can have request right here, and we can add our own property called user, and we set that to be this user. Okay, now after that we need to call this next, and whatever this means is that we are passing functionality to the next middleware function. If we don't do that, then the execution of this function will stop at this point. Now in case of an error, we need to catch that error. So right here you can say catch. So this we will have an exception, and whatever we will send to the user is res.status here with a message, and right here I'll send a status code of 400, and the message will be access denied, invalid auth token, invalid auth token. So maybe the token has expired or something, and so on, so that token is invalid, therefore they cannot like proceed to make whichever request they want to make. So this is how we verify whether a token is valid or not, or whether a user is authenticated or not. Now the next thing that we need to do is to verify that a user is an admin. So right here we can say const is admin, and now this is the next middleware function that we will have. We will have access to request, response, and next, and then whatever we'll do here, we'll have an arrow function, and now we can call this auth middleware function in here, like we can make use of it in here. So I can say auth, and this auth have request, it has response, and also we can have a callback function right here. Now the cool thing now is that we have the user in our request. So right here we can say, we can perform a check. So if a request and then dot user dot is admin is true. So if this is true, then what we do is that we take the user to the next middleware function. So right here I'll just call next, else we return an error message. So right here I'll just like copy this message, then right here we'll pass 3 for 3. So this means that user is not authenticated. This means that the request was like invalid, and then this one is like forbidden, like you don't have enough, you know, authentication or authorization capabilities to perform that request. So right here we have for 3, then access denied, and we'll have not authorized. So this is not authorized. So now we have created 2 middleware functions. This is just to make sure that a user is authenticated. For example, we can use this middleware function, for example, on a user profile. And this one is for like admin situations, when admin operations like creating a product, making changes to orders, and so on. So we make use of this is admin. Now we can come to products here, and we just need to pass it right here before we proceed with this async function. So right here we can just bring in is admin, and we should actually import it. So let's import. So I'll say const. Actually we didn't export them, so let's export them down here. So I'll say module dot exports. These will be equal to auth and also is admin. I'll save that, and then now we can be able to import them. So I'll say const is admin, and this will be equal to require. Here we will have middleware and auth, and I'll save that. So now when we make request, a post request to this particular endpoint, it should like basically give us an error. So I have both the backend and frontend running, and we can try to make a request to that endpoint, and you'll see that we will get an auth error. So if I come to online shop, and let me open the console here so that we see the response, and I'll also like hit refresh. Now I'll try to like create a product here. Yeah, I can use a thumbnail here, doesn't matter. Then brand other name, this is just a thumbnail. I'm selling it as an NFT here, very expensive. Short description, NFT. And when I submit, we should basically get an error, so it shouldn't go through. So I'll submit, and we have a post request error here. So 500 internal server error. Actually, this is not the error I was expecting, so I'm not expecting 500. So we have another issue. Let's check it out. Let's see. We have another different issue. So request.headers is not a function. So at this we should pass request.header, not headers. So I'll go ahead and save that. So that is like a different issue which I wasn't expecting. Let's see if now we get the error that I was expecting. Okay, I'll go ahead and submit. And now look, we have for 1 access denied, not authenticated. So the reason why it said not authenticated is because we are not passing our token at the headers,
when making the request. So next, let me show you how to pass the token at the headers when making this request. But that means that this middleware function is being executed first before we even make these other requests. So now to include the token at the headers of the request, at the API here, this is a file inside our slices. I have created this function called set headers, and right here we have const headers, which is an object, and it's simply setting a headers object where we have xauth token as the local storage dot get item. It gets the token from the local storage, in short. So we are simply setting xauth token to be the token from the local storage, and then we return these headers right here. Now when making the HTTP request at the products create, make sure to include that as the third parameter here as set headers, okay? And that will include the xauth token property and also together with the token. And now whenever we make a request to our API, this middleware function auth will be called, and it will read the xauth token from the header, and then we can verify that the user is logged in. And if we make use of this, we'll also make sure that the user is an admin. So let's now test this one out when we already have like headers set. So I'll first actually log out and just hit refresh to just refresh everything, and then let's log in. So I'll log in as an admin here, log in. Now right now I cleared everything about the products in the database so that we can like create a fresh product. So now when we try to make this request, it should actually go through because this user is logged in and also this user is an admin. So right here I'll just like choose a file. I'll select this which is just a thumbnail, and I'll say thumb. Let's give it a price, super expensive NFT, and I'll go ahead and submit. And now when I submit, get this product created. So that is a message that is right here. I just included this. I didn't cover it in the last video. I forgot to include it, but the product is successfully created because we are now logged in and an admin. So if we try to make this request as a normal user, this should not go through. We should like get an error. So if I come right here, log out, then we log in as a normal user. I created this user which is a normal user, and I try to log in. We log in, go to admin, products, create. Now if we try to create a product, I'll fill them out real quick. So although we are logged in, we shouldn't be able to create this product because we are not admins. So let's try to submit and see. Look, we get 403 forbidden, and unfortunately we are also getting like product was created, which is weird. But let's see if it was created. So cannot read properties undefined reading name. So okay, I don't know what just happened, but it's clear that this product was not created. If we go to the dashboard and go to here and refresh, that product was not created because we are not admin users. So at the products here, we should basically have only one document. Okay, cool. So what we should do is that we should actually avoid
normal user from accessing this particular page. They shouldn't access this route at all, okay, when creating a product. So not unless they are admins. So how we can do that is that we should go to the authorize and make sure we include the property right here. So we didn't include is admin here, so I'll say is admin, and we should also include it when decoding the user. So right here I'll highlight this one, then I'll use Control D to select all of them, so that at the end here I can hit enter and I'll be able to add is admin on multiple instances, so that we can say user dot is admin. Okay, so that way whenever we log in, whenever we load the user, so this is for register, whenever we register, we also include that admin property in our state. Okay, and I'll save. And now what I can do is that I can go to the dashboard, so components, then go to admin dashboard. So right here you can get the user from the state like this, make use of the use selector hook, then get the state like this. And now right here you can just have an if statement, and we'll have if this user is not an admin, so I'll say is admin. So if this is false, whatever will happen is that we will return just a p tag here, and we can say access denied because you are not an admin. So yeah, so that way when we come right here, actually we should first log out and log in again, so that we include that instead. So I'll log in as a normal user, just like this, and I'll paste that, login. Now if we try to go to admin, this should be giving us this message. So I don't know, let's see if is admin is included here. Email login, we don't have is admin at our properties. I don't know what happened. So when we refresh, that's when it's including it for some reason. So as a normal user, we get these access denied, but if I try to log in as an admin, we should actually be able to get to that page. Okay, so chaoo@gmail.com, then we include the password as this one, login and admin. And now as an admin, we can be able to create a product. Even when I refresh, we still can be able to do that. Okay, so cool, we can be able to protect this route, and also we are like also protecting the API endpoint using the middleware functions. Also you can conditionally render this is this admin right here, just use that property. So whatever you'll do is make use of this same concept at the navbar. I don't know if I should show you that, but that should be straightforward. You get the user from the state. So now right here I'm calling this auth. I think for consistency you can just use the same thing. So maybe I should just change this one to auth. Just for consistency, I'll close the application. And now you can make use of this auth.isAdmin to display this link right here. Okay, so right here I can say auth.isAdmin. So you can use this question mark here, and if the user is admin, then you'll go ahead and show this, else you'll include full colon, you'll show null, you'll show nothing. So I'll save. As simple as that, you can dynamically display that link. And yeah, that is it for this video. And
Just to do a recap, if you want to protect your backend routes, what you need to do is to create a middleware function that verifies the token and also make sure that that user is an admin before going ahead and actually making a request to a particular backend route or endpoint. And now this is called a custom middleware function, which will be executed before the rest of the code. And that is it for this video. If you enjoyed it, remember to leave a thumbs up and also support my channel by subscribing or joining as a member. And I'll see you in the next one. Hey, Charles here. So in this video, we will be working on an e-commerce admin dashboard using React and Node.js. So we will have a summary section just like this one. We'll have an overview where we can show how the shop is performing compared to the previous month. So we'll have users, orders, and earnings right there. We'll have percentage change, and then we'll have latest transactions. We'll show the name, we'll show the amount and the time right there. We will have a simple line chart right here showing transactions for the last 7 days. We'll have a section here where we can show all-time data like users, products, orders, earnings, and so on. And then we'll work on some rich data tables like for products using Material UI and React. We will be able to perform some CRUD operations. We can select the items. We can sort the items using any column. We can use name, we can use description. We can perform search by clicking the 3 dots, going to filter here, and right here I can search for Galaxy, and that way we go down to only one row, Galaxy S. We can click back to our filter, click on X to clear the filter. We can also be able to display certain columns by using these radio buttons. For example, we can hide the description, we can show it, and we can just exit. We will be able to view a specific product. So for example, this iPhone 12, I can view and we get to more details about it. In future, we'll be able to add a review section where we can review a specific product, but for now we are just showing some details about this product. We can add it to cart just like that. We can be able to remove it from cart just like that. We will be able to edit a specific product. For example, this iPhone 12 with this image. We can click on edit. We can be able to say here it's iPhone 12 Pro. We can choose a different price. You can change the description here. Submit, it's submitting. Product edited. When I cancel here, then now we get iPhone 12 Pro 6.4 with a different price. You can also choose a different image if you want. So I can choose this one, open. The image changes, we submit, and it will upload that new image to cloudinary and destroy the previous. And now we have this one, pretty nice. We will also be able to delete a particular product. So for example, I can delete this one, and once it's done, product deleted, and it's gone from our list. Right here, we had previously covered how to create a product, so we won't cover this in this video. I already have the video here on YouTube, and I'll show you where you can get it. We have orders, and we can see the status of orders, whether it's dispatched, pending, or delivered. You can mark an order as dispatched using this button. You can mark it as delivered using this button. Also, you can view an order. You see the products ordered, the quantity and the amount, the shipping details, and you can display even more details right here. We will have a users table where we can see the role of each user, email and name. We can be able to view a user. This is the user profile. You can make it as complex as you want, but from here you can be able to edit user details. For example, right now we have John. We can change it to John Doe. You can as well update the password if you want, and click on update profile. Updating profile updated. So when I come back, now right here we have John Doe, and then we can be able to also delete a user. So I can delete that user, and that user is gone. So yeah, this is what we'll be working on in this video. And previously we had already worked on a complete shopping cart, like adding product to cart, increasing product quantity, decreasing product quantity, removing them. We also covered processing payment using Stripe, and we added an admin user. So for all that, I have a complete series here on YouTube, which I'll leave a link at the description section below. So you can check these videos for creating a complete shopping cart up to this point. This is a comparison of the rest. And then I decided to add more functionalities like authentication using React and Node.js. We added Stripe payment using these videos. We added how we can like upload an image when creating a product. And also we added an admin user. And if you wish to get the source code for all this up to this point, I'll leave a link to my GitHub right here. But whatever we'll cover in this particular video will not be included in the source code, and that is because I decided to open a Patreon account, and this will be one of the best way for me to convince you to support me on Patreon. So right now I have 0 patrons, 0 per month. So right here I have the source code for everything for this entire video and for whatever we covered previously. Also, I have another one here for my React portfolio with styled components, which was like a premium course, but you can get the source code right here. And I'll be adding more right here. And I only have one tier, and this is again one of the best way that you can support my content, because I obviously spend a lot of time creating this content with retro reward. So you can join only this one level, which is only $3 per month, and in return you'll get access to all my source code. And if you are not in a position to do this, again, the videos are free here on YouTube, so you can watch through them and learn. So the goal is to get to $500 per month, and with your help we can get there. And by that I'll be able to focus more on creating videos. Therefore I'll upload more videos per month and even upgrade my setup for better quality content. So the next thing that we are going to do is that we are going to solve an issue when creating an order. We have an issue, so we will first fix the issue and then we will move on to this summary section. So now I have run this application, and this is why we left out. We just included a summary with nothing. Products, we included the create functionality of a product, which is working, but as you can see we don't have data tables for orders, for products, for users. And this is what we will be completing in this particular video. But even before we proceed, our app has an issue. When we try to include several items at the shopping cart and try to check out, we get an error at our backend. So if I come to the backend here, so this is the backend terminal, we get this error, which is a Stripe error, and
This is happening in metadata when creating a customer, because let me show you. So if we come at the very top, when creating a customer, we were extending the metadata, including user ID and the cart items right here. Now it happens that this metadata has a limit of 500 characters. So if our cart items has a lot of details, then it is throwing this error of invalid value, must be a string under 500 characters. So I found an alternative that we can be able to get access to these line items, and the line items are basically our cart items. So instead of including these cart items at the metadata, we can just remove this and use that alternative. Now if I come to the browser here, it's actually at the documentation, retrieve a checkout sessions line items, and it's super simple. This is how you can do it. You call stripe.checkout.session.list line items. You provide, I think this is a customer ID, and then a limit of how many items you want. If you pass an empty object, you get all the items, and then right here you will have a function which will have the error and the line items. Now one disadvantage about this, it will not include all the information about the items. It will include the price, the name of the item at the description, and the quantity. So if you need more information, you might need to create a route handler that will get a specific item from Stripe, which I think this is a better option than including everything in metadata and then getting an error, right? So what I'll do, I'll just copy this particular function or method for getting the line items. I think it's up to this point, so I will copy that, and then after removing this, when now we try to create an order at the very bottom, when we are listening to our checkout session completed, so this is where we were creating an order. So we need to first get the line items before we try to create an order. So right here I can paste my code, and then for the limit I will include nothing right here, an empty object, and then for this ID will be available at our data object. So instead of passing this string, we can just say data.id, and then down here we have a function which is having the error and the line items. So basically these line items will contain our line items. So right here we can try to log it to the console. So let's say console.log of line items, and we pass our line items right here, just to confirm that we are getting the line items. And then after that, this is where now we will try to create our order right here, and we will also include our line items right here. So I'll say line items like that. Now this is a function which we created at the top here called create order. Here it is. So it will also receive our line items. Did I call it this way? Let me confirm. Let me just minimize that, and yeah. Now these line items will represent our products. Instead of items, here we will have line items. So I will say line items and then dot data. Therefore that means that we don't need to perform this action of passing the metadata. So I'll remove that. And then another issue that we might have is actually the model for this order. So we can go to models, and then we can go to order, and for products we had like specified specific fields. So maybe we don't need now to specify, we just pass the line items as a whole. So right here I'll just say product, it's an array. So I will remove this and just pass an array like this. Okay, you can also specify the different fields, and that will be up to you now. So I will save that, and also I will save this one. Now let's try to make an order and see if we will be able to create the order, and most importantly be able to see that we have our line items. So I'll go back here and I will try to check out this. Click checkout. So I am getting a network error, a post request error. Let's see what's the issue. Now another issue that we have is at our line items still when creating a checkout session here, and to be specific right here where we are passing an image URL. Now this is occurring because previously we were using a dummy image, and then later on we updated our application to make use of cloudinary, and the difference is in types. Here we are supposed to pass an image URL, but what we get from cloudinary is an object. So right here, to pass the image URL, we need to say item.image.url. Now this is a kind of an error that TypeScript will catch, but since we are not using TypeScript, then we just need to figure it out by ourselves. So now this will no longer be an object but an image URL. So I'll save this file and make sure that our server is running here, and let's see if we can log our line items to the console. So I have one product and I will check it out. So now it's loading the checkout page, which is a good progress. Let's try to pay for this product. So I'll include the details, shipping information, phone number. I will use our dummy card with any future date and CVC. And then I have my webhook running right here. So it's listening to events. And if you don't know about webhooks, then check out my previous videos. And then I'll go ahead and pay. So it's processing, it's successful, and we get checkout success here. Now let's see what we have. So right here we are able to get our line items, and as you can see the data here, we have iPhone 12 as the description and the amount paid, and also the quantity that we of that particular item. And also we have the processed order, meaning that it was saved to the database, and at the products we have these details for whatever we purchased. So that is working pretty nice. So now what I will do now is to move on to our dashboard. So we will start working on our summary section right here. So we can start by working on our overview. So we will work on the front end, and then later on we will create some backend APIs for us to get the data. So to start with, I'll start by installing React icons by running npm I react icons. So I'll make sure that I am on front end, then I'll say npm I react-icons. As that installs, I can go to front end, then src, components, and admin, And then we have our summary component right here. So I'll start by pasting some styled components. I'll be using styled components for the styles. So I have some styled components right here. We'll be checking each of them as we proceed, and therefore I need to import styled from styled components. So at the top here, I will import styled, and these will come from styled components. And then inside our component right here, I'll prepare an array of data which we will be using for our overview. So I'll say const data will be equal to an array here, and we will pass objects. The first one will be an icon, which we will get from React icon. So it has completed actually installing, so let's import some icons from React icons. So I will import these icons. I'll destructure far users, and then we will have far chat bar, and then we will have far clipboard, and these will come from React icons. So right here, the first icon will be far users. So I'll say this is far users, and then I'll call the second property digits. So this will hold like the number of users. For now, let me just say 50 users, and then we will have is money. So we will use this property to determine whether to show the money sign or not. So this is false, and then we can have a title for this one. This will be users, and then we can have color. So we'll have different colors for each of the sections. Remember, we have users, we have orders, and we have earnings. Okay, so we'll give them different colors. So this will be RGB, then 102, and then we will have 108, and then we will have 255, and then we will have a background color. So I'll say BG color, and it will be so similar to this one. So I'll just copy this one, copy, and I'll paste it here, only that this will be RGBA with a less opacity. So opacity here will be 0.12, and then we will have the percentage change. So I'll say percentage, is it written that way? Percentage, I guess so. And then now right here we'll include the percentage change. For now I can just say like 30%. So for the number here, the actual number, and the percentage, we will get from a backend API, which we will cover later on. So for now, let's just complete the design. So I'll go ahead and duplicate these 2 more times. Okay, so I'll duplicate these, and now the icon here will be far clipboard for orders, and the colors will be different. So these will be 38, 198, and this one will be 249, and then this one, it will be similar. So I can just copy this one. Actually, I'll just copy the values here, copy, replace right here. The opacity will be the same, and then the title, this one will be orders, then it's false here. We can use a different number, maybe 70, and different percentage, maybe 20. And then we have right here for earnings. So for this one, we'll use the chat bar, and then the digit can be, I don't know, 500. These will be earnings, like that. Then the color will be different. So right here, let's have 253. Let's have 181, and also let's have 40. And then these will be similar, so I'll copy that and paste it here. The percentage change, I don't know, you can say 60. So this is good enough. So we have our dummy data here, and we can make use of it to display those different sections. So right here, the parent will be this styled summary with a width of 100 and a display of flex. So I'll replace H2 with styled summary. And then in here, we will have two parts. We will have the main stats and the side stats. So the main stats shows the overview and the graph, and then the side will show the recent transactions and all-time data. So right here I can have the main stats like that, and also we will have the side stats. So for the main stats, we have a flex of 2 and a width of 100, and then for the side, we'll have a flex of 1, so this will be smaller, and then we have display of flex direction of column, margin left of that, and a width of that. Okay, so you can just type out these components, and I want to focus on the main stats for now. So for the main stats, we will have the overview component, this one, with a background of this. The color will be brighter, width to be 100, padding, height, have a border radius, and then we will flex the items to be in a column and space between. So the items for the overview, they will be the title and a widget wrapper. So right here, let's have an overview, and then for this overview, we will have the title, and the other component will be a widget wrapper. So I'll say widget wrapper like that, and for the title, we'll have a heading, and we can say overview, and then we will have a paragraph, how your shop is performing compared to the previous month. So let's check the styles for title. So in title, we just have the paragraph with the font of 14 and a different color, and then we will have a widget wrapper as well. So for the widget wrapper, we have a display of flex so that they are side by side. Now these are the different widgets for users, earnings, and also orders, with the width of these and justify content of these. Okay, so in here is where we will map through the data inside the widget wrapper. Okay, so right here we can just say data, and then I'll use these question mark dot map, and we will get data at a time and the index, and with this we can display a component, and whatever we will display is a widget component, which we don't have yet. So let's go ahead at the components. I'll add a new folder. Actually, inside the admins, I'll add a new folder, and I'll call this folder summary components. So summary hyphen components, and in here is where we will create a widget component. So I'll say widget index.jsx. I'll go ahead and use a short form here from React snippets, and I'll say widget. And right here, I can say widget. So I'll save that, and that component is the one that we will display right here after mapping our data. I should actually include the curly brackets like this and pass our widget component, this one. So we will say the key will be equal to index, and the data will be equal to data, like that. So I'll go ahead and save. So we saw the styles for the styled summary, main stats, title, the overview here, and the widget wrapper. So you can just copy them right there. Now I just want us to go now and work on our widget here. Now for this widget, I'll also paste some styles which have been styled using styled components, and I'll make sure to import styled right here. So I will import styled from styled components, and actually I'll save, and let us preview if this is actually working fast. So if we come back, we have far chat bar is not exported from React icons. So if we come back to summary, this should be stroke far right here. So I'll say stroke far and save. Then we come back, let me refresh, and now we have this overview section. Overview, how your shop is performing. Then you have widget, widget, widget. So we want to style each of these so that we show the users, the orders, and the earnings. And we have the data right here, and we are passing to our widget component. So we just need to work on this one, okay? So the first thing is to destructure the data from props. So data, and then for this one, we will have this styled widget wrapping the entire content. So I'll say styled widget as our wrapper. It has a display of flex and align items of center. So our items for styled widgets is an icon component. So I'll say icon component, and the other one will actually be text. So right here we'll have text, and the other one will be percentage, but we will conditionally render the percentage. But for now, let's see the icon styles. These are the styles here for the icon. So we have some margin to the right, padding, and then we are getting the color from props, okay? So when we display the icon, we should also pass the color. So right here, we will say the color for this one, we pass it via props, and we will get it from our data. So right here, we will say data.color, and then we'll also have the background color, so BG, and we'll set this one to be equal to data, and then .bg color. And remember, these will now be passed via props to our styled components. Now this is the fun of using styled components. You can easily dynamically display the colors and different values. So now we have those, and then we have some border radius and some font size. Now for this icon, we should actually display the icon inside it, okay? So right here, I'll go ahead and display the icon from data.icon. Just like that, and I'll save. And now this data.icon will come from our list of data here, okay? And then the color from here, BG color from here. And this BG color, you can see we used a capital letter here, so we can fix this one, data.bg color. And then I'll save, and let's see what we have on our browser. Look, Now we have an icon here for users, for orders, and for earnings. Now we just need to display the text. So inside the text component here, we can see the styles for text component. We have a H3 with this font weight and a paragraph with this font size and color. So let's include those. We will have a H3, and then we will have a paragraph. Now for the paragraph, we'll just display the title. So I'll say data.title. So these can be users, can be orders, can be earnings. And then for the H3, we will display the actual digits, but we will conditionally render it to determine whether to show the money sign or not. Okay, so right here we will say data.isMoney. So if this is true, then we will show the money sign, and then we will add our data.digits. And for us to make it to have like the commas when it's more than 3 digits, so what we do, we use .to local string, and we invoke that, and then we have the alternative. So right here we'll just display this without the money sign. So I'll copy that and paste it here, and that is it. So I'll save, and then when I come back, now we have 50 here, 70, 500. So for 500, this is like money, and what we can do, we can just come to summary and change is money here to true. And to test that method, this one, .to local string, you can include more than 3 digits for this one. So I'll say 5,000 and save. And now look, it has these comma because of that method, and we have a money sign. Pretty nice. Now we also have some percentages which we should show right here at the end. So for that, we can come back to widget, and after text, this is where we should show it. So first of all, we should check whether the percentage is less than 0. If it's less than 0, we show red color, and if it's greater than that, we will show the percentage as a green color. So right here, we can perform a check. We can say data.percentage, and we will say, is this less than 0? If this is less than 0, then we can display this component here, else we'll display another component here. So for this component, we will simply show the percentage component, which is this one, and as you can see for the color, it's being conditionally rendered by this prop is positive. So if it's positive, then we get green. If it's negative, we get red. So we will pass this prop to this particular component, and these are the styles. So I'll come here and include that component percentage, and as we have seen, we can pass this prop is positive, and since this is less than 0, so this digit is not positive, it is negative. So right here we will pass false. So when it's false, it will display the red color. And now right here, we can display the actual percentage, but we don't want decimal points. So what we can do, we can use math.flow, and we invoke that and pass in our data.percentage. So we'll be performing some calculations which might have decimal points. To eliminate them, we use math.flow. And then now right here, or you can use math.sale to like round it up. And then now right here, we can add the percentage sign like that. So we will just use these component, I'll actually like copy it and paste it in here. The only difference is that these will be true, meaning that it's positive. So true, and there we go. I'll save, and now we should have the percentages: 30%, 20, 60. And now what you can do to test the negative value, you can include negative here, save, come back, and look, now this is red, well, this is positive, positive. Pretty nice. So we have styled this overview section, and the next thing that remains is to create some backend APIs which will generate these digits for us, and also will perform some calculations for us to get the percentages. So now I want us to make this data to be dynamic depending on the month, the same for orders and earnings. So we will start with users here, and then we'll use the knowledge that we gain from here to work on orders and earnings. So for this, we need to create a backend API route. So at my backend, as you can see, I have added this file called users.js, and I have some code going on right here. So right here, I'm bringing in the user model from our models right here. And this user model, we actually also need to modify it. We need to add a timestamp so that when we register a user, we will have a created at field so that we can be able to know which month a user are registered for an account. So right here, just go ahead and add timestamps and set it to true. So this is on the models and then the user model. That is all the change for that, and I'll go ahead and close that. And then at our users still, we need to bring in these middleware functions of isUser and isAdmin from our middleware and then auth. So at the middleware folder, we had this file called auth, and for auth here, we just check whether a user is logged in or not. And then for isUser, for this one, we are checking whether the currently logged in user is the one that is trying to access their own profile, or whether the admin is the one that is trying to access the profile. So what we do, we just call our auth middleware right here, and it has access to request and response. We have a callback function, and in this callback function, we perform a check if the request.user._id. Now, this is like the currently logged in user. And then we also have request.params.id. Now this will be passed through the request.params when making a request. So that can be from a user profile. So we check these two. If they are equal, then this is the right person that is trying to access their own profile. And then we have an OR here. We check whether the user is an admin so that we give them access and call the next middleware function using this next function right here. Else we say access denied. And then this one right here is just checking whether the user is an admin or not. So there are some functionality which require you to be only the admin, okay? And we export those functions like that, and that is how we are able to import them just like this. And then you need to install Moment. So you need to run this command on your backend, and I can't find it. Okay, here it is. So you need to cd into backend, get out of frontend, cd into backend, and install npm ia Moment. And we'll use Moment for dates. I found it to be more reliable than using new date. So for that, we need now to make use of this Moment when creating this route right here, okay? So we have the router like that, and we are exporting the router, and you need to import it in index.js file as users right here from routes/users, and you can create a route for it like this, a path. So /API/users and then users, okay? You know the drill. But now what I'm interested in is now this route right here. So we want to get the user stats, and right here I have created a path /stats, And the first thing that I'm doing, I'm creating a constant previous month, and this is how I'm calculating the previous month. I'm using moment. So moment will get the current date, okay? And then we have this method .month where we can set the month for that date. So .month, and what I'm passing is moment again, the current date .month, and then we subtract 1, okay? So if the current date .month, the month will be in form of numbers. So if it's 6, we subtract 1, then the month will be set to 5, which is last month. And then we set the date for last month to be date 1. So we want from the beginning of last month. And we include this format of year, month, day, and then the hours, minutes, seconds. So these are in small caps, by the way, okay? And then I send it to front end. So we are going to do more here, but let's see if we can get the previous month by accessing this route. And we can do that from the browser. So this is it. This is the API that we are trying to access. And if we try to access that API endpoint, then we get the previous month like this, okay? So we have the month is 5, date 1, and you can set from any date that you want. So it can be, I don't know, date 7, okay, not that one, but this one, date 7. I save, and now when we check at this, refresh this one, we get this is date 7. So we want from date 1, okay? So we set this one to 1. Pretty nice. Now we can be able to make use of this previous month to calculate our stats. So right here, what we will do, we will use a try and catch block. So try, then we'll have catch here, and this catch has access to the error object, and we can actually send this error message to the client. So res.status, we set it to 500, meaning internal server error, .send the error. Also, you can optionally log it to the console right here. I will save to auto format, and now inside our try is where we want to do our magic. So we will be using what we call MongoDB aggregation, okay? So right here, we will have const users, and we will await this, and then we'll make use of our user model, and we have this method called aggregate, okay? So I'll say aggregate, and we invoke it, and then from here we pass an array, and we can do our magics in here. So if you want to learn more about this aggregate, you can just go to your browser and search for MongoDB aggregate, okay, like this, and then you open that aggregate operations, and you can read more about aggregate pipelines right here. So we have things like match, and then we have groups, we also have things like projects, and so on. So if you want to understand well and more, you can check out this page and explore it, okay? So the first thing that I'll make use of is this match, okay? And this is how I'll do it. So right here, I'll pass an object, and then I'll say the money sign match. This is a MongoDB operation, and I'll pass created art right here, created art, and then I'll say full colon, and then right here I'll pass another object, and then I'll use greater than or equal to operation, and I'll say new date. I'll set a date here, and I'll set it to be our previous month date. So right here I'll say let it be previous month, like that, okay? And what this means is that whatever operations that we are going to perform, they will start from the previous month, okay? It will be greater or equal to the previous month, so that means the last month and this month, okay? So it will not include data from last month going backward, okay? So I hope you get the point. And then now right here, we can set a new variable using project operation. So right here, this project is used to set some variables. So I'll say project, and then we will set the month variable, and this variable will be, we will use month right here, and this will be equal to a field that is available in our users model, which will now be created at, that will be created automatically by the timestamp. Okay, so at the users model, this timestamp will create a field called created at. So we will set the month to be that created at. Okay, so I'll say let it be created at, and now we can be able to make use of this month in the next operation. So the next operation we will use is the group operation right here. So I'll say group, so group, and I'll be able to group the data for a particular month. Okay, so right here we need to set an ID, and this ID, if you can read more about these on, for example, you can just click this group and read more about it, and you'll see groups input documents by the specified _ID expression for each distinct grouping. Okay, so this will group stuff depending on this ID and this ID will be set to a particular month. So right here I can set it to be our month, which is a variable which we set right here using project, and right here we need a comma, and now these will group documents in that particular specific month. And right here we can set another field called total, and what we will do, we will use sum and we will add 1. And what this means is that for each document that is found within this group within that month, we will add 1 to total. So if we have 3 documents in that month, that means that we will have total as 3, and that means that we have 3 users in that particular month. So if all this is confusing, again I recommend you go through the documentation, search for MongoDB aggregation and read more. Okay, and we just have these 3 operations right here. Look for match, project, and then group right here. And now down here, whatever will be returned is an array containing ID and total. So after users, we can send this to the client by saying res.send, and then status will be 200, and then .send. Okay, this will be res.status 200.send. Then we pass our users right here. Okay, now when I save this, we can test it out by going to this route, and I will refresh, and look, I am getting an array of 2 objects with ID. ID is now the number of month, so 6 is the current month, and then total is the number of users in that particular month, and then the previous month and the number of users in the previous month. And if you get an empty array, don't worry, it's totally okay. So that means that you don't have any users registered within those months, or you didn't record the ID. So what you can do, you can register new users when we have our user model right here having the timestamp, or you can even edit your MongoDB database. Okay, so at MongoDB users, you can add a field like this one, created at, and then you include a date just like this one. So as you can see, this one is for the previous month, and this is the current month according to the time of recording this video. And you can see this one doesn't have any date. So if we put it to be the current month, so we can add a new field. I can edit here, add a field, and I'll say created at, and this field will be a date. So remember to select the date here, and then I need to copy one of these, so I can copy this one, copy, and I can paste it here. So I'll click update, and for your case you can like copy from other documents the date. So you can go, for example, to products and copy a date from there, or just create a new user when having the timestamp on for you to see created that field. Okay, so in this case now we have 2 users created during this month, that is the 6th month here. And when we check it, the data now right here, you'll see now this total will change to 2. So I will refresh, and look, ID 6, total 2. And if we change the month to be the 5th month, so right here you can edit the month like this. You can set this to 5, and then you can update. Now when you do that and come back to online shop, okay, not online shop, but where you are calling the route here, refresh, now you'll see this is now 1, this is 2. So our aggregation is working correctly. Okay, it's grouping the totals for the 5th month and also the totals for the 6th month, which is the previous month and this month. And now we can use that data to perform calculations for the percentage, as well as show the current users for this month. Now another thing is that these usually interchange the position of the months. Now look, this is the first one, this is the second one. Whenever I refresh, it's not like consistent. So we will fix this or sort it on our front end. So with that, let's actually now go to the front end and try to make use of that data. So first of all, I'll come to users here, and I'll make sure that only an admin can be able to access this data by calling is admin middleware function right here. And then now I can like cancel these ones and go to front end summary. So we can perform some fetches here. So we'll have some piece of state. So right here I'll say const users, and we'll have also set users, and this will be equal to our use state hook. This will come from React, so make sure it's also auto imported. I like this to be at the very top, and then I will set it to be an empty array to begin with. Also, we will need to bring in the use effect hook, so I'll bring in use effect right here, and I'll use that to fetch the data. So I'm not going to use Redux for fetching the data. You can totally use just React without Redux. So right here we need to call the use effect hook, and we will pass the function in here, and then I'll set another function which we will use to fetch our data. So this will be an async function. So I'll say async function fetch data, and these we can use the try and catch block in here and also like call it down here. So I can say fetch data and we invoke it. Also, I want this to be called only when this page loads, so we pass an empty array of dependencies, and then in here we can have a try and catch block. So try and catch, we can receive the error object and log it to the console. So I log it to the console right here, and then now right here is where we try to perform our fetch, and I'll make use of Axios. So I'll have const response will be equal to Axios, and then dot get. The first parameter will be the URL. So let's bring in Axios. So I'll import Axios from Axios. I think it's already installed because we previously used it on our Redux slices. And for the base URL, we also need to bring it from our API folder, I think, inside the slices right here. So this is our base URL. It's good to have it at one place so that it's easy to change it. So right here, I'll make use of backticks and then the money sign so that we read our URL from that file. So I'll make sure it's coming from Slices API. I click this and it's auto imported. Pretty nice. And now here we will have stroke users, and then we'll have stroke stats. And we also need to set our headers. So the headers are for setting the token, so that we make sure that we can verify the user whether it's an admin or not. So right here I'll also set headers. So this is a function that we already created right here. It's only setting the headers x auth token to be the token from local storage. So right here I'll call set headers. Also make sure it's coming from the trace right here, stroke API, and we actually invoke it for it to work out. Okay, so headers like that, and we invoke it. Cool. Now we should be able to get the data. So right here we can first log this to the console.log of res.data, which is our array. So I will save, and let's actually say starts here for us to be sure it's the correct data. Now when I go back to our online shop, hit refresh, we should be able to get that data and see it at our console. So I'll go to the console and let's see. So we have stats, but this is undefined, so something is wrong. So actually we need to await this process. So I'll say await axios.get save. Then let's see. Look, now we are able to get our stats in form of an array. We have this month and this month. So I need them to be in order always. So when I refresh, they keep switching themselves. Okay, now this is beginning, this is the end. So for this I'll make use of the sort, and the sort will always change the original array. So right here I can say res, and then okay, let it remain here, but at the top here we can say res and then dot data and then dot sort, and then I'll go ahead and invoke this sort, and I'll pass what we call a compare function. Okay, so this compare should be a function. Let's go ahead and create it right here. So I will define a new function and I'll call it compare, and this will help us to sort them in either descending or ascending order. So right here we'll be comparing two values at a time, so a and b, and right here I'll check if a dot underscore id is less than b and then dot underscore id. Also I'll make sure to make this is a dot there. So if this is true, what we will return is 1. So that will return, I think, the second value, which is b. And else right here we can have a similar one like this, and we can say if a dot underscore id is greater than b dot underscore id, we can return a negative value, -1, else we will return 0. And this will sort them in descending order. So this is compare. We usually pass a compare function to the sort array method, and you can just like Google more about it. So you can come here and then sort compare function, and you can read more about it. Okay, the purpose of the compare function is to define an alternative sort order when the sort function compares two values. It sends the values to the compare function and sorts the value according to the returned negative, 0 or positive value. If the result is negative, A is sorted before B. So you can like read more about it. Yeah, and I'll make sure that this compare is the same as the one that is being called, which is the one, and let's hit refresh right here. Refresh. Line 26, compare is not defined. Line 26 right here. I don't know why it's not taking this one. So right here we will actually return 0, and it should be working. I don't know why it's not. So when we refresh, so these values now will always be in this order, and it's more reliable this way. The largest month will always be the first one, which is the current month. So when I refresh again, it will always be in that order, which is pretty nice. Now with that, we can now be able to set our data right here. So I can call set users to be our res.data, which is already now sorted. And then another thing, we can calculate the percentage. So right here I'll say we need another piece of state, which will be our percentage. So I can say users percentage, and then set users percentage. Okay, so I use a short form like this, and initially this can be 0. And then now right here I can call set users percent, and we invoke it. And now right here I read the first value, the first total value, which will be available in res.data, and then I use the square bracket, I access the first object in that array, and then I read the total. So dot total. So this will be our current month, and we subtract the total of the previous month. So it will be a similar thing. So I'll paste it here. Only that now this will be 1. Okay. So I take the total of this month, I subtract the total of last month, and then we divide these by the total of last month. So I'll take the brackets like that, and then I'll divide that by the total of last month, which will be available in the second object. And once I divide like that, I need to multiply all of it with 100%. Okay, so again I can include another bracket right here to wrap everything, and we multiply that by 100%, or 100, meaning that we are changing it to percentage. So I go ahead and save, and this is it now. So this will set a value at our state, and we can go ahead and log that value to the console. So let me just say right here console.log of users percentage. I save, and let's see what we have. So let's refresh, and we get negative 50%, and that is because last month we had 2 users, and this month we have 1 user. So this is giving us a negative value, which is working correctly. Okay, so we have those values right there. Cool. Now we have the users percentage and the total users right here. We can be able to get the total users from this array, and now we can replace our data for users. So right here at the percentage, instead of using 30, now this can be a bit dynamic by saying users percent, which will be negative 50. And then for the digits here, now for this one, I can read the value from the state. I can say users, and then this will be for the current month, the total for the current month, and then I use a question mark dot total. Now this is safely loading the total in case we don't have any array or something like that inside our array. So I'll save, and let's see what we have now for users. Look, now for users here, we have 1 user this month, and compared to last month, we have like negative 50%. So we need to advertise our application more and get more users in the platform. Pretty nice. Now we will be following the same for the orders in the next section, and now we will move a bit fast than the way we did for our users, but I hope you have understood something in this section, and let me see you on the next one. Now let us work on orders here and earnings. So we don't have an orders file right here or route, so let's go ahead and add it. So I'll say orders.js, and whatever I'll do right here, I can copy this and paste it here. So I have copied the users and pasted it here. It will be so similar. The only thing that we need to bring right here is the order from the model, and we will replace that with the order right here. The month will be the previous month, and therefore we will match or calculate everything else from here from previous month. So it's previous month and this month, and then we set a month variable to be created at, the month to be created at, and then we group depending on month and the total orders. So it's very similar to our users. So right here also I'll change this to orders, and we send the orders to the users. So orders. Now let us set a route for this. So at index.js we need to set orders right here, and we set this to orders, and we need to bring that from our orders file. So I will edit users right here to orders. So I'll go ahead and save, and now we can just fetch that data at our summary, and you can see now this is like much easier once you understand the first one. And all we will do, we'll just copy paste the use effect here down here, just like that. We will have some piece of state just like this one. So the first one will be orders. I can just use Ctrl D to edit them to orders, and now I change this to capital and this one to capital, so they are just so similar. Now down here at our second use effect, we will make a call to orders stroke starts, and we set the headers. We call the compare function, and we set orders here. To rest.data, and also we set the orders percentage to be this minus this one, then we divide by that, okay, and we multiply by 100. So let's go ahead and log the orders here to the console. So I'll say console.log of orders, just to make sure that we are getting something, and I'll log the orders to the console. I'll do the same for the percentage. So orders P for percentage, and here we can have orders pass like that. So I will save, and let's go to our application, and right here we see orders percentage is 0, and orders we don't have anything. So we can check our MongoDB database for orders, and we have this created at, this is for the month. We have one for the 6th month right here. So this should have given us something. So something might be wrong. Let me confirm. So we need to fix this order to come from our models stroke order. So this might be the issue. I will save, and I'll check if I'm getting it by calling this route after disabling the admin, that is, and we get at least one. Okay, so we have this one. and then we need another one to compare it with. So I'll change the date for created date for this one to be 5. I will go ahead and update that, and now we should have at least 2 of them. So I will refresh, and now we have this for the last month and this month. Pretty nice. And now I can bring back our isadmin right here. I had removed it to debug, so I'll say isadmin and I'll save. So now from our front end at our orders, we should be able to get something. So when I refresh, orders percentage is 0, but now we also have the orders right here. So we can use this data to update our data here. So I'll go ahead and go to our summary right here, and I'll just remove this. And what we will have now at our data is right here, order percentage, and right here we will have something like this one. We read the total. So I will copy that and I will include it here, and these will be orders. Orders like that. Also, yeah, this is correct because we also have res here, res.data. That is okay. And also we use the compare function and so on. So yeah, now the order is well, and let's save and see. So now if I come, we see we have only one order this month, and the percentage here is 0%, meaning that we don't have much than last month. And if we can go ahead and make a new order, for example, I'll make sure that this is running the webhook before I make this order. I have this one, 2 of them. I'll go ahead and check out. I'll make the request real quick. Checkout success. When we go to admin, now we have 2 orders this month, and that have increased by 100%. Okay, it has, like, doubled the amount. So I think it's okay. And then now let's work on the earnings here. So for the earnings, we will do the same at the orders, and we will be having a similar thing. Okay, it's very similar to this one, only some things we will change. So right here, I'll duplicate this one, and let's actually use the correct comment here. Order starts, and then right here we can say let's get the income or earning starts income. And now right here we can have stroke income, stroke starts, and then we get the previous month like this. Now right here we still use the order dot aggregate greater than the previous month. Project, right here we set a variable for month, and also we will set another variable called our sales, and this one will be equal to the total. So this total is a property that is available in our order right here. Okay, the total for that particular order, and then we can group with the month right here, and the total here we will sum our sales. Okay, so right here we can now use the sales. So we will sum all the sales or all the total for each month. Let's send this as income right here. I will save and go back to our summary, and now we will do the same thing as this. So I'll just go ahead and fetch the data, and now right here we should have stroke orders, and then stroke income, and then stroke starts. We set the headers, we get back the data, And now right here we can set our income or earnings. So I'll say income, and the set income percentage, income, and we should have this in our state. So let's go ahead and duplicate here. So right here we will have income instead of orders. So I will edit this to income and make this to be capital and this one to be capital. So let's see when we log this to the console.log, we can have income to be income, and also actually I can just duplicate this one to income percentage, and here percentage. I just want to see if we are getting the correct data. So this is the use effect for income, and I'll save. Let's see what we get to the console. So I'll go ahead and refresh, and request failed with status of 500, income percentage is 0. So we are getting an error. Let's see if we can see the error right here. Maybe from this one. So income is not defined. Reference error. Line 67. Let's go to orders, line 67. So right here we returned income. We should have done the same here. Income. And this is now what we are sending to the front end. So I'll save and make sure this is running. So this is working now. Then let's refresh here. We check our data. So we have income percentage as 186. This one, we have the data there for previous month and this month. So now we can use that data to show the correct info right here. So let's do that at our summary. So I'll go back or scroll down, that is, to this one. This one will be income percentage, and then the data here. So I can copy this one and paste it here, and I'll make use of income. Like that, we get the first object and its total. I save, and now we should see the earnings here and the percentage. So yeah, that is it. So we have completed our overview here. We are comparing the data of this month and the previous month. Pretty nice. Okay, now one issue that we might have is for the month of January, which I'm realizing right now, because when we sort it, we will display the December month first and then the month of January second. And that is because of our months here, because December will be 12, meaning that it will come before 1. So that is the only place that I think we might have an issue with this one, and I think it's good that you note that. Maybe you can perform an if statement to display different message, or you'll know what to do. Just know that we might have an issue when it gets to those 2 months, but for the rest of the months, this is good enough, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. Cool. Now the next step, we can create our chart right here, and for this chart we will also be making use of the aggregation for the last 7 days. So we can have another route still at our orders for that. Okay, so I can just duplicate this. It will be so similar again. And then we will get 1 week sales, 1 week sales. And then now right here we can have a route. I can say week hyphen sales is admin there, Now for this one, we can have last 7 days. So I can say last 7 days, and this will be equal to moment. Then we will specify the day now, not the month. So right here we will say day to be moment.day here. And what we will do, we will subtract 7, and then we can just like format that date like that. Okay, so we get the last 7 days. So what we will do, right here we'll have project day. Now here we will use day, and we will set the day of the week, day of week. So we have this operation, and we'll set that to be created at, and then we'll have sales as total. And now here we will set the ID to be day instead of month. Okay, so here we will say day, which is each day of the week, and then the total, we will sum our sales for each day, and then we can have this. So for us to test this, we can just remove visadmin and save, and then we can try to access it at our localhost here. So these will be API stroke orders stroke week hyphen sales, and then week sales. Cool. So I hit enter here, and we get only one. So for the last 7 days, we have had only one sale. So here we will be having several objects when we have more than one sales for the last 7 days. So the next step is to show you how to work with the chart. So that is what we are going to cover on the front end here, and then we will make use of our week sale data here to display the chart. So now in this episode, I want us to display a chart right here showing earnings for the last 7 days, and we have already worked on a route for that at our orders. So you can check out the last episode or section on how we created this particular route, and this is the one that we'll be fetching data from. Now the next thing, you need to install what we call recharts. So you need to run this command npm I recharts because this is what we will be using for our charts or for our chart. So if you go to the browser and search for recharts.org, go to examples, you can see we have different charts right here. We have simple line chart, area charts, bar charts, and you can try any of them. In this case, I'm just going to use the simple line chart. And we have an example here. So what I'll just do is copy what we have here and paste on our component. But this is using a class-based component. So therefore, I went ahead and created this functional component. We don't have anything. It's just this component, and we have some styles using styled components. So this is the container for our chart. This is just a loader with simple styles, and we are displaying nothing right here. Okay, so all we have is the word chart, which is not showing up. So it's not showing up because we should actually bring this chart into our summary just after the overview here. So right here we can have chart and make sure it's auto imported at the top. And now right here we have chart and the box for displaying our line chart. So let's go ahead and populate this component with some stuff. So the first thing, I will copy the imports right here, bring them in right here, and make sure that recharts is installed. And then I'll go ahead and copy this data right here. So I'll copy the data and I'll bring it in just after declaring our component, so I can paste it here, and then at our return we can include whatever we have at our return right here. So I'll copy this responsive container up to this point, copy that and paste it in our styled chart. So I'll paste it here and save to auto format everything. So once I do that, once we come back here, and there we go. So we have this awesome chart right here showing PV and UV, and all we need to do is to format the data and display only one line chart right here. So I'll come back. Right here we have data key for x-axis, and I can set this one to day. So here we will be having the day of the week. So as you can see, we have two lines. We have this one and we have this one. So I'll go ahead and remove one of these. I'll remove the last one so that we only have one line, and the data key for this one will be the amount. Okay, so those data key will be read from data. So this data should be having day and should be having amount. So if I come back, this is our data, and I can remove most of this to begin with. So we have two here, and I can remove that, and I can remove that. So what we should be having is a day, and the other thing that we should be having is the amount. And then we should be having day, and we should be having amount. So this is the format of data that we should be having. Day here can be Monday, day here can be Tuesday, and if I save this, we should still see a simple line chart. And there we go, we have this simple line chart. And when I hover on this one, this point, we have Monday 4,000, then this one we have Tuesday 3,000. Pretty nice. So since we have that, now we can get the data from our API endpoint and format it to look exactly like this, to have day and amount. And in our styled chart, actually we can include a heading. So right here I can say H3, and I can say last 7 days earnings, and you can say this is in US dollar. So I'll save, and just after this we can fetch the data after declaring our component, and for this we'll make use of the use effect hook. So let's bring in use effect and the use state hook. So I will import the use effect and the use state. So use state to begin with, and also use effect from React. So right here I can have some piece of state for sales, and this will be sales for the last 7 days. Set sales like that. Then we will be having use state. This one to begin with, it will be an empty array. We can also have a loading state. So loading, and then we set loading, and this will be our use state here. Initially loading will be false. This is not console but const. Let's fix that. And now right here I can call our use effect. So I can say use effect, and I invoke it, pass a function here, but also we will pass an empty array as the dependency. Now right here I'll have an async function. So async function to help us and fetch the data. So I'll call it fetch data. So we can have the try and catch block in here. I'm going ahead and I'll copy a try and catch block from summary, like this one. I'll copy that and paste it here. Also, I will copy the compare function for us to sort. You can export this one, but I'll just copy it, paste it here so that we can use it. So let's customize whatever we have here. So we are fetching data from await Axios. We need to bring in Axios. So at the top, I'll bring in Axios, import Axios from Axios, just like that. And then the URL. So here we will have URL. We need to bring in URL actually. So I will bring the one from Strice. Then we will have orders. Then this will be week hyphen sales, like that. Set headers, we need to bring in set headers. So I'll try to delete and type it again for us to auto import it like that. And now we have our data. We compare it like that. And now I want us to create a new array using our data. And this array should have an object. The object should have the days, and also it should have the amount. So right here, instead of setting them like this, I will say const our new set of data or set of array will be equal to res.data, and then we have .map. So map usually returns a new array. So right here we will get an item at a time, and remember this item is an object containing the day and the totals for that specific day, and the day is in form of number. So we need to find a way of changing that day into not number, but in form of words. So right here we'll be able to return something, and whatever we will do, we can define a new array, and this will be an array of days. So I'll say days will be equal to, we can start our day at Sunday, then Monday. So I'll type them out real quick, and we can always start with capitals. So we have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We don't need this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have an array of days, and we can return right here. And whatever we will return is actually an object. This object should have a day, and we will set the day to be our array of days. But then we specify the name of the day by using the item ID. So I can say item._id, and then we will call -1. And the reason is because our day starts from Sunday, and in this array Sunday is at position 0. So these will do it. So now we have a day, and then now I'll use a comma, and I'll have amount right here, and the amount will be, we take item right here dot total, and what we will do, we will actually divide these by 100 like that, because our amount is in form of cents from Stripe. So we need to divide it by 100 to make it in dollars. And actually I think we should have done a similar thing with our amount for earnings. I don't think we did so. So for these earnings, we should have checked if these actually exist. So does this exist? If it exists, we take that amount like that and we divide it by 100, else we show 0 or nothing. Okay, so this is the correct way of displaying the amount for our earnings. We should have done that. I'll save, and yeah, cool. You can actually just remove these console logs. I'll save. Now back to our chart. We have returned these, and now this new data should be in form of days and amount. Okay, we should have a day and an amount. To confirm this, we can come here and console.log of new data. I'll save and I'll come back here. Let's go ahead and inspect here. I'll go to console, and we have an array of income here. Let me refresh actually. So we are getting nothing. So we should call this fetch data. After here, fetch data, we save. Let's see what we get. Okay, we get an array of one item, and you can see the day is Wednesday and the amount. So our data is in the correct form. Now that we have that, we can set our sales. So right here I can say set sales to be new data, like that. So now sales will be in that format, and now right here, instead of saying data, we can just say sales. So I remove that and say sales. I'll go ahead and save, and now we have one item right here, which is on Wednesday, which is today, the one transaction that we performed. So that is how we can like create our graph, and you can use this loading right here to show a loading state before showing our chart. And right here, before we start fetching the data, you can set loading to true, and then after you complete fetching the data and doing all of this, you can set loading to false. And you can do the same when we get an error. You can also have an error state and so on. And now this data, we don't need it, so I remove that, and you can dynamically display here. So loading, so right here I can include a React fragment at the beginning and at the end here, and I'll copy this chart, cut it, and if you are not showing the loader, then we are showing that chart. Okay, and now right here you can say loading chart. I'll save, and this is how you can show a loader in case it's loading, else chart. And this is the style for the loader, nothing much. So if we refresh, loading chart, and once it's loaded, we have it here. Pretty nice. So that is it for the chart. If we had more transaction, it would have shown. Now it's showing only one. And right here, we can display the recent transactions. So now, right here on the side, we can show the latest transactions. And for that, we can go ahead and create a route at our orders file. Okay. So at our orders, before we get the stats, we can have a route here for get orders. So right here, I have a router, and then .get. This will be the route path. We pass is admin, to make sure that the user is an admin. We should have done the same for this one. I think we forgot. We should make sure that this is an admin fetching the week's data. Now right here we will have an async callback function with access to request and response. So this should be an arrow function, and we can have a try and catch block. So right here we can send the error to the client, status code 500, then .send error. Also you can log the error to the console, and right here is where we are supposed to get the data from the database. So we will be passing a query for the new or the latest transactions. So right here we can say let const query be equal to request dot query and then dot new. So right here we will say const orders will be equal to, we will perform a check if query exists, then we will await our order dot find. We will sort this by ID, so I'll say let underscore ID be equal to -1. This will give us the latest transactions first. Then right here we can limit to 4 orders only, else we will have another await like this one up to this point where we won't have the limit. So I'll just copy that and paste it here, and then down here we can just use res.send status. Okay, res.status, actually the code will be 200, meaning okay, and then .send our orders, just like that. So this will be orders. Now the next thing is to fetch the data and show them on the UI. So I have this transactions component which I have populated with this code. We can go through it. It's pretty straightforward. So right here I'm bringing in style components, use effect and use state, set headers and the URL, axios and moment. And then we have the piece of state is orders, and set orders is loading, and set is loading. So this is the use effect for fetching our orders. And right here you'll notice that we are now including our query param, which is new to true. We make sure we also set the headers, and we set the orders to the data that we get back, which will be for orders if they are there. Else we have console log, and also we have this set loading to true, and we can set it to false when we have completed fetching the data. So right here we can set loading to false, and also here loading to false. Okay, we have loading at the end here, so it will run either way, so we don't need it there. Actually it's at the end after our error. Cool, pretty nice. Now down here we have these styled transactions, and these are the styles: a background color, a color, a padding, and a border radius. We are making use of is loading here to show that transactions are loading, else we are showing the latest transactions. Now right here we can show a single transaction. Actually we can just like log these orders to the console and see if we are getting them. So console.log of orders, and also make sure that we hook our transactions to our summary component right here. So down here inside our side stats, so we can have our transactions. So we bring it in from summary components, just like that. I save, and let's see what we have. Can't resolve, e-commerce, front-end, admin. Okay, we have an issue. So it's complaining about moment, and we will actually need moment to format the transactions dates. So right here I can just go ahead and install it, npm I moment. So I don't know how it's typing down here, but I'm sure if I type this, hit enter, it will install moment. And for now, let's comment it out, save, and see what we have here. I will refresh, and we see if we are getting the latest transactions. So at the console, we have this array here, and we get the 3 transactions that are there: delivery status pending, payment status paid. Then we have array of products. So it's fetching our orders. So let's just complete this. So I'll bring back moment since it's already installed now. And down here, after our heading, I will include now our transaction component, but we should actually first map through the data. So right here, I'll say orders, then dot map, and we get an order at a time, and also we have the index. I can return our transaction component, which is a styled component transaction here, and these are the styles, so you can check them out like this. And right here we should have a key. The key will be our index, and then in here we can display our different details for this particular order. So the first paragraph here, we will have the name of the customer, which will be available in order, and then dot shipping, and then dot name. For the other one, we show the amount. Here we need to perform some calculation. So the amount will be available in order dot total, but we divide this by 100 to make it in dollars and not cents. And we also use this method dot to local string for it to have commas for a number more than 3 digits. And then right here we'll have another paragraph. Now for this paragraph, we'll make use of moment to format the date. So I'll say moment, and then we invoke it and pass order dot created at right here. And we say right here, from now, this is a moment method. This is created at like that. And now this transaction, you can see it's a display of recs for them to be side by side, and some other few styles right there. So I'll save and see what we have. So these transactions should show something. There we go, latest transactions. So we have the name, the amount, and there the time. So for the amount, we can actually include a $sign in front here like that. So I'll save, and now this is having $sign there. So we have latest transactions, we have earnings for the last 7 days, we have an overview, and down here what you can show is all time data, like the totals for everything. So I'll add a new file at our summary components, and I'll call it all time data.jsx. I use stateless functional component all time data. Down here I'll paste the styled components, because obviously I don't want to keep typing the CSS. But right here we pass a React fragment, and we can call this all time data at our summary just after the transaction right here. So I can say all time data. I click on this one to auto import it and save. So for all time data, right here, the main, this will be the wrapper for this component. So I can say main, these are the styles, and right here we can have a h2 or a h3, and I'll say all time, and then we will have an info component, and these are the styles. So right here I'll have the first one, info. In our info we will have a title, and for the first one we'll have users, and right here we will have the data. So right here I can say 200. So title, data. So these are the styles. We flex one here, we flex one here, and a font weight for this one. Pretty easy. So this is the first. We'll have another one we can have for products, orders, earnings. So this can be products, this can be orders, this can be earnings. Now earnings is the only tricky one, which you need to use aggregation, and therefore I'll leave it up to you to figure it out for your own practice. Okay, so you can use aggregation to get total earnings from the beginning and display it here. For these ones you can get all products, show them here, get all orders, show them here, get all users, show them here. So how you can do that? Now this is Redux, so we need to make use of the use selector hook from React Redux. So I'll import the use selector hook from React Redux. Right here we need to initialize it and get the products. So I can say const. Here I'll destructure the items from the use selector hook. These will have the state, and whatever we will return is state dot products. So right here I can say state dot products, and I will remove console logs for transaction. I don't like having so much console logs. So right here we can just log the items to the console dot log of items. I'll save, and we should get the products to the console. But first of all we need to bring in styled components, otherwise it will throw an error. So import styled from styled components. Now let's see, R inspect, and right here console we have an array of 2 items, and these are actually our products. Pretty nice. Now this is the all-time data here, and for products we get them from the state like this. So I can just display them right here. So I can just say items dot length, and that will get us the total number of items. So I'll just remove that and save. So products we get 2. You can do the same for users and the same for orders, but for earnings you use aggregation, and we have done aggregation right here. So I'll leave this for your own practice, and for us to fetch all users and orders using Redux, we will be doing that next, because we need to work on products, orders, and the rest. So we have completed our summary right here. Pretty nice. Now we will continue. First of all we will work on this Navbar, and then proceed to maybe products, where we can show a data table right here and perform CRUD operations for products, like editing, viewing a single product, and also deleting a product. So right now I want us to work on our side Navbar here to look much better, to have some icons, and also to create a route for the products table, which will be a list. So first of all, I'll fix the top nav. As you can see that it is leaving some space here, and for that I just need to go to app.css, and at this navbar class I will add a position of sticky, and then top will be 0. I'll save that, and that should do it. So now when I scroll, this navbar is sticky. So when I scroll, it's fixed. When I'm not scrolling, it's position relative. So it's still occupying that space. And then for the styling of this, we can add some icons before them. So I will go to components, then admin, then the dashboard. This is why we had this sidebar or side nav, and then I can add an icon before each one of them. So let's bring in the icons. So right here I will import far users. I'll have far store. I will have far clip board, and then I will have far tachometer, and all these will come from React icons. So these will come from React icons. And then now, before our summary, we can show that our far tachometer like that, and we leave some spacing between them. And then for products, we will have far store, and we leave some space between them. So I'll have one more nav link here for orders, and another one for users. So for this nav link, we will go to admin, and then stroke orders right here. So this is a route that we need to also register, which we will do. So right here we can say orders, and right here we will have far clipboard for orders, and then these will be users. So I'll change this to user, and here we will have our users. This one will now be far users, just like that. And now I can save and see what we have. So far clipboard is not exported from React icons, so let me check on that. Okay, we should include stroke far here. So I save, and hopefully we solve that issue. So this should be tachometer alt. So I'll highlight it, edit even the one that is here, and I'll include alt at the end. Save. Now there we go. So we have our routes with the different icons, but we don't have routes for order and for users. So we will fix that in a few. So I'll add some few styles to make them bigger and include some spacing, also arrange them well. So at this A tag right here, after the font size, we'll add a display of flex, and then I'll align items to the center, and then we will have a font weight of 700, which is bold. And then in here we will have SVG, and we will add margin to the right of 0.5 rem, and also we will add a font size of 18 px. This should be 0.5, and I'll save. So now it's much bigger. Another thing, I'll go to the active link. Remember, we are displaying link active and link inactive. These are class names available in our app.css, and I'll scroll at the very bottom here. So for this, I'll add a border to the left. So I'll say border to the left, and we can have 3px solid, and then this color hash 4b7oe2. Then I'll add padding to the left of 5px, and I'll add border radius of 2px. So when I save this will give us this indicator right here on the side. So this looks much better, pretty nice. Now let's register the routes for orders, for users, and also a route for products. So for that, we need to go to app.js, and to start with the products, we already have this route right here that goes to create product. But again, when we load the route, we need to have a default route here. This is how we add that default route. We can say route, and we call it the index. So we pass an index prop, and we pass an element that we should display in here. Okay, so let's create that element or component. So inside our admin, I'll add a new file. This file, actually I'll add a new folder called lists. In here we can have the different lists. First of all, we'll have products list.jsx, hit enter, then status functional component. We have our products list here, then right here I can just say list to begin with. And now this component is the one that we can display right here. So I can say products list right here. Click on that and I save. Now when I go to the products, you see we are able to see this list. And now right here we can be able to display a data table. And now this is the default when we load these products. But we also have this create, which goes to product stroke create. Pretty nice. Now we need a route for orders. So we'll create one down here. We already had a file. We already had a file in our admin called products. So inside our admin, we can add orders.jsx. Also, we can add another file for our users.jsx. And now let's just go to the list here, copy this. Actually, it's easier if we just create the component, stateless functional component, users, and then right here, users. I save that orders here, stateless functional component, orders, and then in here, orders. So we will create data tables for each of these later on. Now we just need these components to register our routes. Still inside this admin, we can have more routes right here. So I have a route. I can duplicate this one actually. So I duplicate it twice. 1, 2. This one, the path will be users, and then right here, these will be orders. So right here, we can pass our users. I click on this one. Here, we can pass our orders. I save. Now, when I go to the app, go to orders, we get orders, users, get users. So we no longer get 404. Pretty cool. So now the next thing is to work on our products list. So now I want us to work on a data table right here for our products. And when you search for material UI table, you will see React table component. So everything is actually already created for us. We just need to customize and pass our data to the table. So right here, you can see content. We have basic table. It looks like this. So this doesn't have the filters and so on. But we also have this data table, which has filters. We can even search right here. So filter, for example, we can search Rossini. So we get only one. We can clear filter and so on. So this table is already there. We just need to customize it. So you can select this, show the full source code. It's becoming tough to copy, but I can use this copy. And now right here I already have some styled components, but what I will replace is from this point up to this point, up to the top, I think here, and paste everything. Now I still have the styled components being imported and everything else. And down here I'll just change this to products list. So I'll say products list, and first of all I'll save. Let's see what we have right here. So can't resolve some stuff. So we need to install material UI and other dependencies. So I can scroll to the top, getting started, overview, actually installation here, and we need to run this npm I. We install material UI, emotions stroke react, emotion stroke styled. So I'll copy that. Then I will open my terminal here, down here, make sure I'm in the front end and paste everything, hit enter to install those. So it completed installation, but we are still getting this. So I'll just copy this one and I'll also install it. So I'll say npm I, paste it there, hit enter. As this installs, we can work on something else right here at our components. We can add a new folder called details. So here we can display details about a product, about an order, or even a user profile. So let's create those files. So right here I can have product.jsx, spaceless functional component, product. Then right here you can have like a single product details. Okay, we'll work on them later on. For now, let's just create the files. So we'll have another one for order. So order.jsx. I can copy what we have here and paste it here. And this will be order. Okay, I forgot to select multiple. I'll save that. We can have another one for user profile or user. So user profile.jsx, and right here I can paste that. Let's say user profile. So I'll save. Now I'll come back and let's refresh here. So for some reason it's not working. So okay, what I'll do, I'll stop this and I'm going to start the server again. and there we go. So I'll go to products, and now we have this data table. So it's working, and we just need to get our own data to this particular data table. Cool. So I will come back to our code, and we actually completed these ones for now. So let's remove them. And at our products list, so we will modify what our rows contains, and also we'll modify what our columns contains. So I'll start with the rows. So we need to get the data from our Redux store for the products. Okay, so for that we will bring in the use selector hook. So I will import the use selector hook, and right here we will have const with the structure items, and this will come from, okay, we set this to be equal to use selector. We'll have access to the state right here, and we can return state dot products, and from that we retrieve our items. Now right here I will redefine our row. So we have our rows here, but I will remove all this and I'll redefine it inside our component right here. So right here I'll say const rows will be equal to, we check if items actually exist. So items end items dot map, and from here we'll get an item at a time, and we can return something. So we will return an object. So I will say return an object. This object will have an ID. The ID will be item dot underscore ID, and then we will have image URL. This will be available in item dot image dot URL. We will show the product name, so I can say p name, and this will be item dot name, and then we will have p desk for description, and this will be item dot desk, and then we'll have the price, and this will be item dot price, and dot, we use dot to local string and invoke it. So these ID, image, URL, pname, pdesk, and price should match the fields for our columns. Okay, so let's fix them. So I can bring these columns inside our component. It's out here, but there is no problem when you bring it in here. Now the first field will be an ID, like this. The header name will be ID, and since we are getting a very long string from MongoDB for the ID, you can use a width of 220 px, like that. And then the field here, this one will be for image, so we can say right here image URL. So this image URL should match this field right here, so that it will be displayed below that column. I hope that makes sense. And then this will be the product image, so you can say image, the width can be 80, the image will be just small one, like that. And we can edit further and display our own tags for this particular image. So right here I can use a comma, and down here what I will have is I'll have render cell. We have this property, and this is what will be rendered below this particular column. So we can have access to params right here, and these params will actually contain the data from our row. So we can have something like params.row.image URL and be able to display that image. Okay, so that is what is happening here. So right here we can return as an arrow function, and I'll say return. Whatever I return here is our image container, which I have styled down here using styled components. It's just this image container is a div, then the image styles in here. So right here we will have img, and for this img we should have the src, and for this one we'll set it to be equal to params and then .row, and we can target now our image URL here. So I can say .image URL. You can have an alt. For my case, I'll just set it to be blank. Now let's go down here. These will be pname or product name. Header, you can have it as just name. Width, and that is good. Then we will have a field for pdesk for description. Header here will be description, and we don't need the type, so I'll move the type. Width can be the same as that of name, which is 130. Okay, cool. Now we need one for the price, so I can duplicate this right here, and this one we will use it for actions. Okay, so right here we can have the price. This will be price. Width can be 80. Then this one will be actions. So this is an extra column which will not include our raw data. So as you can see, for row we ended price, which is represented by this. So this will be just an extra column with buttons, for example, to delete a product. So header name here will be actions. We don't need a description, so I will remove that. Okay, sortable can be false, since these are just buttons. And the width can be 170, not bad. And then right here we will have render cells like this, so I can copy this one and paste it here. So instead of this, I will include this. So right here we will have some buttons, so we will return the action component, which is our styled component down here. So actions looks like this. It has a button with those styles, and then we have the styles for delete button and for the view button. So we will make use of them in here. So right here, actions, we will have delete. So for now we can just display them without the functionality. So right here we can display view. So I will save this and let's preview our table. So I'll come back, and this is what we have. So we have the ID, we have the image, the name, description, price, and also actions right here. So actions has delete and view. Later on we will also have edit right here. Okay, so for now we can just work with this to begin with. So now I want us to perform the delete operation and the view operation. For these operations, we need some backend API, and at our backend products, we already had two routes, one for creating product, the other one for getting all the products. So let's just go through the get here for one product, and this is super simple. So this is the path. We pass an ID through our request.params, so we can access the ID through request.params.id, and we use product.findById to get a single product and send that product to the client. And then for deleting a product, we also pass an ID when calling the route, and we can find a product by using findById, and we pass request.params.id just like we are doing here. And then we will check if this product actually exists in the database. If this product doesn't exist, then we send an error of product not found, else we proceed. So remember, we have an image, and we first need to destroy or delete that image from cloudinary. So right here I am calling await cloudinary.uploader, and we have a method called destroy, and whatever we pass is the public ID from our product image. Okay, so we get this product.image.public ID, and once it's deleted, we will have a response. If a response exists, then we can find a product by ID and delete it. So once we delete the information in the database, so right here we are deleting the image from cloudinary, and then right here, once we complete that process, we are deleting the product from MongoDB database and then sending the deleted product to the client. Else we log an error right here. So for editing, we will go through it once we get there. Okay, so let's just make use of these routes, and we'll start with the easiest, which is getting a single product. So for that, first of all, I'll save this file, and I'll go to our product.jsx file. So here I also included some styled components, which we'll go through. I don't want to keep on typing the CSS, and as we proceed, we'll check at each of them. Okay, so first of all, we need to do this. Okay, when we click view, we load that single product component, and for us to do that, we need a route handler for it. So let's go to app.js and register a route. So maybe after admin or before admin, we can have another route, and for this one we will have stroke product, and then we will have stroke full colon ID, and then the component here will be our product. So make sure you bring in the product from the details. So components details. Now these will be similar for orders and for user. So here we will have order, and here we will have user. Remember, these are the files that we created right here at our details, order, product, and user profile. So right here, whatever we will load is the user profile, user. It's not being suggested, but we should have user profile. Here we should have order. Is order being suggested? No. We'll have order. Let's bring in those components. So right here, I'll duplicate these twice. Instead of product, we will have order. instead of product here. Okay, I should have selected multiple. We will have user profile, and okay, something is wrong. Okay, at the end here, okay, so messed up. At the end here we include this, that should have worked. Okay, you also need from. Cool. Now I don't know why they were not suggested, but if we have any issues we will know as we proceed, so don't worry. So we have registered 3 routes for product, order, and user. So I'll go ahead and save that file. Now when we go to our product list, at this view we can include an onClick event. So right here I'll say onClick, and we will make use of the use navigate hook, which we need to actually initialize. So let's go to the top and let's bring in the use navigate hook. Use navigate from React Router DOM, like that, and we invoke it and we set it to const navigate. So const navigate will be equal to use navigate, so that will initialize the hook, and we can make use of this navigate down here. So right here, and we'll just call our navigate now, invoke it, and pass the path. So I'll use the backticks so that I can read the product ID, and right here we'll have stroke product, and then we will have stroke. We include our money sign and the curly brackets, and we pass params, and then dot row, and then dot ID. So this will get the ID of that particular product, since we are setting the ID to be item._ID, and then it will take us to our product component, where we can be able to fetch a product depending on the params. So for us to get the params for that particular product, or the ID of that particular product, we have another hook called use params. Okay, so that is what we will use. So right here we'll bring in the use params hook from React Router DOM, and we can initialize it like this. Const params will be equal to use params, like that. Okay, and now these params can have our ID, so we can safely display our params here dot ID, which will be the product ID. So I will save, and then let's test this out. So styled is not imported. Let's bring in styled components here. So I will import styled from styled components, and okay, there we go. Now when we click on view, we get to a single product, and as you can see, we have the ID of the product here, and we have it also here. Pretty nice. Now with this we can easily fetch the data using this ID from the backend. So let's do that. So for simplicity, what I can do is I can go to summary and copy one of the use effects. So I'll go here, copy one of these use effects. I'll copy that one, come back here, and right here we can make use of it and also bring it in. So I'll import use effect from React. So right here, let's bring in use effect from React. Also we will need some form of state, so let's also bring in the use state hook. So use state. Now right here we can actually define the state. So we'll say const product and set product, and then right here we'll set this to be equal to use state and initially this can be an empty object. So we have our product there. You can also include a loading state if you want. We set this to use state. We invoke it. Initially it will be false. Okay, false. And now when we start fetching this, we can set loading to true. When we complete down here, we can set loading to false again. Now let's customize this fetch. So we'll have axios.get the URL which we need to bring in. So I'll say URL again here and bring it from the slices. Then we will have stroke products, and then we will have stroke find, and then we will have our ID. So we will get the ID from our params. So I can say params.id. We need to bring in the headers again, so I'll bring it from slices, just like that. We don't need to sort the data. I remove the sort functionality. Then we set product here. We don't need to set the percentage. I remove that. So when the component loads, we'll fetch the product and set it to be in our state. So let's log it to the console. So I'll say console.log of our product. I'll save and let's make sure that it's working. So I'll go back. Axios is not defined. Let's bring in Axios. So I'll import Axios from Axios and then save. So now I'll inspect and go to console, and now right here we have product being loaded, and when we check at it, we have the description, we have the image, the thumbnail, the price, and so on. So we can now be able to get the product from state and be able to show it on the UI. So this is how we fetch a single product and display more details about it. So let's go ahead and now cover our JSX. So right here, the parent component will be styled product. So I can say styled product. These are the styles right here. You can copy them. And then now in here, I will display the product container in here. So right here, I can say product container, and in here I can use our loading state. So I'll say loading. So if it's loading, then we'll just display a p tag saying loading, just like that. Else we will show our product details, so that include the image. So right here I'll pass the image container, and what we will have side by side to this image container is the product details. So I'll say product details, like that. And the styles for these components are down here. These are the styles for the product container, styles for the image, and then the styles for the product details. So image will have a flex of 1, this flex of 2, meaning it will be bigger right here. Then we have some styles for the price, so you can also add that. Now right here I'll save to auto format first, and then now in the image I can have my image img, and the source will be available in our product from the state, then .image. Then we use this question mark to safely load the URL. The alt can be product or any other name. And then now right here we have product details. We'll start by h3, and we can show the product name here. So I'll say product dot name, and then we'll have a paragraph for the brand. So I'll say here we'll have a span, and we will say brand. I will use a full colon, and right here I can display product dot brand. We will have a description, so I'll duplicate this one. The span here will be description, and then right here we will have product.desk. I think this span is already styled also. For product details h3 p span, so it's bold, so that is why we are including it there. And then finally we can show the price, and for the price we can use a money sign there, and then show the price here, which will be available in product.price, like that. And if this exists, we can use .to local string to display commerce if we have more than 3 digits and we invoke it. So .to local string, like that, product price .to local string. Now finally we need to add a button, and for this button we will use it to add a product to cart. So I'll say button. Right here we'll give the button a class name, so I'll say class name. Okay, not here. Here we should have add to cart. Then right here we can have a class name, and we will have product, and then hyphen add hyphen to hyphen cart. And then we will have an on-click event, so I'll say on-click, and whatever we'll be doing, we can call a handler, a function handler here, which is handle add to cart, and we pass in our product. Handle add to cart, we pass our product. So we don't have this function yet, so let's create it before our return statement. So we can say const handle add to cart. So these will be an arrow function which will receive the product, and here we will be performing a dispatch. So I'll say dispatch, and let's initialize the dispatch. So right here we will have const dispatch will be equal to use dispatch from React Redux and invoke it. So now we can be able to make use of it here, and whatever will dispatch is the add to cart action creator. So add to cart, and we pass our product. I don't know why it was not suggested. And then down here we will navigate to the cart. So I'll say navigate to the cart after adding the product to cart. So we need to initialize the navigate and bring in this. So now at the top here, now right here I'll say const navigate will be equal to use navigate. This is from React Router DOM, and invoke it. Then we still don't have add to cart. So if I start typing it here, I get this add to cart from slices. I click it and it's auto imported. So now I can remove that, and down here it's still having an issue. I don't know why. Okay, I found the issue. This is supposed to be an arrow function. Cool. So I will save. There we go. So now when we click that button, we should be adding the product to cart, but the style is not being applied for this one. Let's confirm. So we have this simple button. So first of all, I can click on it, and we have an issue. So the navigate is not working correctly. So right here, I can include a /. I'll save. Then I'll try again, add to cart, increased product quantity, because it already exists in the cart. So that is working fine. I can remove. So that is working, okay? The add to cart button. So if you want to style it, you can go to app.css, and then you scroll to where we have our product, and we have this button. So what you can do, you can just include a comma and paste this class name there. Then you can add more styles. So I can specify that class name again, and I will add a width here of auto, and then I will add padding. Top and bottom will be 0, left and right will be 2 rem, and then we can add some margin to the top of 0, and I'll save. Now when I come back, this looks much better, and the rest we can display the title, the brand, the description. If you had more details about the product, you can show them here, and in future we will add a functionality for reviewing a particular product, so we can add like product reviews or ratings. So for now, for our products, when we come here and click on view, we can view that specific product, and when we click on this one, we can also view that specific product and add it to cart. Pretty nice, okay? Now let's work on delete. Now for delete, we'll be making use of Redux toolkit. So we need to go to our slices and define an action creator. So right here, I'll go to slices, then products slice. Now we had products fetch, we had products create, and all we can do is to add a products delete. So what I can do, I can duplicate this one down here, and I will have products delete. Create a sync thank products. This will be products delete. Then right here, we'll pass the ID of the product that we want to delete, and then we will try. We have a response await axios.delete, like that. Then here we will go to URL stroke products, and then we also pass the ID right here. Right here we are not passing any values to the backend, so I remove that, but we also set the headers. Right here we return response.data, and we catch the error. Now the next step is to just add that to state. So from here, from pending to fulfilled to rejected, I will duplicate those, and then we will correctly update the state. But first of all, we can add a delete status right here. We already have create status. You can also have delete status in case you want to show the error messages and so on. Delete status, initially it will be null, and down here, now instead of products create, I should start here. We will have products delete. So I will change all this to delete. So let's start with pending here. Products delete.pending state, then action. Now when it's pending, the delete status will also be pending, so I update that. That is good. Now products delete.fulfilled, state action. Okay, here we were just pushing the product to our items array when creating one, but now we need to exclude it. So instead of doing this, I will remove that, and this is what we will do. We will make use of the filter and create a new array here. So I'll say const new list will be equal to state dot items and then dot filter. Right here, const. For this, we will get an item at a time and we will perform a check. All we will do, we will say item and then dot underscore id is not equal to action dot payload dot underscore id. Remember, this is our deleted product, so when you perform this check, it will basically be excluded from our new list right here. Now we can just update the state by saying state dot items will be equal to new list, like that. This state dot delete status will be successful, and then we can toast right here. We can say toast dot error so that we have an error, a red message, and we can say product deleted. Now down here we have rejected, then we just update this to delete status to rejected. So I'll save. So now we have an action creator and we are correctly updating the state. All we need to do is to dispatch it. We will do that from our products list right here. So right here we'll have an onClick event and we will call handle delete, and we pass the id, which is this one, params.row.id. I'll copy that and paste it here. We don't have this function, we can create it right here. So I can say const handle delete will be equal to an arrow function which is receiving the id, and right here we will perform a dispatch. So I'll say dispatch and we will dispatch the product delete. So we don't have them yet, so let's initialize dispatch right here. Const dispatch will be equal to use dispatch. We invoke that. So now we have dispatch, and then right here if I start typing products delete, you get it here. I click on it to auto import it, invoke it and pass the id. So this should delete that product. So let's test it out. I'll come back here. Let's try to delete this thumb. Delete. So when I click, you can see that it's selecting this row instead of deleting it. So we can come here, down here. You can disable selection on click. Also, if you want to disable the column selection, those checkbox, you can remove this. So for now I'll just add this and let's see. So now when I click delete, it should not select this row. Actually it is still selecting the row. Now what's wrong? Now it is not, and the product is okay. Whoa, what happened? So this should be called only on click. So I should have included another function like this, that way, and let's add a product right here. I'll choose a file, iPhone, I'll create it, product created, I'll change it to a Galaxy here, Samsung Galaxy, submit, it's created. Now we have them here, and also if we go to our table, products, we have them here. Okay, they are gone. Whoa. So something is still wrong. Sorry for this. For now, let me include console.log of deleting. I'll save, and I don't know why it's behaving this way. Let me refresh the entire app and create a new product now, and then I'll create, submit, it's created. I'll create multiple with the same descriptions, I don't know, and see if they are deleted. So we have here, and at the console, if we click delete, deleting, view, viewing. Okay, let's see if this will work. I will save, I will refresh. We have our products. Let's try to delete the first one, deleting, and deleted one. Okay, I don't know why it was misbehaving, but now it's working well. So cool. I'll save that now, and now we have implemented delete and view. Next, we are going to implement edit of a particular product. Now for the edit, we will have a model pop-up, and then we will have a form similar to this one for us to edit the product. So you can go to Material UI, and for that model pop-up, you can search here for dialog. Search for dialog. Then you'll have this. Click on it, and then right here you'll see basic dialog. When you click open simple dialog, you get this model pop-up. We have alerts. What I want is this form dialogues. So when I click on open form dialog, we get these. So we'll just take this and replace the content of our dialog with our form for creating a product. So right here you can click on show code and then copy that. So back here we will create a new file inside our admin, and we can call it edit product.jsx, and I'll paste what I have here. Now we will see export default function form dialog. I can replace this one with edit product. I save, and then here at the product list, between the delete and the view, we can have that component which is edit product, like that. And when I save and go to my shop here, I will hit refresh. Okay, we don't see it. It's here, but it's a bit too big, and it's even making the view button to disappear. But when I click on it, you see we have it here. So we just need to customize this particular button, and that is super easy. So we go back to edit product, and this is the button that is opening that dialog. So what I can do, I can replace it with my own button. So I can say edit, it won't have any variant, and then right here I'll just say edit, like that. Now I can style this using styled components. So at the very top, let's bring in styled components. And down here, I can style that edit button. So I don't want to keep typing. I'll just paste the styles. So these are the styles for that edit button. I'll go ahead and save. And then now look, we have this simple edit button. And when you click on it, it opens this dialog. So let's customize this dialog. So I'll scroll. Right here we have the button. Then here we have the title for the dialog. We can say edit product. And then right here you have dialog content. And inside the content, this is where I want us to have our form, which is similar to our create product form. Okay, so I will remove the content and then come to create product and copy our styled create product up to this point. So I'll copy that. So if you don't have this code, it's available on GitHub, okay, if you haven't been like following along, but I'll copy it and paste it here inside the dialog content. I'll save to auto format. Now this is what we have. We have the styled create product, which is a styled component. We'll copy it from the create product. Then our styled form with a heading, input field for selecting image, for selecting a brand, a name, a price, and a short description. Then we have the submit button, and we cross this form. Then we have a component for image preview. So let's copy these components from create product down here. So I will copy these styles, copy, then I'll come to our edit product, paste them below the button. So you can rename them if you want, e.g. instead of styled create product, styled edit product, and reuse them here. Like that. Also make sure this is styled edit. And then these are the styles here. Styled form will look like this. Image preview will be like this. So right now it will draw some errors. For example, set name is not defined, set price is not defined. So we need to set the state and include some stuff at the top here. And we have all those in our create product, okay? So I'm copying most of this stuff from here. So for example, we need all this state. We need to handle image upload, transform the file, and then handle the submit. So I'll copy everything from here at the top, copy, and then I'll come back to our edit product, and maybe after these set open, I will paste them there. So let's see what we have copied. We have this dispatch, use dispatch. You have state for the product image, the name, the brand, the price, and the description. And then we have a console log here. You can maybe remove it. And then we have handle product image upload, which is getting the file and then calling this function. So this file is after selecting and then calling this function to transform the file to base 64, and we set it to be in our state. And then after that we handle the submit by sending the product to the backend. So far so good. Now we will be customizing this further, but for now I think I can go ahead and save, and let's see what we have. So all these are not defined. Let's bring in use state, we bring in all this, okay, use dispatch and so on. So right here I will import use dispatch, from React Redux. Let's bring in use state from React. Then I will remove the dialog content text and the text field since we are not using them. And then when handling the submit, I will comment out this and save. Now let's see, primary button is not defined, line 103. So let's go to line 103. We have primary button, submit. I think it should be defined. Didn't we copy it from here? Okay, so where did we get this primary button from? Did we import it? Okay, we imported it from somewhere, common styled. So I'll just copy the import and bring it in, save. Now let's see, an error occurred. Let me refresh. Now when I click on edit, now we get this form right here, and we can be able to choose a file, we can be able to select the brand, and also this. So pretty nice. We can make it bigger. So by that, I just need to go to right here where we have this dialog after the return. So we have open, open, on close, and close. And then now right here, we include full width to be equal to true. And then right here, max width to be equal to MD. So this should be curly bracket. So MD means medium. So I can save, and now when I click on this, it's much bigger. Pretty nice. So this is working. Now we need to figure out a way of populating this particular form using our data, our already existing data. So for that, we will pass an ID when we click edit. Okay, so we can come to our create. Okay, I'm actually like done with this one. I can close it. So I'll come to product list, and then right here I can pass our params row ID to this edit product as a prop. So right here I can say prod ID will be equal to our params row ID. Now I'll save, and then when we come to our edit product, we can be able to receive that ID via props. So right here we can receive our prod ID. So this should be destructured from props like that. Now when we click and open, this is the function that is called whenever we click edit. Whenever we click this edit button, and it will call handle click open. So it's calling this one. So right here we can make use of that ID and filter our product from our list of products. So to get the list of products, we need to bring in our use selector hook and destructure items from our use selector. We have access to state, and here we return state dot products. Now we can use this product ID to get our item from items. So down here we can do the magic here. We can say let selected prod or product be equal to items dot filter, and we invoke it. We get an item at a time, and right here we can be able to return item dot underscore ID, where this item dot underscore ID will be equal to our product ID. So the item that IDs are equal here will be returned to our selected product. But now this selected product will be in form of an array, since filter returns an array. So we can just get that from our array. So I can reset selected product to be equal to selected product, and then we pass the curly brackets and 0. And I don't know why this is being couldn't find name, so I think okay, I used prod ID. I think it's that. Yeah. So now right here I can log these to the console .log of selected product. I'll save. Now when we come here and inspect here, we console. So right now we don't have anything, and we have a lot of warnings. Anyway, when I click edit, look, we open the model, but also we are getting this product at our console, the product that we selected. Now we can create a piece of state for the current product and fill our form with whatever we have. So let's do that. So I'll come at the top right here. I'll add some piece of states. The first one will be for our current product, the selected product. So I'll say const current prod set current prod, and initially these will be an empty object, so I'll make use of the use state, pass an empty object here. And then another thing is that for our preview image, we will be using a different piece of state from our product image. Okay, so right here I'll create another piece of state for the preview image, and I'll say const preview img, and I'll call set preview img, all these to be equal to use state. Initially these can be an empty string. So we have two images, piece of state. You'll see how we will use them. Okay, you will understand all of it by the way. So for now, let's just focus on this current product. So down here, instead of logging it to the console, I will just say set current product to be our selected product, and then I'll populate the other pieces of states. So that includes the name, the preview image, the brand, the price, and so on. So right here I can say set the preview image to be our selected product, and then dot image, and then dot URL. And I can actually like copy this selected product. I'll be using it multiple times. And then we will set the product image to be empty right here. So when we open this, we'll set the product image to be empty, but the preview image will be having that image URL, okay? And then right here, we'll set the brand to be selected product.brand. And then we will set the name to be selected product.name. And then we will set the price to be selected product dot price. So if you have a lot of properties, you can like include them in an object, but for my case, since they are not too many, so I can just type them out like these, okay? So let's have selected this dot desk. So what have we done? We have set our state to be the selected product. So all this state will be populated with that. And another thing that we need to do is to link our state to our form fields, okay? So by that, we mean that we set a value for each of them. So we will not set a value for input field for selecting the image, but for select here, after on change, we can have a value plop, and we set it to our piece of state, which is brand. So when I do this and save, let's see what we have. I'll click edit, and look, the brand is already populated with iPhone. Since we clicked on iPhone, this is iPhone. When I click, we have iPhone. Since this value is already available in state, and we set it like this, so this is now like a controlled input field. And then we do the same for this one. We set value to be name. We do the same for this one. We set value to be price. We do the same for this one. We set value to be desk. Now when I save and come back, now look, we have iPhone 106. So it's working. Let's refresh. Okay, the components are gone, so everything is fine, and we can try to edit, and we edit that piece of state, we edit that piece of state, we edit that piece of state. So pretty nice. What about our preview image? So for the preview image, we can come down here, and so instead of using product image, we will use the preview image, okay? So right here we'll have preview img, and I think it's time I tell you why we are not using product image there. And the reason is because when we select an image, it is converted to base 64 as string, right? So that is what we try and save to cloudinary. But when we already have the image and we set it to the state like this, we are just having a URL from cloudinary. So this is not something that we can upload again to the database. So that is why I avoided using it here, so that we remain with the functionality of selecting this and having the base64 image right here. And then when we send this data to the backend, if we have this, if this is available, we upload it to cloudinary. If it is not available, we ignore it and we don't perform any cloudinary operations. So that is why we have like two different of them. These will be for base 64, which we upload to Cloudinary. This is just for preview to see what image we currently have. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now, so far so good. All we need to do now is get the data from our state and send that data to the backend. Since we can show the data, we can edit it, and now all remains is to make the HTTP request to the backend. So for that, we will need to create a product slice. So we will come back here, and I'll just duplicate the create one down here. So I'll scroll down here, and this will be product edit, create a sync tank. This will be edit, product edit, or product edit. You can name whatever you want, and then we can customize these. We will get our values, the response, await. We will have axios.put, and then right here we have the URL and then products, but now we need to pass ID of the product. So right here, what we will do, we will use our values. We will have values. Inside the values, we will have our product, and then inside the product, we can get the ID of that product which we want to edit, and then we pass the values, and we set the headers, return the response data, and also log something to the console. So now we can handle the state for this. So I'll come down here, and we can highlight the delete, that is up to this point. I duplicate it, and then I'll edit the top ones here so that they are just organized like we have at the action creators. So products edit dot pending, products edit dot fulfilled, and products edit dot rejected, like that. And then we can have some piece of state for these ones in case you want to show a loading spinner and so on. So right here, I will duplicate this one, and this can be edit status. And now at our state, where we have products edit.fulfilled, we can have all these delete status. Let's start from products edit.pending. Then we select 1, 2 up to rejected. Remember not to edit the rest, and then I will change the 3 of them to edit. Now this is good, this is good. Let's now focus on this one. So right here, we will return a new array of products by replacing one of the product which is already edited. So instead of using filter, I'll say const updated products will be equal to state dot items and then dot map. We invoke these, we get a single product at a time, and whatever operation we will perform here, we will be returning either an existing product in the array, or we return the edited product from backend. This is how we can do it. So we will perform a check. So we can say if product dot underscore id is equal to action dot payload and then dot underscore id. If this is true, that means that this is the whatever we have at the action dot payload dot underscore id is the edited product. Therefore, we return that product to this updated products array. So right here we return action dot payload, else we return this product back, just like that. And now we set state.items to be our updated products. I save to auto format, and this is what we have. So this can be toast.success product edited, or you can even use .info, which will have a blue color, that way. So I save, and now we have an action creator and we are correctly updating our state. So all we need to do is to dispatch this particular action creator from our edit product. So we will do that right here. So I'll bring this back. So right here, whatever we will have is an object, but this object will have two things. So I'll remove this, and whatever we are dispatching is products edit. I click on this to auto import it, and yeah, cool. So right here we will have two things. The first one will be our product image. The other one will be our product right here. So we will use this product image to determine whether to update our cloudinary image or not. Okay, so this will either have a value if a new product is selected. If a new product is not selected, it will be an empty string. And another thing, when we select a new image, we need to update this one. So for example, when I click here and select Galaxy S, you will see this is selected, but the image did not update. So for that, we need also right here where we have set product image to also set image preview, or the preview image, to be our reader dot result. So this will either have a string from the database, or it will be the new selected image just for preview. Okay, so when I save that and come back, if we try to choose another product here, this one, open. Okay, still not working. Let me refresh. So I'll come edit, let's choose another file, Galaxy S, open. So it's updating even the image here for preview. Cool. But now the most important thing is that this product image will either have this value which is selected, or it will be an empty string. Remember, when we open, it will be empty. Cool. So we pass it here, and then we also pass our entire product here. So our entire product, we have the current product, everything in the current product. Remember this current product, set current product, we have ID, we have the image from the database, and all these other values. So what we can do, we can spread our current product right here. So this will have the ID of the product that we are trying to edit. It will have the version, the dates, and so on. And we just update these values which we are updating here. So right here, I can use a comma, and then we set the name to name. We set the brand to brand, and we set the price to price. Finally, we set the description to description. I save, and we shouldn't even have a space there. I save. So when we click under submit, we will dispatch products edit. It will have the product image, which can either be an empty string or the selected image, and then it will have our product. Our product will have the current product. This current product have everything, but we update these values depending on whether we have updated them at the form. Okay, so we will receive this object right here the way it is at our product size right here as values, And if we do values.product._id, we get the ID of that product, okay? And we pass the values again to the backend. So these values will be received by our API at our products right here. So this is the backend API. And remember, the values will now be at our body, request.body. Now at request.body, we will have two things. We will have the product image and we will have the actual product, okay? So right here, you can see we are using this product image to perform a check. Does request.body.product image exist? So if we selected an image, a new image that is, it will exist. So if it exists, that means that we are trying to update the image. So if we are trying to edit the image, what we do, we first destroy the existing image from cloudinary. So right here, we call cloudinary.uploader.destroy. We await it actually, and we pass the public ID. And the public ID will be available in our product.image .public ID. Remember, the product still has the information about the image. So what we do, we pass the public ID and it's destroyed. Once we get the destroy response, we upload a new image now to cloudinary. So right here, we await cloudinary.uploader.upload, and whatever we are uploading is now what we have at our product image, okay? The one that was standalone, which was either empty or having a base64 image. Now we are uploading it to cloudinary, and we are specifying the upload preset to be online shop. And once this is completed, the upload response is there. We go ahead and update the product in the database. So whatever we do, we call find by ID and update. We specify the ID of the product that we are trying to update. So request.params.id. Remember, we passed that right here. This is our params ID. So we specify it there, and then now right here, we pass an object and we set the new values like this. So we spread the properties of the product that we are getting from the front end, request.body.product. So that is this one. We spread the properties of this one, but we also make sure that we update the image with the uploaded image, the new uploaded image information from cloudinary. We set new to true so that we get the updated product right here, and we can send that product to the front end. Once we send it to the front end, we will pass it to our action.payload, and now at our state here, products fulfilled, now we can use that action payload, which is our new product, to update the state on the fly like this. So still on this one, if we don't have the image, so here we had an if statement. So if the image exists, we destroy the image, we upload the image and update the product in the database. So if this image is not existing, if we are not trying to update the image, what we do, we just update the product in the database. So we await find by ID and update request.params.id, and we set the new values to be request.body.product. Remember, now this will be having the old image and any other new values that we have, and we set new to true, and we send this to the front end, else we are catching the error. Cool. Now this doesn't have the try and catch block, so you can add one. Then I'll cut this one, and I think I should have it there. Save. Now we have our try block, everything is in here. Then we have catch. Cool. Now that is it. That is how we can update our product. So let's try this one out. Let's try to update an image or update a product in general. So right here, I'll click edit this product. Let's say iPhone 12. Let's submit. So these must have a value, so we can make it to be optional. So right here I will remove the required like that and save. So now let's try to submit. Product edited. I will click cancel, and now here we have iPhone 12. So it's working. And another thing, I need to remove this subscribe. We don't need it. We just need cancel. And you can show a spinner when submitting here. So first of all, we need to get the edit status. Okay, actually you can just do it right here and avoid another line. Now down here we can make use of that edit status at our submit right here. So we will say is edit status right here equal to pending. If that is true, we show submitting. Else, okay, we use a full colon, we show submit like that. So I'll go ahead and save. And once I come here, let's click edit, 6-inch display, submit, submitting, product edited. Cool. Let's try to update the image. iPhone 12 Pro, open. Let's update this to Pro. Submit, submitting. Now this is taking a bit of time because it's communicating with Cloudinary, deleting the image, uploading a new image, and we get this. So when I cancel, this is working. Super cool. So that is how we can perform an edit of a product. It's quite a bit of work, but it's working well. Now we have delete, we have edit, we have view. Can add to cart, can remove. So this is coming around well. Now the next thing that we are going to work on is our orders table, and then after that we'll work on the users table. But before we get there, we can make it such that when we are at here, when you click on this particular product, you are able to go to more details about it. Actually, one of you actually requested about it, so let me show you how. Also, you can do the same right here. When you click this or click the title, you go to more details about that particular product. So I'll show you with this. So this is super simple. We just need to go to home here, and then this was our image. We can wrap the image, and you can wrap even the heading if you want. I'm showing you with the image, and then you can expand the way you want. And then right here we can have a link which is coming from React Router DOM. So make sure you import it. Link from React Router DOM. And then we link to is equals. Right here we will have our path. Now maybe I can use backticks, much easier. So we'll have our path as product, and then stroke. Right here we read the product ID. So we have product dot underscore ID, and at the end here we close this and we wrap the image with that link. So I save, and now when I come here, home, click this image, we get to more details about the product. You can do the same for this one. So I won't show you, just go and try it out. So that is it. You can do that and it works cool. Now let's move on to orders. So now I want us to work on our orders, and for this we had created this orders component and we were showing nothing here. So what I'll do is that I'll have another file like this one, orders list. So I'm going ahead here and creating an orders list .jsx component, orders list, and we will create the table right here. Okay, so I'll save that and then come back to our orders here and bring in that orders list component. So I'll say orders list like that. Now we can go ahead and focus on this component. The first thing that I'll do is that the table is so similar to this one, so we will have everything that is here. But first of all, I'll paste some styled components for our order. So we will go through each of these styles, don't worry. And then we need to come to product list, and I don't want to type everything, so just after our component, I don't know why it ends, so I can highlight here, it ends right here. I can copy everything up to the very top, up to that point. I'll copy and then come back to our orders list here, and I can replace everything here with that, but make sure to rename this component right here. Okay, so this should be orders. Orders list like that. Now we will customize this table, and first of all we will need to get our orders from the backend. So for that we need an API from at the backend, and also we need to work on our orders slice. So if I come to the orders files, this is now on the backend routes orders. You'll see that we had already created this API endpoint for getting our orders. Okay, so we were getting the current orders, the recent ones, the 4 of them. Else, if we didn't pass the query parameter, we were getting all the orders. So, and then we pass in the name of the action here, which will be orders stroke orders fetch. Then we have an async action. So this is where we actually fetch the data. We make a HTTP request to get our orders from the backend, and we make sure that we pass in the headers. Okay, so for the response.data, that now will be included in the action payload, and we can use it to update the state. Else we have this. Okay, so first of all, create this function the way it is, and then right here you create your slice, order slice, create slice. You give it a name to be orders. You pass in the initial state, which is defined here, and then we have the reducers, but we will focus on the extra reducers in this case. So for the orders fetch, you update the status to pending, and then once the fetch is successful, we set our state.list to be action.payload, which we are getting from here when we return response.data, and then we update the status, and for rejected we set the status to that. Also make sure to export that as a reducer. So I hope all this makes sense. For now, ignore the edit. We will go through the edit later on. But now we need to add this to our state. So what you need to do is to go to index.js, and you'll see here we were bringing in products from products reducer like that. Now we need one for orders. So right here we can say orders. So this will simply be our orders slice like this, since the reducer is the one that is being exported from this. So you can rename it to reducer if you want, but still when you leave it this way it should work. Okay, so we save that. Now we come to our orders list, and we should now dispatch this action. Okay, so we should dispatch this action, so we can make use of the use effect hook. So right here before our rows, I can make use of the use effect hook, and for this use effect hook we will pass a function, and in here we can perform a dispatch. So I'll say dispatch, and then we invoke it, and what we are dispatching is orders fetch. We invoke that, and we can pass this dispatch as a dependency here, just to avoid the warning like that. Okay, we can now get our list from the state. So right here we can say let list be equal to state.orders right here. And we can log this list to the console to see if we are getting our orders. But we will get a lot of issues, I guess, because of this image container. Let's pass empty fragments. Let's avoid the image. We'll get an error because of all these components. Let's pass empty fragment. Let's avoid everything that is here. And now I think we shouldn't get an error. So let's go ahead and log the list to the console. Console.log of list. I will save. Then let's go to our orders here. Items is not defined. So we have an issue with the items right here. So instead of using items, we can use list. So if list exists, let us have list.map here, and I'll save actually. So these will not throw an error. I hope free, I'm not sure. So I will refresh, and okay, what happened? So it's failing to read some properties. Cannot read property of undefined reading URL. So it's failing because of this image. You can use these. I'm just avoiding the errors for now because I want to see what we have in our list. Okay, that is what I'm interested in. Okay, now we can see the IDs and inspect. So that means that our list is loading right here. So we have an array of 3 items, which are basically our orders. So we have the delivery status, we have the payment status, the shipping information, the total, and so on. So now we have our orders, and we can be able to display them now right here. So we will have an ID, which will be item.id. We will have a customer name, so we can use C name for customer name, which will be available in our item. Remember, this item is the order. Actually, we can just rename it to order. So I can say order, and then this will now be available in order dot shipping, and then dot name. We will have the amount transacted by this customer, so we can have amount. This will be equal to order dot total. Remember, we need to divide this by 100 because the total is in cents, so we divide by 100, and then we can include this dot to locals string. So I'll copy that and paste it here, and then right here we'll have the order status. So we will have delivery status to be specific. You can also include the payment status and so on. So this will be equal to order dot delivery status, delivery underscore status, and then right here we will have the date of when the order was created. So in this case we will use moment, so I can remove this. We will have moment, and we invoke it. We will have our order dot created at, and this will be dot from. Now I think we need to bring in moment, so let's come at the top and import moment from moment. Let's customize the columns. So the first one will be ID, header name ID to 20. The second one will be the customer name, so C name. So this field must be the same as this one. The name here should be name. Then these can be about 120. The width, we won't have lender cell for this, so I will remove that. The second one will be amount, header amount. You can place this. The width can be about 100. Then next, we will have the delivery status. So this one, the field will be delivery underscore status. We make sure that it's the same. This status should be here. The status, the header, we can just say status. The width can be about 100. Now for this one, we will conditionally render the cells. So I'll copy this one, I'll copy that. Then for the status here, I'll add it here. And for this render cell, we will have the params, and then we will return a div right here, and we will perform a check. Okay, so we will say if params and then dot row and then dot d status, if this is equal to pending, like this, we use a question mark. Whatever we will display is the pending component, so I'll display pending and I'll say pending. So this pending component is down here. This one, those are the styles. Else we will perform another check. So down here we will say if params dot row dot d status, like this. I'll copy that and paste it here. If now this one is equal to dispatched, then we use another ternary operator. We will display the dispatch, the dispatched component, and right here we can say dispatched, like that. So this dispatched, again the styles are down here. So these are the styles for dispatched, and these are the styles for delivered, since I'm also using that. So right here we will use a full colon, and then we will perform another check like this one. So I'll copy that one, paste it here. Now if this one is equal to delivered, then right here we will display the delivered component, and we will say delivered else. That means that we have an error because it's either pending, dispatched, or delivered. If we don't get any of those, we can just say an error here or something like that. So I save, and this is it. Okay, conditionally rendering the status, whether it's pending, dispatched, or delivered. So after that we will have a date, the heading name will be date, then the width will be 120 here. Then we will have actions. So for the actions, we will have this the way it is. We can increase the width here to 220. We have the params, and for the return here, we will return the actions component. Okay, actions, which is defined down here. Okay, why is it? Unfortunately, we don't have it. I think we can copy it from this list down here, this one. So from product list we had the action, so I'll copy it and paste it here like that, and then we move to the top. So right here we will display the 3 action buttons. So right here the first one will be the dispatch btn, and we'll say dispatch, and then we will have the delivery btn, and we can say deliver, all markets delivered, and then we will have view. We can view that order, so we say view. Now when I save, the styles for this, let me show you. This is the dispatched button, deliver, and view. So we have the button styled right here, so we are only changing the colors like this. Get it? Cool. So we don't have this, so I'll remove that, and then I'll save. Now let's preview our table, and look, this is what we have. We have the name, amount, status, pending, dates. Then we have actions. We can dispatch an order, we can deliver an order, also we can view an order. So all these buttons are not working, and we can start with the easiest, or the one that I think it's the easiest, which will be to dispatch and deliver actually. So for this we need to have an API endpoint to edit an order in the database, and then we'll also create an action creator for that. So let me show you that. So if we come to our orders file from the backend, this is the edit route, so you can copy it. We are just calling find by ID and update. We pass the ID using the params, then we set our order to be request.body and new, and we send it to the front end, else we send an error. And then we go to orders slice. Right here I already have an action creator for editing an order. It looks like this. We will go through it. Here we will pass values, and also we will have access to get state at this async, okay? And this get state can give us access to the state, and these values will have 2 things. It will have the ID of the order that we are trying to edit, and also it will have the delivery status. Okay, so as you can see, we are using values.delivery status. So this will be the updated delivery status. This one will be the ID of the order. So right here we are using this state to get all the orders from our state, and then we filter and we make use of the ID. Okay, so right here when we create filter, we get an order at a time, and we compare that with the values.id, and in return we get the order that we are trying to edit. Okay, so right here we are performing a filter, and then we get that order, and now right here this is in form of an array. So the new order will be that order. We spread the order and we select the first value because this is in form of an array, and then we update delivery status to values.delivery status. So this value we are getting when we try to dispatch the order. You'll see how it will work out. So now we have the new order, and we make the HTTP request to our backend. So we use axios.put. We make sure to pass the params ID here, values.id, and we pass in the new order that will be received by our backend, and we set the headers. So this now will be in the request.body, and that way we will update it like this. So let me show you how we are updating the state down here. For pending, we just update the status to pending. For fulfilled, we now run a map and return a new array with the updated action.payload, and then we update the state with the updated orders, and we pass the success like that. And then for rejected, we just update the status to rejected. So you can also as well copy this. Okay, now all I need to do is to dispatch this orders edit. So I'll come to our orders list. So right here we'll have an on-click event, and we'll set this to be equal to, we pass these, we will have an arrow function which will call a handle order dispatch. Now here we pass the params ID, so we will have params dot row dot ID, which will be our current order. So handle order dispatch to be this one. We don't have that function yet, so let's create it. So right here we will have const handle order dispatch, and we set it to be the ID here. And now right here, all we will do, we will call dispatch, and we will dispatch our action creator, which is orders edit. So I auto import it, invoke it, and we pass an object. So this is expecting two things. It is expecting us to pass the ID of the order, which is this one. So we pass the ID, and since we are updating this order to be dispatched, we pass a value of delivery status here to be equal to dispatched. Okay, now what will happen when we click this button? This function will be fired. Handle order dispatch will be fired as well with the ID of that order. We will pass the ID to the action creator, plus we will set the delivery status to dispatched, so that will be received by our slice here. Orders edit, we will receive that object as values, so it's an object containing the ID and the delivery status. So we will be able to filter out the current order from the state, and then we will spread that order and update the delivery status to values.delivery status. So that value will basically be our dispatched here. Okay, and we'll be using a similar format to mark the order as delivered. So right here I'll just duplicate this down here, and we will say handle order deliver like that. And when we click deliver here, we will call this on click event again. So I'll copy that and paste it here, and here we will call now, instead of dispatch, we call the deliver function deliver. We pass the ID, we receive the ID here, only that now the delivery status now will be delivered or something like that, delivered. So now this can either be dispatched or delivered, and that will be received by our order slice right here. So it is dynamic, so we can test it out and see if it works. So I'll come back here, I click on dispatch, this is marked as dispatched. I click on delivered. So we can now mark an order as dispatched or delivered. Pretty nice. And that is it. That is how you can do that. Now the next thing is to view a single order. So back to the code. So first of all, we had created these details right here, and we had our order. So this is where I will replace this code with the actual code for that particular component. We will go through it, but before we get here, we had already created a route for it. Okay, so if we come to app.js, we already had this order, then ID, then we called the order component, and we need to add the functionality right here at our button. So at the order list where we had view, we need to navigate to the order component. So we can like copy that from here. So we have this. On click, we navigate to product, then we pass the ID of the product. Now in this case, we'll pass the ID of the order. So right here, we add an on click event, then we navigate to product. Okay, not product, but order. And then this will be the ID of the order. So it will take us to that component. So I will save, and then this navigate should be defined at the top, which is already defined now. So pretty nice. So I will remove these files which we are not using, the imports there, and save. Now when I come here, when I click this, we should go to the order component, and it looks like this. Okay, so let me show you what is happening in this particular file. So first of all, we will need a route to get a single order given the ID of that order. So at the orders routes, you can add this particular route, get an order. So we have this path, find one, and we pass the ID, and we find by ID to be request.params.id. So therefore we get that particular order. So right here, before we send the order to the client, we are performing a check of whether the user that is trying to access this order is the one who created it, or whether the user is the admin. Else we send the order. Also note that here I'm passing the auth middleware function. So add this to your routes, and then now you can have this order component. You can perform these imports, and most importantly, this is where we are fetching it. Okay, so we are fetching it using a use effect, and we make a get request to that endpoint URL orders find one, and we remember to pass the ID. Also we set the headers for authentication purpose, and right here we set the orders to be in our state. So fetching is the most important thing, and how you display the order will be up to you. So how I'm displaying it here, you can also like do it, but these are the JSX for it. Right here I'm showing the delivery status, so I'm performing conditional rendering and showing them like that, whether it's pending, dispatched, or delivered. Then now right here we have the ordered products, so we go to order.products and we map through them so that we display each item at a time, and we show the description, the quantity, and the amount. Also you can do it in such a way that when you click this item, you move to a page where you get more details about that item, and you can be able to get an item from Stripe. So we have an ID of that item attached to the object. Okay, I think I'm confusing you. But the thing is, if I log this order to the console, so console.order, okay, .log order, and come here, let's inspect it, console. So we have this object, and this is our order. We have products, and we have each product right here. So the ID here, you can use this ID to get more information about this product from Stripe, because I don't know, for some reason Stripe is limiting the amount of information that we have here. Maybe you might want to see the description of the product, the image, and you can use this. So for this, you'll need to create an API endpoint at the back end, which when you make a request with this ID, you get that product from Stripe, and you can show it individually when you click this product. I hope that makes sense. but anyway, that is it. And right here I can just remove. Now down here we are showing the price, the shipping details, and here are the styles: the styled order, the order container, the item, the list, pending, dispatched, and delivered. So if you need the source codes, you can just support me via Patreon and you'll have access to all the source codes. So yeah, so this is the file, and I'll save that, and this is now what we have. So I'm done with orders here. One last thing is the users. So now I want us to create our users data table. So the first thing, we will need a route for getting the users from the database, and also we will have an action creator for that, and then we will dispatch the action creator so that we can be able to fetch them. So on the back end, previously we had only this route for the stats, but now I'm adding a few more here. So you can add one by one as we move on. The first one that you will need to add is to create this route for getting all the users. So we have users, you await and you find the user and you sort them, then you just send the users to the UI. So create this route, and then we'll need to have an action creator. So I'll save this file, and that action creator will be for fetching the user. So first of all, you'll need to import these: create slice, create a sync tank from Redux toolkit, import Axios, URL and set headers, and also toast from Toastify. Initial state will have the list of users, and then the statuses right here. And this is now the action creator for fetching a user. You just call axios.get, you pass the URL stroke users, and you pass response.data right here, which will now be available in action.payload. Now down here, we create a user slice, we give it a name, we pass initial state, and now in our reducers, we can be able to handle the state for fetching them. So simply here, we set state.list to action.payload, since it will be an array of users. And the rest are just self-explanatory, right? So remember to export this down here like this. Once you export, you add it to index.js right here, so you can have users to be our user slice right here. So I'll use a comma and save. Now we can go to our users in the admin here. I think we had users right here, but we didn't have anything here. So we can create now a list. So we can say users list.jsx, and what I'll do, I'll copy one of these. I'll copy the product list. So I'll highlight everything, copy, paste it in the users list, and paste it here. So I'll make sure to export this component right here as users list. Okay, and save. And then we can bring in that component to our users here. And you can actually do everything here if you want, but it's good to separate because we can have more stuff in here. So right here I can say users list, it's auto imported, and save. Now if we come here at our users, I think we should have something. So we have this table, but it is for the products. Okay, so we need to customize it for it to have our users. So let's do that. So I'll come back here to our users list, and for us to get the users from the state, we first need to perform a dispatch. So right here I'll make use of the use effect hook. So use effect, it will come from React. I invoke it, and in here we will call dispatch, which is already initialized here. So dispatch, we invoke it, and we pass our action creator, which is users fetch, something like that right here, and we invoke that. Also, I pass dispatch here as a dependency right there. So I'll save, and once the component loads, it will dispatch our users fetch, which is already defined here at our users trace, this one, and then it will perform HTTP request to our backend endpoint, and we'll get back the data. Once we get the data will be added to state, just like this. And now we can get the data from the state. So I'll cancel some of these, the orders, we don't need them, the products, and whatever we will destructure from this is our list of users. So list, and we'll get this from state.list, actually state.users, that is. And now right here we'll map through the list, and we have the list again right here, and whatever we get here is a user at a time. So I'll say user, and ID will be user.id. Then we will have the username, so I can say uname to be user.name. We will have the email, so I can have email, user email. Whatever we have here is user.email, and then we will have the is admin property, is admin, user.isAdmin. So I will remove this one, and we have only those. Let's fix the columns. This will be ID, okay, this will be username, we will have name, then the width right here can be a bit big, like 150, and we won't have render cell, so I will remove this one like that. Then we will have the email, so you email, then this can be bigger, like 200, and then we will have the is admin, so I'll say is admin. Then right here we will have the role, and we can render a width of 100. So right here we will have render cell, so I can copy this one and come to is admin here, and we will paste it here. We won't have the price, so I remove the price, and we can customize this one. So we'll display a div to begin with, and then we can perform a check here. So I can remove this, and we will have params dot row dot is admin, and if this is true, then we will display an admin component, admin, and then we will display the customer component, so customer, or you can just say user, whichever name you want to use. So customer, I'll save, but these components are not defined, they should be styled components, so I'll get them for you. So now down here, after actions, I'll actually replace this with this. Okay, the delete is the same, the view is the same, but now I'm adding this admin component and customer component so that we don't get an error. So the image container should not be here, so I'll remove that. And these are the styles now. You can copy them or create your own if you want, but now this is okay. For the actions, we will have delete, we won't have edit, so I will remove that, and I'll decrease the width of this one to 120, but we will have view. Okay, so whatever we will view is our user component, so I'll say user right here, then the ID of that user, and then for the delete we will not dispatch this, so first of all I'll comment it out. So I'll save and let's see what we have. So now at our users, we are able to show the list of users, email, whether it's a customer or not. We have delete. When we view, we get to the user profile. So let's handle delete. So for delete, we need a delete route. So at the users here, I have this delete route. So you can be able to delete a single user using request.params.id. Then you send the deleted user. We need an action creator to make this request. So at the user's slice, you'll need to add this action creator right here. And you perform a HTTP request of axios.delete users, and we'll pass the ID here, and we get it from here, we pass it here. So when deleting a user, we'll pass the ID, then we set the headers and get the deleted user, and then else we do this. So for the state, once we delete the user, we can use the filter to exclude that user from the our list of state. So using filter, and we update the list like this. Also, we can update the status and toast a message. And then that is it. So all we need to do is to dispatch this action creator right here. So at the users list, right here is where we are supposed to perform the dispatch, and we are dispatching the users delete. So users delete, and we pass the ID like that. This ID is passed right here. Okay, I hope all this makes sense. So I'll save, and actually that is done. So now when we try to delete one of these users, I'll try this one, delete, and something is wrong, so I will refresh first. Okay, user was deleted, and I'm not so sure whether it correctly updated the state, but let me also delete this user, delete. Okay, it's working correctly, user deleted. So that is it. That is how you can delete a user. What about view? So at view, we will need a route to get a single user, and then this is where we will also be editing a user. So here I'll take you in a step-by-step manner as we conclude this tutorial, because I think this is the last thing that we will do. Okay, so first of all, we need the routes. So the routes are defined right here. The first route is to get a single user by ID, and this is it. So user.find by ID, and then we have request.params.id. Then I'm sending these properties to the front end. The reason I'm specifying them is to avoid passing the password, because we should never send the password to the front end. So I select the items like that and send them, else the error. So first of all, let's make use of this. So for this one, we don't need to make use of Redux, so we can use a few use effects.
So we need to go to the user details. So we find the details folder, go to user profile, and this is where we'll do everything. So I can actually cross the rest. Now for this, I'll actually paste the styled components. I don't want to focus on styles, but these are the styles. You can create them. I'm showing you so that you can copy them if you want. We will have a form where we can be able to even update a user. We have this to show whether a user is an admin or a customer. So pretty straightforward, right? Now let's work on our profile. And the first thing that we will need to do is to fetch a user, and for that we will need to make use of the use effect hook and also the use state hook. So I'll bring in the use effect hook, use effect, and also the use state hook, use state, and we can start by making use of the use effect in here. So we'll say use effect, we invoke it, pass a function, and in here I'll also make use of another function. So I can say const fetch user will be equal to async function. So this is an arrow function, which is an async function. You can also use a regular function if you want. And right here we'll have a try and catch block. So here we'll have access to the error object, and we can log that error to the console. So console.log of error, and here is where we are supposed to fetch our user. So after this function, we can call the function, so fetch user, and then here we will perform the HTTP request. We will make use of Axios, so we need to bring in Axios right here. So I will import Axios from Axios, and then we'll have const response will be equal to axios.get. So right here I'll use backtick. We will need the URL, so URL, okay, it's not being suggested, but we'll have the URL stroke, we'll have users stroke find stroke, we need our user ID, which will be available in our params ID. So we'll have params and then .id, and we can define the params right here and also bring in the URL. I don't know why it's not being suggested, but right here let's start by importing the URL. So we need to go to traces, then stroke our API. Cool, that is okay. And then right here we bring in const params to be equal to use params. This is also not suggested, but we can import it. So I will import the use params from React Router DOM. So I'll save, and we should also set the headers. Okay, so right here we'll have set headers. It's auto imported, nice. And once we get a response, we can set this response to state, and right here we can invoke it. I'll pass it as an object, so we'll have the name here, and we will have the email, and then we will have the is admin. I'll set it to false, and also I'll set the password here. So this is necessary for us when we want to update the password of the user. Now one thing is
we are not like passing the password from the backend. So when updating the state here, so right here we can call set user. This will be an object, and what we will do, we will spread res.data, and then we will also include a password here, property, as an empty string. And the reason is because this res.data doesn't have a password. So if we come here where we had our users, we were passing ID, name, email is admin, but no password. So those are the same properties here with the password, and here we add the password so that it does not complain we are changing, I don't know, a controlled component, and all those warnings. Now another thing, you can have a loading state if you want, like that. So I save. Now for loading, right here we will set loading to true. Then down here we can set loading to false. I save. So we have our loading state, and also we'll be having updating state as well. Cool. So right now we should be able to fetch this user, and let's see if we can. So right here I'll console.log the user. I'll come back here. Styled is not imported, so let's bring it in. So I'll import styled from styled components. Okay, user profile, I inspect, and I think we have errors, but let's see. Console. This is being fetched on and on and on and on. So our use effect has an issue. We should have passed that empty . So we have nothing. So let's see, set user. Okay, this is not working, and I don't know why. So let's log this console.log of our response. Okay, we should await it actually. So await. I think that's the issue. So I save, and let's see. So now we have a user right here. Email is admin, name and password is empty, ID of the user. So as you can see, you can include as many properties as you want right here. So if your user is more complex, you can do the same. Now we have our user and we are updating the state correctly. Now all we need to do is to display the details of the user in our JSX right here. Now for this, I'll be using a form so that we can display the details of the user and also be able to update that user. So I'll replace these React fragments with this, and this is now our styled user. So we have this styled profile. Inside that profile, we have the profile container like that. And all we do is that we are checking the loading state. If it's loading, we display this one, else we display a form. Okay, and these are the styles: styled profile, styled container. The styles for the form are here, admin and customer. So you can copy them, but most important is that we have a form here. On submit, it's calling this handle submit. So when submitting that form, we will have const handle submit here, which I can set it to be an arrow function, and we can do something right there. So I'm defining it so that it doesn't throw an error. And then inside the form we have the heading, and then we are displaying whether the user is an admin or a customer, and then we have label name, and we show an input field here of name. The value will come from user.name, and once we edit that input, this is how we are updating the value. So we set user, we pass an object in here, we spread the user and update only the name. And this is what we are doing for email, like this. Here we update the email. We are doing the same for password. Here we update the password. And then here we are conditionally rendering this button. Whether we are updating a user, we show updating, else we show update profile. Now let's see what we have. So it looks like this. It's pretty simple. Name, email, password is empty, but we have admin here, and you can update profile. Now another thing is that you can fetch the orders for this specific user and show them somewhere, maybe on the side here, if they have any orders. Remember, our order has the user ID, so you can fetch the orders and you find the orders using the user ID. So that is a challenge that I'm giving you to try out, but I won't cover it right now. So the next step that I should show you is how to update this user. And for us to update the user, we should have an API endpoint which we can make request to. So here at the user, you'll see that we have this update user, and this is the endpoint. First of all, when we are editing a user, we'll be passing an ID of that user. So we fetch the user using that ID. And right here, we perform a check. So you can perform this check. If user email is not equal to request.body.email and the email is taken, then we send this message. Else, right here, if we have a password at request.body and we have a user, so this user is this one. So what we do is that we are trying to update the password. So we must hash the password, and then we update our user.password with the hashed password. Okay, and then when updating the user here, so right now we are not using set, we are passing the name and the other fields manually. We make sure that we set the password to be user.password, which is the updated password here as the hashed password. Then there are the other ones will come from request.body.name, request.body.email, request.body.isadmin. So only the password is kind of different because we have to hash it. Then we pass new for us to get the new one, and right here we send back the user details, that is ID, name, email, and isadmin, else we catch the error. So I hope all this makes sense. So we have an endpoint for editing a user. All we need to do is to make a HTTP request to this particular endpoint. So I will go back to our user profile, and we should do everything right here. Okay, so let's populate this under submit. So the first thing, we should prevent the default. So right here we will have e.prevent default, and we invoke that, and then down here we can have a try and catch block. Before we do this, we can set updating here to true, and then at the very end we set updating to false. And now we can make our HTTP request right here. So right here we'll have const response. So what we get back is the updated user, and we set this to await, and we call axios.put. It's a put request for editing. Then right here we will have our URL, which is the same as this one, almost the same, not the same though. So I'll copy that and paste it here. So this will be URL, then users, but we won't have this find, so I will remove find, but we should also pass the ID. Okay, And then next thing right here, we should pass our values which we are updating, which will be available in our user state. So right here we'll have user. This is the user state, like that. And then after the values, we will have set headers. So set headers, we invoke it. Okay, cool. Now in our response here is where we will have back our data once we update the user. So we can set the user here to be, we spread res dot data, and then we set password here to nothing. Now after this, we can toast a message, profile updated. So profile updated. You can position it the way you want, like bottom, up, whatever. But this toast, I think we should import it. So let's bring it in. So React Toastify, I save. So now we have implemented a functionality right here for updating a user. And let's see if it's working. And it failed to compile. And this should be an async function. So right here, I'll say async and save. Come back, refresh. So we have this as admin. We have our data. Let's try to update the name to charles.dev. I won't include a password. Updating, profile updated. So if I go to the users list, we should have the name as charles.dev. Go to admin, users, charles.dev. So we can view a user, we can update the user, we can as well delete the user. We can sort them using these buttons. We can filter. We have our orders, which we can mark as dispatched, can mark as delivered. We can view the order. We have our products. We can edit product. We can edit them, edit image. We can view them. Also, we have the summary right here. Pretty nice. So everything is working. One last thing, once you perform a checkout success, we should clear the cart. So checkout success here. This is our component. So I will replace this component with this. All we have is a container here with some styles. We are wrapping it like this. Checkout successful. Your order might take some time to process. Check your order status at your profile after about, let's say, 5 minutes. In case of inquiries, you can contact support. Then right here, we are dispatching clear cart, and we are also dispatching get totals to update our totals. So now, yeah, I have like completed this. I have showed you how to do it. And if we go ahead and let's try to purchase this product, I'll check out. I'll fill the details real quick. You can go with John. You can go with any address. I'll fill this one. I will update this one and this one. Then I'll pay. It's processed. Checkout success and cart was cleared. When we go to admin, you see we have this a few seconds ago. We have this as 3. We have our graph showing our data. I think it's a bit reversed. We should have Thursday this side, Wednesday this side. So you can change the compare function to sort them well, but it's there. Then we have our orders a few seconds ago pending. We can view it. Customer is John, city, email. This was ordered, so it's working and we can mark as dispatched. So that is it for this video. I hope you have learned something, and please make sure you support my channel, subscribe, turn on post notification, also support me on Patreon. This is obviously a lot of work that I have done here, so support me via Patreon. In return, you'll get the source code for everything, and I'll see you in the next one.